It is time, after another long year. Finally, the next nation is out. We are about to get to Sumeru after all this time. I don't even know, this thing was open up, wasn't it? I bet it was closed off somehow. Oh, wait, why is there already a Sealy here? I mean, I'm excited because, well, new stuff to see and to do. At the same time, oh boy, how long will it take me to finish all of this already again? Super fast. Okay. Look, big reveal. Bird! Damn it, I wanted to hit the bird! This crash would look like a four-petaled flower will sometimes appear. Those coming facing one such quest, they can use it to travel swiftly. Kids cannot do this for you to make your benches. I think that is just like this electoral thing. Damn it! Couldn't hit it! What happens if I... Whoa! Would you... Okay, that is pretty cool! You can just log onto it and go up there? That is pretty sweet. Look, first chest of Sumeru.
That felt pretty good.
One of many to come. Wait, how far is... Oh, that is cool. That has quite the range. I like that. But we have to go on the quest marker now. Oh, and I have to change the traveler.
Now that we made it to Sumeru, our next objective should be to head to Sumeru City and find a way to meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Why did we try to do that again? I forgot, to be honest. Why did we go here? I mean, she kinda said it, but it's not really... What was the point of even meeting her to begin with?
And speaking of Lesser Lord Kusanali, even though we haven't heard too much about her, she doesn't seem to be the same deity who abducted your sister.
I mean, duh.
But even so, people call Sumeru the Nation of Wisdom, you know. If we can get a chance to meet the God of Wisdom, maybe she can give us some useful information.
Okay, so that's the whole premise. Alright then, sounds like a plan.
But, Paimon doesn't know the way to Sumeru City. Maybe we can climb up to that spot with the statue of the Seven on it. That'll give us a way better view of things. Even if we can't see exactly where the city is, at least we'll be able to check for some smaller settlements nearby.
Good plan. That was my initial thought anyway. Oh.
Wait a second. Look! There's someone up ahead! Perfect timing! Now we can just ask for directions rather than wander around like lost adventurers.
Why do I have the feeling she will run away from us?
Hey there! We're not from around here and seem to have gotten a little lost. We'd like to ask for some directions.
She ignored us! What?
Huh? Did they not hear Paimon? Hey! You over there! Could you give us some directions?
Huh?
You seem to be very pleasant.
What's going on here? There's no way she could have missed that. Wait! Could she be ignoring us? How dare she?
Nothing to get worked up about. Maybe there's a reason she ignored us? I don't know. Nothing to get worked up about anyway.
Well, even so, she might be heading someplace where we could find other people to ask. Let's keep our distance and follow her.
I thought we wanted to go to the statue of the Seven.
When we get the chance, we'll just ask someone else for directions.
Oh, it's probably because they recognized us?
Come on, let's follow her. Just keep quiet and make sure she doesn't notice us.
Where is she? Okay, she's there. I will go to the statue of the Seven though. Oh, this is cool! No more damn it! I missed my chance to hit him. I want to know what meat you have in you. There we go. Oh, we can already see Sumeru City is right there. Perfect. I mean, we don't even need the guide. Okay, but time to switch to Dendro Travel, huh? I'm gonna say. Huh? Why is there no voice acting? We are not even 5 minutes in, and they already ran out of voice acting budget. What are you talking about? I saw them. What are you talking about? I didn't see anything. I'm not tripping. Won't plant-like things gone just You're seeing things. Little fairies patronizing Paimon. They were not hallucinations. Should ask him when we get a chance. Well, if you say so. What was that? What the heck is that? Yep, I will need that. Resonating with Dendro. And now I'm green. Let's see. 7-second cooldown. Okay, that's not bad. I think. They screwed up big time again. Instead of making the Dendro Traveler more, you know, energy friendly, they slapped on 80 energy cost. Isn't that great? Why? Why, Hoyo? Why my Hoyo? Why? Why this energy cost? Why? Just why? Why? Why does the Travelers has already the butt end of the stick for so long? Why did you slap in on 80 energy cost? Why couldn't it be 60? If Traveler now Emblem of Severed Fate, max energy recharge, and the Favonius. Well, not the Favonius, I mean, you know, the Cursed Blade. To infest the Dendro Islands.
Huh? She just walked near that small waterfall and then suddenly vanished. Let's go take a closer look.
What do you mean she suddenly vanished? We saw her go there.
Paimon thought this cave would lead to a village or something, but it looks like that's not the case. Look, she's sitting over there. Wait, she couldn't possibly be living here, could she?
Why not? Maybe they are in tune with nature.
What should we do now? Do we try asking her for directions again?
Nah. I already know where to go.
It looks like she's meditating or something. If we bother her now, she probably wouldn't let us off very lightly. Oh! What a lovely smell! It's coming from that sensor over there. This is definitely not your typical place to call home, but at least it smells nice. Maybe living here wouldn't be too bad after all.
Huh? Uh-oh. Is he tripping out?
Huh? What's the matter? You don't look too good.
Something's not white.
What? Is the smell making you feel sick? Strange. Paimon doesn't feel anything.
It gives him flashbacks. He got so blazed and when Kenria went down. Got to get out of here. No, go closer. Go into your meditative state. I think I'm gonna pass out. What? Oh. Oh. What?
What's happening? Traveler? This is no time for a nap. Oh, come on, wake up.
What the? Wait, what? Huh? What? What the? Yep, we're tripping on shrooms. I can't even jump, I can only walk. Okay. Can't even run. Hello, Yggdrasil. What happened? Oh, right, we jumped and now we can move again. World forget me?
Are you sure it's not serious? The Traveler's been out for a long time now.
Yes, you can relax. Believe me, Master is extremely knowledgeable. If he says that he's going to be alright, then there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Yeah, Kole!
Oh, are you awake now?
I guess?
Oh, thank goodness! Traveler, you're finally awake!
Where am I?
Well, we're at... Good question. Where are we? Paimon was in such a panic when you passed out that she even forgot to ask what place this is.
This is Gandharvaville. It was originally built by scholars from Sumeru as a place to rest in the rainforest. Now it's mainly used by the forest rangers as a base of operations. My name is Kale. I'm a trainee forest ranger. My master and I found you passed out during our patrol, so we brought you here.
Oh, so the other person didn't give a shit that we collapsed in front of her home.
Oh, no things are necessary. I didn't do anything really. By the way, how are you feeling now? Any discomfort?
This taste in my mouth, it's so bitter. What did you do to me?
Oh, that's Master's herbal medicine you're tasting. He gave you some while you were unconscious.
Uh-huh. Herbal medicine, that's what we call it.
Before I forget, Master mentioned you should take more medicine once you wake up.
Okay, but what even happened? Oh well.
Whoops!
Okay, clumsy.
Kale, what's the matter? Were you trying to retrieve the medicine? As I've already told you, you must be careful with these. Alright, I'll get it for you once I'm finished here.
Sumeru characters are also very talented ventriloquists. Look at that NPC's eyes! I mean, it seems like they upped their game at least a little when it comes to NPC faces, but this one looks like the eyes melt off. But it is a unique new design, at least I can give him that.
Master?
Now, the guide to EVGA Forest's edible fungi is clearly posted on our bulletin board. But if Farbode forgets which mushrooms to avoid one more time, I'll have no choice but to leave the guide somewhere a little more visible. Like right smack on his forehead so others can remind him to be careful.
You can't read it when it's on his forehead.
Right? This is the second time he's come down with food poisoning this month. I'll be sure to give him a good talking to.
Yes, please do. If, on the off chance, Farbode simply enjoys having little imaginary fairies dance before his eyes, then we'll just let him be. But the next time he requires any of our medicine, be sure to charge him accordingly.
Oh, so he is purposefully aiding them to trip off. Hello.
So, how are you doing? Feeling better?
Oh, this is my master, Forest Watcher Tainari. He's chief officer over all the rangers here in Gandharville.
Wait, why did I think he was written Thainawi? I mean, this makes more sense, yes, but for some reason I thought, oh look, Thainawi.
I already informed Paimon about the reason you fell unconscious earlier, but now that you're awake, let me explain it for you as well. It is common practice for Sumeru scholars of certain darshans to dedicate themselves to training and meditation in isolated areas, particularly the nearby forests. While meditating, they use a certain incense known as spirit borneol to help calm their minds as they enter a state of deep rumination.
Darshans? What are those? I guess it's some kind of grade, like bachelor and masters or something? I suppose, maybe? Wait, I need some air. Okay, it's to trip out then.
In hopes of asking directions, you two followed a scholar named Hypatia into her cave. The incense you smelled inside was the spirit borneol I just mentioned.
Why was Paimon not affected by it? Why was only I affected?
That incense typically has no effect on most people, but for a very select few, it can have profound effects on one's cognition, as you experienced firsthand. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay. Maybe? Does it make sense though? What does it mean when someone is affected by it? More than just tripping out and having to eat bitter medicine.
Very good. Now, answer me this. Did you feel anything after passing out? Say, any out-of-body experiences? Or did you see anything while unconscious?
Yes, a big tree that was glowing.
Kale, let the others know to stop bringing their patrol logs here for now.
Huh? Why?
Because these two will be staying here for the next few days. They can have my room and I'll bunk with Amir. Now get a move on and be sure to do as I've said.
We have a teapot, we can just live there.
Yes, Master Tainari.
Wait, hold on a second. Can you tell us what's going on?
Sure, let me fill you in. I originally planned to send you on your way once you finished your medicine. However, it appears now that you should stay a while longer in Gandharville for further observation while you recuperate.
Because I saw a glowing tree?
Further observation?
We need to get to Sumeru City!
No need to be hasty. As long as you have the capacity to judge between right and wrong, I promise that you'll understand the gravity of the situation once I explain everything to you. Based on what you saw after smelling the incense and losing consciousness, we can conclude that you experienced a powerful hallucination, which suggests your mental state is not in the best of shape.
What? It was just tripping out, man.
If you're skeptical, have a whiff of this.
Well, okay. In the nose it goes.
Whoa, are you okay?
You're experiencing a similar sensation as when you passed out, aren't you? So even though your condition is stable as of now, if I were to haphazardly let you leave, it's highly likely that you'd suddenly pass out again somewhere else.
But why?
The rainforest is home to many fierce animals and hazardous areas. If something were to happen to you again, I'm afraid you might not be so lucky. For now, I suggest you continue taking your medicine each day and avoid wandering off on your own. At least until you stop having adverse reactions to this kind of smell, okay?
Okay.
Good. Now continue resting while I fire up another bowl of medicine for you.
So... well...
Seriously? We just arrived in Sumeru and we're already having problems left and right! Paimon knows we're set on meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali as soon as possible, but you really don't look too good. It'd probably be best to let you recover first. Hey! Are you even listening to Paimon? Paimon's over here worrying about you, you know!
I feel it's a little weird. What? That she's worrying about you, or that you have such problems?
What's weird? You mean how you're feeling now?
I don't think what I saw were hallucinations.
You mean the vision of tree roots and red skies you saw? But if those weren't hallucinations, what could they be?
I'm not sure. I'm not paid to get voice acted. Even after all these years, they just don't have the budget for me. I saw the vision, it felt as if I was standing deep underground. But the wet sky, could it have been Kenria?
Well, considering how unique you are, Paimon trusts your judgment here. But why didn't you say anything about it to Tainari? If he misjudged your condition, then there's a chance you could get worse, right?
He probably wasn't telling us the truth. The truth.
Huh? You mean that Tainari already knows that what you saw weren't hallucinations? But if that's the case, why would he try to hide that from us?
Exactly. We're distrustful, and we need to get to the bottom of this.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That explains why you were so quiet earlier. Well, that settles it then. We'll stay here to rest up and figure out what's going on with your hallucinations. But it seems like asking Tainari might not be an option anymore. What do you think we should do?
Let's stop having a chat with Calais.
Good idea. Kale's pretty friendly. We can ask her tomorrow about what she knows regarding the Dendro Archon and customs in Sumeru.
Okay, Night of West.
Rise and shine! Come
Oh!
on, it's time to go find Kale!
It's already time, eh? Alright then. Woo! Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Alright, next let's see your right hand. Yes, not bad.
Huh?
But please remember that you still need to be careful. Understand?
Yes, I will. By the way, Master, I still haven't received the patrol route for today.
Look, Kale, today's patrol will be a long one, so you won't be coming along this time. Besides, there's a chance we may encounter... well, you understand.
What? Corruption?
But I have a vision too! Am I useless to everyone now?
Don't talk like that, Kale. This is not something you need to be worrying about right now. Ah, there you are. Feeling any better?
I guess. There's something we can help with? Oh yeah, you already wanna be the errand boy again. Errand boy traveler. At your service.
Yeah, since we'll be staying here for now, we thought we might as well try lending a hand around here.
Seems you're not the type to sit back and take it easy for a while, huh? In that case, perhaps Kale could take you two for a patrol south of Gandharvaville for the day. And if you're feeling up to it, you can be responsible for cleaning the Statue of the Seven.
Cleaning? God damn it.
Tighnari, we're ready to head out.
Roger, I'll be right there. All right, we'll be heading into the forest now. I'll leave any further details to Kale.
Yes, you can count on me.
So, Kale, what exactly are we going to be doing today? Tighnari mentioned cleaning the statue just now, but, that doesn't really sound like the job for a ranger.
Well, a forest ranger's responsibilities can be pretty diverse. They handle a variety of tasks, like checking the condition of outlying roads, maintaining forest facilities, ensuring fire prevention standards are met, and providing assistance to travelers and locals. As for Master, well, he has to handle more dangerous areas of the rainforest. Today we can perform routine checks on the pathway lamps as we make our way to the Statue of the Seven. Paimon, traveler, this way!
Which way?
You can leave the task of checking the lamps to me. In the meantime, you two can keep an eye out for anything unusual.
Oh, an oculi. I got the first one. Yay. Oh boy. Hello.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with these two lamps. Let's move to the next ones.
Lamps? What lamps? I don't see lamps. It's a lamp?
Oh, this lamp seems to be getting a little wobbly. Let me make a note of it. No problems with this lamp. Good.
Oh, what's this? Hara food? Okay.
The Statue of the Seven is up on top of that large rock formation. You must have seen it when you came down this road before.
Yes, I was already up there.
It's pretty high up there, isn't it? Don't worry. If you're afraid you can't make it up there, I'm sure Master wouldn't mind if you don't clean the statue.
No need to worry, I'm a terrific climber.
Oh? I guess I'll leave it up to you then. There's not much footing once you reach the statue, so be careful up there.
Paimon will fly up with you and help you with those hard-to-reach areas. By the way, Kale, do you know anything about the Dendro Archon? You know, what's she like?
That depends. Are you referring to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Wait, there are two? Wait, are you saying there are two Archons?
Huh? Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? Oh, is that the name of the former Dendro Archon?
Uh-huh. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was Sumeru's first Dendro Archon.
Oh.
She created the rainforest as well as the wall of Samiel around the desert. Her works provided a means of peaceful living for everyone. To the people of Sumeru, she's not only a symbol of wisdom, but also of power and kindness. Unfortunately, she disappeared in a great calamity that occurred a few hundred years ago.
That's exactly like what happened with White and Makoto.
According to what Master has told me, the sages later found the newly born Dendro Archon and whisked her back to Sumeru. To celebrate the reinstatement of their lost deity, the sages dubbed her Lesser Lord Kusanali and let her reside in the sanctuary of Sarastana.
Isn't that... For some reason, I feel like this is weird. Why would you call anyone lesser? That seems to be degrading in some way, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Then what happened?
Well, and then... I'm not too sure what happened, to be honest.
Huh? You're not too sure? But aren't you from Sumeru?
Nope. She is from somewhere in Mondstadt and Snezhnaya, I think.
Yeah, I'm from Sumeru. But
difficult to discuss this topic with strangers. If that's the case, then don't worry, we understand.
No, it's not that. I'm not trying to hide something from you. Besides, I don't consider you two strangers.
Why? We literally just showed up at your door. I was passed out. She's a flying potato. And you don't consider us strangers? Why? Did Amber write you a letter or something?
Anyway, you two know Amber, right?
Okay, so I was right on the money.
Wait, Amber? You mean...
Outright of the Knights of Favonius?
Yes, that's her. I once lived in Mondstadt for a while, and she helped me a lot during that time. You could even say that she helped me become a new person. There's no one like Amber. She lives life to the fullest while always adhering to her strong sense of justice. She's ready to answer the call for action at any moment, but is also very understanding of others. She's like the spark that lights the fire in everyone's heart around her.
Oh, wow. She really didn't get enough screen time, did she?
If you ask me, she's a prime example of a true outrider. She's the first person anyone coming to Mondstadt will meet. You can't help but be enthralled by her charm and enthusiasm, causing you to fall in love with the lands of Mondstadt and...
Oh god, she's gushing all over.
Sorry.
Wow, we've never seen this. I mean, of course not. We just met her. Of course we haven't seen many sides of her yet. But yeah. Huh?
Paimon thought the work of Outriders was a little different from what you just described, but one thing's for sure. You really like Amber.
Sorry. I was rambling on just now. It must have sounded kind of weird.
Not particularly. But what I wonder is, you know that we know Amber. But do you have any correspondence with Amber to begin with now that you live in Sumeru?
It's alright, Kale. Knowing that you're a friend of Amber somehow makes Paimon suddenly feel a lot closer to you. So, how do you know that we've met Amber?
Well, after I returned to Sumeru, Amber and I have stayed in touch by writing each other letters.
I knew it!
In one letter, she mentioned that Mondstadt was attacked by a fearsome dragon, but the city was saved by a mysterious blonde traveler and their floating companion.
Why did she not straight up say our names? Why did she consider us as if she didn't know us?
I knew you two were the ones she mentioned in the letter the moment I saw you. But, considering everything you've been through that day, I thought it'd be inappropriate to bring it up.
Ah, so that's how you knew.
Yep, so please know that you two have my complete trust, really. I wish I could tell you more about the Archon, but I have been away from Sumeru for some time, and I haven't read any books. Sorry.
That's alright. You've already helped us a lot. We had never even heard of Greater Lord Ruka Devata or the Sanctuary of Surasthana until you mentioned them.
Oh god, what a mouthful. Greater Lord Ruka Devata. Jeez.
Oh, I'm happy that was helpful. There is one thing I want to ask, though. Why do you two want to know about the Archon?
I mean, we want to add her to the harem. I mean... Why are you not explaining this to me?
So that's why you're here. Thank you for telling me your story.
I wanna know too! It has been a year since the Inazuma Archon story, and another year what happened to Mondstadt and Liyue. I need to be up to speed again. I should have really watched the Teyvat Archives videos to see where I am, or what even happened in all this time. They really should. What I think Hoyo should do is to make a little recap whenever a new nation comes up, to put us up to speed again. That would be kind of nice. You know, like in an anime, whenever there's a new episode, you have a little bit what happened last time and a preview of what happens next and stuff like that. And whenever there's a new season, which is basically whenever there's a new continent, there's a little bit of a, you know, summation of what happened up until this point.
Don't mention it. We are friends after all, right?
Yep, Paimon's right. We are friends. Yay.
Alright, we have a statue to clean.
You both have my thanks. While you two are up there cleaning, I'll go ahead and inspect the forest canopy. Let's meet back here shortly.
So we have to climb while we are in danger of randomly passing out. Great plan. I love this. This is probably one of the greatest inventions.
Huh. Now that Paimon looks at it, the deity that's carved on the statue is kinda small. Do you think she's supposed to be Greater Lord Rukkhadevata or Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lesser Lord Kusanali.
The name does seem to fit the statue somehow.
Cause small.
Well, anyway, we'll have to figure that out later. Let's get started on cleaning the statue. Paimon will fly up and take care of the top, and you clean everything below.
Meticulously cleaning. Scrub, scrub, scrub.
Nice work. That's one clean statue. Let's head down and meet up with Kale.
I'm coming down. But is she just sitting there? Hello.
Kale, we're back.
Welcome back. You must be tired after all that climbing. Let's take a little break. I brought some fruit and water for us.
We didn't even climb. We could just zip up there. This must be the single most greatest thing they invented yet. I mean, the ones where you have to get electrified and then follow these weird electro lines were already not bad, but this one is a step up since there's no prerequisite to actually use them. You just look at them and then zoom, which is great.
Yay, food! What kind of goodies did you bring?
Some restraint, please. Otherwise, you're the next one in the pod.
Hey, don't be a party pooper. It's not like Kale is a stranger or anything. Besides, the best way to compliment a chef is to show passion for their food. Xiangling taught Paimon that.
I prepared a nice portable dish that forest rangers like to eat called pita pockets. I hope you'll like them.
Oh, no, I want that.
Whoops!
Ah, don't worry. Paimon can get that one.
Ah, no, you dropped it on the ground.
Ah, come on. It's not... We're in the forest. It's not that bad.
Not to worry. I wrapped a few layers of oiled paper around each pita. They should be fine.
Why do you look so disappointed?
Oh, whew. Paimon nearly had a heart attack there.
Just because food fell on the ground?
Those pitas are amazing! You're quite the cook, Kale. Thank goodness you wrapped them in paper. Paimon wouldn't have been able to sleep at night knowing something so tasty had been wasted.
You really know how to compliment the chef, Paimon. Since you liked it so much, I'll be sure to give you a copy of the recipe sometime. I'll even include all my personal cooking pointers, so you'll be making your own pita pockets in no time.
Of course.
Yay! Thanks, Kale! It's hard to believe someone as diligent as you could have clumsy moments, too.
Oh, I guess it happens from time to time.
So, Kale, don't you think that Tainari's a little too strict with you? He won't let you touch anything without his permission. Paimon knocks stuff over all the time flying around the Traveler, but he's never said anything. Everyone has their clumsy moments.
I never said. Well, this is kind of. For some reason, it is very noticeable that the capes are clipping through. Oh well.
No, you've got the wrong idea about Master. Sure, he may seem a bit harsh at first, but with some time, you'll see that he's actually very kind-hearted. I've heard the veteran rangers say that Master is from some ancient and mysterious race that is known for their cunning wit and reclusive nature. Oh, by the way, you've heard of the Academia, right? Well, there's a group called, something?
My Hero Academia, my Witch Academia. Which academias are you talking about?
Well, anyway, because Master does a lot of research on plants, sages from the Academia have written him many times, inviting him to take up an official position there. But Master declines their offers every time, saying, Sumeru City is too noisy. It'd be bad for my ears.
Speaking of his ears, I'd really like to pet them.
I know, right? I've always wanted to pet them too. Anyway, Master could have easily left the rainforest to take up a position at the Academia, but he chose to stay here instead as a forest watcher, helping the locals every day and passing on his knowledge to trainees. In fact, Master's the one who taught me how to make pita pockets.
Really? Paimon would have never guessed that. Oh, speaking of Tainari, he was the one who took care of you after finding you passed out yesterday. He even carried you all the way here. Paimon's still kinda upset, though. He kept scolding Paimon the entire way here.
What did you do?
Oh no, I'm sorry. Master might have been overreacting a little.
Why did he berate Paimon? She couldn't do anything about it.
But, it's mostly because Paimon wouldn't stop yelling, Why, oh why, is he going to die? It probably started to get under Master's skin after a while.
Okay, I can understand that.
Hey! Don't laugh! Paimon was genuinely concerned about you.
Oh, that's sweet.
Hey! Now even Kali's starting to laugh. Ugh, that's it! Paimon won't forget this! It's time for some Paimonial wrath!
No, stop it.
No! Don't touch me!
Where the hell are you touching her that she's having this strong reaction? Oh. Oh. Wait. If you haven't read the manga, there actually is kind of a psychological problem because of the trauma she suffered. What's the matter?
Oh, sorry, Kale. Paimon didn't mean to scare you.
No, I just... I didn't mean that.
Kale, are you okay? What's the matter?
Yeah, I really recommend reading the manga. It's somewhere completely translated. And it has a lot of background stories about a lot of the Genshin characters in Mondstadt, and especially of Kale.
No, I'm fine. I'm sorry. I must have startled you both reacting like that. Oh, well, it's getting late now. Let's hurry back to Gandharville. I think Master and the others should be back by now, too.
What did Paimon try to do? Did she try to tickle her?
What was up with Kale just now? And why is she in such a hurry all of a sudden? Look, she's practically running back. Paimon can't even see her now.
I can still see her. And she's not running at all. Zoom! It's my favorite thing to do.
The rainforest climate is far more pleasant than that of the desert.
Ah, Traveler, you've returned.
Yep, we're back. Have you seen Kale by any chance?
Oh, Kale? Yes, I saw her go into her room just a moment ago.
Oh, okay. Guess we'll just have to wait and talk to her tomorrow then.
No, you say so.
The rainforest climate is far more pleasant than that of the desert.
Wait until 8? God damn.
Thinking all night about what happened with Kale, and still can't figure out what the problem might be. Maybe she's in a better mood now. Let's go check on her.
Zoom! This is so great. I love this.
Ah, it's you two. I was just about to go look for you.
Huh? Tainari? What are you doing here? Where's Kale?
I came to check on Kale's condition. To put it simply, she's not well.
Huh?
You mean she's sick? How could she be... Oh, wait a minute. Could it be because of what Paimon did yesterday?
No need to worry. Something as small as you could never harm her. This sickness is something that Kale has been dealing with for some time.
Okay, that didn't line up at all. And I would have loved him to say little one.
Kale has been more excited than usual since you two arrived. A little too much so, to be honest. She hasn't remembered to take care of herself. I suppose it's understandable, though. She hasn't been around anyone she considered a friend for some time now. It must have been refreshing for her to have you two here.
So, Tainari, what's really wrong with Kale?
Let's take this conversation elsewhere. Kale just fell asleep after taking her medicine. She needs some peace and quiet. All right, let's continue our conversation here, shall we? To be honest, I hadn't realized that you're that honorary knight from Mondstadt until Kale told me just now. I've also heard all about your deeds in Liyue and Inazuma.
Yay! I'm pop star.
So, just to clarify, what I'm about to tell you about Kale is not because of who you are or your past feats. Instead, I am going to tell you because... well, because Kale asked me to.
Oh, okay, that's good. That's better, I suppose.
And honestly speaking, I was against Kale revealing her past to you. But she insisted, saying you two treated her with sincerity and as a friend. So now she wishes to reciprocate the gesture.
So, Tainari, what exactly is wrong with Kale? You said this is something she's been dealing with for some time. Just how serious is it?
Right. Ever since she was a child, she's been afflicted with a disease called Elazar.
The Elawano? Didn't it have something to do with residual Archon resin or something? In the manga, at least?
Elazar?
Yes, it's a disease unique to the lands of Sumeru. It is characterized by dark and hardened scales that form on the body. At first, the afflicted may only feel mild numbness on the affected area of the skin. However, as the disease progresses, one may begin feeling fatigued and even experience peripheral paresthesia.
The what now?
In its final stages, the disease strips a person of the ability to control their own body, and they effectively become completely immobile.
That sounds like she would turn into a tree.
That sounds terrifying.
They lose all control over their body? Wait, I didn't see anything of that in the manga. Is that a new disease she has? That was not in the manga at all.
Wait, hold on. So when Kale seemed to be acting a little clumsy earlier, it was because...
Correct. That would be the effects of Elazar, which is precisely why I do not want her carrying or holding anything, lest she ends up hurting herself.
I mean, I don't quite understand it, since there was nothing like that in the manga. In the manga, she was afflicted by something called Archon residue that she was injected with. So is there a cure for it?
With appropriate treatment, the disease can be effectively controlled before it progresses to a more serious stage. However, there is unfortunately still no true cure for Elazar.
So did she contracted it here then?
Nevertheless, Kale's mother still hoped there was something out there. She handed Kale over to an organization known as the Fatui after one of their members lied and said they had a cure.
Okay. Wait, so she is originally from Sumeru?
What? The Fatui?
Ah, it appears you are already familiar with them. That'll save me some explanation.
Oh, we are very intimately familiar with the Fatui.
Anyway, the person who eventually rescued Kale and brought her to me for care said that she had been given to a harbinger known as the Doctor.
Oh god, yeah, that scumbag of human waste.
I have no idea how this doctor managed to do it, but her case of Elazar was completely stable for all the years that Kale was with them. However, Kale's days with the Fatui were anything but pleasant. Kale is a resilient individual and always tries to appear cheerful, but her experience with the Fatui has left deep scars. Even now, she can still feel deathly afraid of someone touching her.
Okay.
Oh, Paimon had no idea Kale's been through so much suffering.
Oh, by the way, Paimon, Kale wanted me to tell you that she's sorry for scaring you yesterday. She also wanted both of you to know that she's sorry for hiding her illness.
I mean, how would we know to even ask about that? She didn't really hide anything.
She doesn't need to apologize. None of this is her fault at all.
Well said. I hope you'll get a chance to tell her that in person the next time you see her. Kale once thought that it would be impossible for her to have any real friendships. I trust that you two will never let my trainee experience such emotional pain again.
For her to have any real trust that you will never let. Aww. I'm just looking at his character design, and on the one hand it looks busy, but on the other hand he's really standing out. I mean, every character looks very outstanding in this game, so...
Don't worry, Tainari. We'll take good care of her.
How's her condition now?
Well, it's not too serious at this point. She overexerted herself the last couple of days, which is what led to her breakdown this time. As long as she has taken her medicine and gets plenty of rest, she should get better. Though, I must admit that Kale's condition was much more stable when she first arrived here in Gandharvaville. She was interested in the work of the forest rangers the moment she saw us. I could see that she was serious about learning, so I felt compelled to ask her to join us. Her stamina has gotten much worse recently. Though a moderate amount of physical exercise is always necessary, I'm afraid the long-distance patrols are a little too much for her now. Alright, now that I've told you about Kale's past, I think I'll head into the rainforest to find some ingredients needed for her medicine. I'll see you two later.
Oh, of course, we are coming along.
Yeah, we'd like to do something to help Kale too.
Alright, but I must warn you two. The rainforest is a dangerous place, especially for someone who's still recovering like the Traveler. You must follow closely and listen to every instruction.
No problemo.
Let's go then. We'll be looking for a plant known as lunar lotus. It's often used to help those afflicted with Elazar recover their energy.
Wait, why does it say Luna or Nilotpala? Huh?
Hey, Tainari? Where exactly are we going to find this plant?
Lunar lotus can be found all over the rainforest, but it often grows right here around Gandharvaville.
Given the name, it sounds like we should be looking for it in the water.
You are correct. Lunar lotus grows in the water. When fully matured, they look like giant blue flowers floating on the water's surface. Quite an attractive species, if you ask me. The large petals are actually the plant's leaves and sepals, which surround a very small flower. You should note that many of the plants found in Sumeru have names that are contrary to their species. Take the Kalpalata, for example. The plant is not a lotus at all, but rather a vine. And then there's the Sumeru rose, which is not a rose, completely contrary to its name.
Oh, okay then. Note to Paimon, never bring up the topic of flowers with Tainari.
Why? He was giving you valuable information. Just the leaves of cultivation and 4-leaf sigils. And they come into common. Not when they come. Use these to make your adventures in Sumeru easy, huh? Know about these? And the bouncy mushrooms! Oh! After it comes in contact with Electro. Wait, what is this one? Okay. So...
Propagate!
What the... Oh! That is great. I really like that. I don't really want to fight you right now, but... Wait, what happened? Ah, damn it, I missed it! Oh, well, whatever. Don't do this.
There should be lunar lotuses growing somewhere in this area. Let's split up and begin searching. If you could manage to gather 4 of them, that would be sufficient. We'll rendezvous here once you've gathered the needed amount.
Maybe I should have brought Ayaka. Or Mona.
Alright, we've gathered enough lunar lotuses. Let's head back to meet Tainari.
Okay, so they don't even count as regular plant yet.
Hey Tainari, we found the lotuses you requested.
Let me take a look. Good, very good. These are all excellent quality. I'm quite glad you two came along. Your exploration experience helped save me a lot of time here. It seems we even have enough time to stock up on some other things I need.
Hey, Tainari!
Okay, hello.
Oh, Tainari, someone's calling your name. They're dressed like a forest ranger.
Ah yes, that's Amir and the others. But didn't they just set off not too long ago? What are they doing back so early? Let's go find out what's going on.
Alright then. Hello.
Tainari, thank goodness we found you here. We were just about to head back and find you at Gandharvaville.
What's going on?
We just discovered a withering zone.
The what now?
The Withering is back? But the patrol route you were on should have been already cleared just a week ago. It reappeared so quickly. Can you tell me the exact location?
It's up ahead, deep in the river valley. It's appeared in a spot that blocks nearly the entire narrow part of the valley area, so we decided to come find you as quickly as possible.
And the radius of the contamination?
Sorry, I couldn't get a clear enough view to tell.
No one in our patrol team had a vision, and it appeared to still be spreading, so we didn't risk getting any closer.
Okay, I understand. You made the right decision. I'll go deal with it right away. In the meantime, please guide these two back to Gandharvaville.
Why are we not coming with you?
Wait, Kainari, why don't you let us help you?
You two have only just arrived in Sumeru. You're still unfamiliar with many things in these lands. There's a unique type of anomaly that occurs in the Sumeru rainforest. It's called the withering. The affected areas not only cause nearby vegetation to wither, but it's also lethal to wildlife and even people. If you don't carry a vision, then you should think twice before approaching such places.
I mean, I don't have a vision, but I have powers.
Yes, Amir is absolutely right. I wasn't kidding when I said the rainforest is a dangerous place. As Amir said, only someone with a vision, that is, the power to manipulate elements, will be able to resist the withering's corrosive effects for a time.
Yeah, but I have the... Wait, 1, 2, 3... I have 4 at this point!
That's right. If any of the forest rangers without a vision come across a withering zone, we first make a record of the location and then have a ranger with the proper abilities deal with it, like Tainari here. Only someone with a vision can venture within a withering zone and find a way to deal with it.
I can also control the elements.
But you don't seem to carry a vision.
Don't worry, he may not have a vision, but he's a real pro at using the power of the elements.
I still can change them whenever I want to, but, you know.
It seems the rumors about you are true. In that case, all right, you two may accompany me. We typically only teach visitors how to identify the withering as they're about to leave Gandharvaville. We'll make an exception today, and show you what it looks like up close.
Oh boy, I can't wait to get into a dangerous area. Oh, so this plant can't be put... Oh.
Stop. Don't move any further. Look there in the distance.
Oh, it already looks pretty black here.
Huh? Where? Oh, look! Those plants have withered! That whole area is kinda gloomy. Even the air looks like it's filled with ash. Oh, Paimon doesn't like the look of this.
Paimon doesn't have a vision, so why are you not affected by it?
That is the withering. All right, traveler. We're going to have to enter that withering zone. Once inside, we'll need to look for what we call tumors of the withering. If we eliminate those, then the area will be saved.
Alright.
Thank you. But I must warn you, don't push yourself. This is your first time handling this sort of thing, after all. Even with elemental powers, once you step inside the withering zone, you may experience extreme discomfort. If at any point it becomes too much, return outside the zone and take a breather. It could become a matter of life and death.
Oh god, is it something like freezing and overheating?
You ready then? Let's go.
Don't need to take a breather. I have Cookie Shinobu.
First, we must locate any branches sustaining the withering zone.
What's that?
Propagate!
What? Dendrogranum? Company branches that symbolize protection of Dendro. When charge attacks, name shots hit, Dendro will attack alongside them. It will appear throughout your adventures that can only be activated or destroyed by using. Okay, it's this kind of deal again. Well then.
One with nature. Scatter!
Whoa!
Our bond is strong.
Wait, do I need to get another hit of Dendroguano? Okay, this time it didn't violently explode. Wait, where did he want me to go? Why does this all seem so... Oh, whoops. Okay.
Great work. Now that all the branches have been cleared, we'll need to take care of the tumor.
Whoa, what is that? What are you?
Dissipate. Just you wait.
I may have overestimated. Propagate!
Oh, do I need more? Wait, what is that? Oh, that is probably clearing me. Oh, it's clearing me of the withering. Wait, did I miss something? I'm confused. What am I supposed to do now?
Our bond is strong.
I have to...
Now, destroy the tumors of the withering.
Oh! Okay, I was a little confused.
Did it! Everything's returning to normal now!
Yes, thanks to you two. We were able to quickly restore this area back to normal.
Tainari? You make it sound like we did well, but why does Paimon have the feeling you're worried about something?
It's that obvious, huh? Alright, it's like this. Recently, the rate at which the withering zone appears has been increasing. Even though we were able to quickly clear that withering zone, it won't be long before another one appears. If that simply meant more work for me, then that wouldn't be an issue. But it's far more severe than that. The withering is leaving lasting effects on the rainforest itself. For instance, even though we cleared out the withering zone, many of the plants that were affected will not recover. This presents a crisis for the ecosystem itself. Many plants in the rainforest are already in decline, directly impacting the wildlife that depends on those plants. And most disturbingly, as the appearances of withering zones have started to increase, Kale's case of Elazar has also become more serious.
Huh? But why is that?
I'm still not sure of the exact reason. However, I've received word from acquaintances at the academia that similar cases are being reported for patients with other conditions.
A way to get permanently rid of it. I think they would have tried.
No, none that we know of. The withering has been recorded in Sumeru for millennia. It's said that it originates from the depths of the world.
Yeah, but if it has been there for millennia, then everything should be super affected already. You know? Severely affected.
By the way, have you heard of Irminsul before?
No?
Irminsul is a tree located deep beneath the surface. Although it isn't like any tree we know in a biological sense, you can basically think of it as a large tree that grows downwards rather than upwards.
Oh, from the vision.
I'm sure you've heard of ley lines, right? They're like the roots of Irminsul. spreading and extending from a massive cavern deep underground all the way up to the surface.
Extending a massive cavern sounds a lot like what I saw, yep.
Ley lines continually absorb the memories of this world, which are then funneled into Irminsul, allowing it to collect knowledge and wisdom from ancient times to present day. The Dendro Archon is known as the God of Wisdom because her consciousness is directly connected to it. It is also said that the Dendro Archon's power is a manifestation of Irminsul.
Okay.
And as for the Withering, its emergence is related to a disease that's affecting it.
Irminsul is sick?
That's right. My ancestors learned of this from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's familiars a long time ago. But even those mysterious creatures did not know of a cure for Irminsul. I'm afraid we Rangers will be battling the Withering Zones here for a long time until a cure is found. Alright, that's enough on this topic for the time being. Now that we've taken care of things here, it's time for us to head back to Gandharvaville.
I mean, can't you just plan new plans somewhere else? Or here again? So these Witherwings will be somewhat of a daily task then. Well, not a daily task, but it will be something reoccurring for the time being. And we're back.
Oh, Tainari, you all made it back. How did it go?
The Withering Zone you reported has been taken care of. No need to worry. Huh. Wait, is that?
The bird I tried to kill several times.
Oh no, Hypatia!
Huh?
Huh? What's wrong, Tainari?
This Duskbird is Hypatia's designated courier for urgent news. You do remember her, don't you? She's the scholar you and Paimon were following when you first arrived in Sumeru.
Oh, her? How could we forget? So did something happen?
Let me see what's written in the letter first. Oh.
So what's it say? And what's with that weird expression on your face? Just let Paimon read it.
No, that's his letter.
All Paimon sees are 3 squiggly lines.
Yes, allow me to explain. After we brought you from Hypatia's cave to Gandharvaville, Hypatia resumed her meditation. She must have just finished. It's been nearly 3 days since she's had anything to eat, and it appears she's forgotten to prepare some rations. This letter is her asking us for help. We need to go.
What? You mean she's been sitting there for 3 days? Hey, wait, how did you know all that from just a few lines on the paper?
Well, obviously because this has happened before. Last time she drew 5 lines, and by the time we found her... Well, I'd prefer not to remember that. Needless to say, Hypatia's been through worse, but we should still get to her as quickly as possible. I've got some emergency rations set aside for times like these. Paimon, Traveler, could you two bring these to her?
Yeah, but she was an unpleasant person.
Wait, you want us to bring her the rations? But will the Traveler be okay if her cave is still filled with that funny incense?
Let's find out. Here, Traveler, take a smell and see. So, how do you feel?
It's a light and refreshing fragrance?
Huh? Really? You're not feeling even a little drowsy? But wait, how'd you know that he'd be okay this time, Tainari?
Back when we were clearing the Withering Zone, I observed that he could adeptly manipulate the Dendro element. I knew then that he would be fine.
I mean, I could do that already. That was the first thing I've done, but I guess the game assumed that I wouldn't have resonated with the statue yet.
And if I may ask, when I was telling you two about Irminsul's ley lines, was what I described similar at all to what you saw while you were unconscious?
What I saw weren't hallucinations, were they?
That's correct. Those weren't hallucinations at all. Though I don't intend to apologize for deceiving you. Because what you saw is of significant importance. Not just for the nation of Sumeru, but the entire world of Tevat.
Oh, he has a tail. I didn't even realize that.
My forefathers were shown much favor by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. We took an oath to protect this nation together with her. Now that that duty has fallen to me, it was part of my responsibilities to ascertain whether you could be entrusted with the fate of Sumeru. Now, after seeing you in action with my own eyes, you have earned my confidence, and I no longer feel the need to hide any secrets from you.
So, what exactly was it that I saw?
When you passed out, your consciousness had connected directly with Irminsul. What you witnessed were actually real memories contained within Irminsul itself. I could try to tell you more, but it would be better if you went to ask Hypatia instead. Her focus on meditation and use of Spirit Borneal are aimed at establishing a connection with Irminsul, just as you did.
That sounds nice and all, but will she really help us? Seriously, she completely ignored us the last time we tried talking to her.
That was because when you ran into her, she was in a special phase of her training. During that time, she must avoid communicating with others. Please, wait here for a moment.
She must avoid communicating? What now? Where are you going? Bird! Huh? Okay.
Here, take these. It's a meal I packed for Hypatia, as well as some other ingredients. I'm sure it'll come in handy. Also, here's a letter that I would like you to give to her. Just show it to her and she'll answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you.
No. I should be the one thanking you. You've both been a great help these last few days.
Wow, they passed by so fast.
Hypatia should still be in the cave. Let's go inside and see how she's doing.
Yesterday, a total of
Oh,
dusk birds.
Oh, sorry, I feel a little, you know, I haven't got great sleep. Come on, let me go up, Yeah, boy.
Hypatia should still be in the cave. Let's go inside and see how she's doing.
That's the plan. I'm home. Well, not really, but you know.
Hello? Hypatia? Hey, there's nobody here. Maybe she went out to look for some food. Let's try looking around the area.
What was that? Mushroom people again. Wait, what? Why does she look so small? Huh? What's happening now? What? Why is it loading? What? Huh?
There you are.
Something. Why did it load?
Hypatia, are you alright?
What do you mean there I am? I haven't left.
So hungry. Need water.
She looks. She seems to have more energy than I expected.
There's no way we can get her to eat in her current condition. Let's try finding some water first.
So we have to whip out Mona?
Huh? Wait. Why does it look super foggy outside all of a sudden? Anyway, let's go look around.
Oh, that's why it was loading. It brought us to a instance. Okay, that looks completely different now.
Huh? How things out here end up looking like this? What happened? And where are we?
Relax.
Really? Oh, maybe you're right. Let's go investigate the area.
I'm getting hungry. Oh. Oh, resurrection.
Wow, this place is huge. Paimon knew there's something off about that cave. Let's think of a way to get over there and have a closer look. Who knows? Maybe we'll find a lead of some kind.
Wow, I could barely generate a lot of energy. Huh? In domains, it was some fine. This one, the reason for not one of the trial. Wait, what? Okay.
Stand with me!
I didn't even. Come on. Boink. I don't know why I wanted to go here first. Oh! Wait, what? Wait, this is where we were supposed to end up anyway? I'm confused. The game wanted me to go somewhere else just now. What? Huh? What the? Wait. What? Huh?
Huh? What happened just now? Why'd everything around us suddenly change?
This looks like Inazuma again. God damn it, I hate that I know that they, for some reason, hide treasure chest. Well, it wasn't super hidden, but, you know. What the? But... What? Are we really tripping just super hard or something? You sometimes find primeval rosin and sealed paths that correspond to the correct three within these domains to unlock the corresponding. This will happen sometimes? I'm just super paranoid about treasure chests and all that jazz. Wait, will we be transported again? Oh! Oh, you couldn't even get that treasure chest again, even if you wanted to! Bunch of baloney. 2 Primo Gems forever lost if you didn't look. I think I just follow the markers now. And again, I'm so curious. Ah, I'm feeling lost. Oh well. Oh shit! That was not even what I wanted to do, but oh well. Oh!
Terminate! One with nature.
Stand with me.
Oh, okay, this time it actually works better. Wait, what? Hello? What's this? Ow! Ow! Oh, wait. What do I know? There's the third one. Spider-Man! How easily I could have missed this chest too. Now I am... Oh, this is where I've already been. Let me go up there. Ah, no! Zoom! I don't know why the game wants you to miss some chests, or even makes it possible to miss some chests when you don't do exactly as the game wants you to. I mean, even if you don't do, especially if you... Oh wait, you could actually miss quite a few Primo Gems, it seems. I mean, so far it's 6 possible missed Primo Gems? Okay, where does all of this lead? Oh, you can't even fall down here, okay. I'm just curious. I wanna go off the beaten path or something like that. Seems like it goes to the same destination one way or another. Ah! I should just go with Kazuha. No! Why? Yeah, wasn't there? Pretty sure there was another one of these that I could have. There we go. Like I really needed to go there, but uh-oh. There we go. Oh, it's just like in Inazuma, this one thing. Man, we're tripping hard. Oh. It's again.
What in Tibet is going on here? This place is getting weirder by the minute.
That.
Hey, what's the matter? You don't look so good.
Am I? That Paimon is the effects of psychedelic substances. Immediately look in the corners. Treasure? Primo gems? Oh. Oh. Ugh. I mean, yeah, but am I not quite on there yet? Do I have to go into photo mode, or what do you want from me? Can I even? No. I mean, I kinda know what it wants me to do, but... Oh! What? Why is it a painting now?
Time to go.
Damn, they really go on the trippy sides of things with Sumeru. Oh, I can't activate it yet. Paranoia is kicking in.
Well. Looks like we meet again, traveler.
God dang it!
What are you planning to do in this strange place?
Strange place. Plotting. You needn't worry about such things. They don't concern you.
Oh God dang it!
Stand with me.
Mind the damage.
Oh, I did a mistake?
Fallen leaves.
Oh, well.
Adorn my night into the wind. Spring forth. Cascade.
I'll settle this. This way.
Wait, what? It seems like I can't do anything against the shield.
Huh? Why can't we
managed to avert countless crises before. Your good fortune was bound to end sooner or later. It's time you realize how weak and powerless you really are.
I still must find my sister, but you did find her. She didn't want to come with you. My journey will not end here.
Your sister.
What?
Oh, pitiful traveler. Are you really so ignorant? Or are you just living in complete denial?
I didn't say anything about my sister. I said my journey is not going to end here. What the f— Come on, even make my dialogue choice matter a little bit.
Her Highness has long since forsaken you. Your meager existence in her eyes is that of an annoying bug, only to be stepped upon. The bonds of love and family which drive you to find your sibling are utterly gone. Your journey is meaningless. But don't you fret now. Today will be your last. Now die!
Okay. Hello? Yep, tripping balls. What was that just now? Feels like I was just dreaming for a moment there, but I can't remember what I saw. And yet we still found Primo Gems!
What do we do? We haven't seen Hypatia anywhere out here. Oh, there she is! Quick, let's see how she's doing.
But didn't we—
So sweet.
Oh god.
Well, the good news is that she's still conscious. Hey, why'd you drop her food on the floor like that?
Kinda zoned out for a second. I have the Oh god, that looks so weird. What is this? Why does this look so weird? That looks like it dropped the food. God, is that some kind of— Oh god, they should really look at Final Fantasy 15 how to make tasty food textures, you know?
Are you okay? That's really not like you.
She wasn't even with me.
Anyways, we can talk about this later. We better make sure she's alright first. Whoa! Wait a sec. Look at all this fruit lying around her. We can put that to good use.
Why is— This looks humongous.
Who is there? Tainari, is that you?
No, not quite.
Huh?
It's okay. You can relax, Hypatia. Tainari sent us here to bring you some food and water. Here, we have a letter that he asked us to give you.
I see. So, you're friends of Tainari. I apologize for all the trouble I've caused you. I'm grateful that you came so quickly to save me. You even brought all this fruit.
Nope, that weren't us, or wasn't us.
Well, actually, we didn't bring the fruit. It was already here when we arrived. We were kind of wondering about that, actually. When we found you here, there was all this fruit lying around and even some juice dripping from your lips. How did you end up like this anyway?
Oh, really? I seem to understand now. All the fruit was likely from my, neighbor. Must have come by and saw me like this.
The plant creature?
Your neighbor? You mean there's someone else living nearby?
Kind of like a cabbage?
Oh? So you're able to see them too?
Yeah, I'm tripping out hard.
Wait, hold on a second, Traveler. You say that before we arrived, you saw some mysterious creature and suddenly had a strange dream? Isn't that a little too crazy to believe?
Really? After all that has happened to us, you still think that's the most crazy that happened?
No, I actually do believe what the traveler is saying. I myself had a similar experience once before and ended up scaring my timid little neighbor here. You needn't worry. They mean you no harm. They only dragged you into the dream because they hoped to buy themselves a little time in order to scurry away.
Wait, what? Dragged in the dream?
So, Hypatia, just what kind of creature is your neighbor exactly?
I'm not sure what it's called, to be honest. But I do know that they have some sort of deeper connection with the Archon. I know this because the first time I saw them was also the exact day my consciousness was able to form a connection with Irminsul.
Impeccable camera work.
Even after I opened my eyes and stopped meditating, my heart was still pounding, and my mind was racing with all the knowledge that I had touched. And at that very moment, I suddenly noticed a small figure at the opening of the cave. In my curiosity, I began to walk over to the creature. They must have already been used to me living in the cave, because they didn't seem to mind me approaching them. They just kept doing whatever they were up to. It wasn't until I crouched down next to them that they suddenly realized that I could see them.
Oh, and then?
And then I had a dream. By the time I came to, they were nowhere to be seen. I was convinced they'd never show up again. But sure enough, I saw them nearby a few days later, and they weren't alone. I feel like they aren't as afraid of me as the first time I approached them, but I never would have expected them to save me.
Sounds like a great neighbor.
Yes, no doubt about that. By the way, Tighnari mentioned in his letter that you had questions for me regarding Irminsul.
A curious sound.
Sorry about that. Sounds like just drinking juice still isn't quite enough for my stomach.
Well, if somebody hadn't dropped the food earlier... Anyway, looks like we'll need to prepare something ourselves. Besides, Paimon's getting hungry too. Let's eat first and talk about Irminsul later.
Yep, I'm getting hungry too, so I will continue this another time.
Alright, we're up, Traveler. Today's menu will feature Sweet Madame and a radish veggie soup. You'll love them, Hypatia. They're our specialties after all.
Let me guess, she's a vegan. God, no. I don't want to stoop to this level, but I already have, I guess.
Sounds good. I've never tried any dishes from other nations before. I certainly look forward to it. It's been so long since I've had a decent meal, too. To be honest, the last time had to be when Tighnari came to visit.
Alright. So, time for a break. Okay, good. Very nice.
All done! Let's use the empty box that Tighnari gave us since we already watched it.
Why is the fire so low quality all of a sudden?
Oh, it smells amazing! And the box is a nice touch too! Let's go serve this up and start eating with Hypatia!
No, I can't, okay. Wait, but I was too curious about this one. Oh.
Propagate!
Propagate.
Are you already finished cooking? Mmm, smells delectable. I'm truly thankful whenever I can enjoy a proper meal like this. Cooking really isn't my forte.
Yes. Oh god. Boop. Boop. Ah, yes.
Even though everything you mentioned was in Tainari's letter, it's still hard to believe you were able to connect with Irminsul immediately after smelling Spiritborn eel for the first time.
Yeah, I'm special like that. I get high really easily.
It took me nearly 3 years before I could do so. And everyone at the academia even lauded me as a genius.
Oh boy. Well, that is kind of interesting about hard work and talent. Jeez. Or inherited alignment? I don't know how to say it.
You should know that some researchers spent their entire lives without ever successfully connecting with Irminsul as you have.
They really try to drive the point home. You are special, little snowflake.
So why does this incense allow people to connect to Irminsul?
The ingredients used to make Spiritborn ale primarily consist of plants created by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. These special ingredients are conducive to heightening our senses to the Dendro Archon's power. Since the root of the Dendro Archon's power lies within Irminsul, we can occasionally tap into her powers to peer into the depths of the earth.
You lost me there.
That's all right. I'm sure you'll come to a clearer understanding as you remain in Sumeru.
Makes sense. But Paimon's got a question. Why was he sensitive to the smell of those plants for such a long time?
That was primarily due to his body's unique constitution. Stimulated by the incense, he could perceive the Dendro Archon's power and experienced a sensory overload, hence the adverse reactions.
Huh?
Taking in any scent similar to the ingredients of Spiritborn ale would cause adverse effects. Not to worry though, it appears you've already fully recovered. Technically, your body should still be sensitive to the powers of the Dendro Archon, but unless you're using intentional meditation techniques, the scent of Spiritborn ale should no longer trigger such reactions.
Whew. Well, that's a relief.
I must admit, I am quite envious of your abilities. Even if it meant suffering from pounding headaches for the rest of my life, I'd consider it worthwhile so long as I could connect with Irminsul at will.
Whoa, you're really serious about this whole thing, aren't you?
I am a researcher after all. As a member of the Ritaoist Archon at the Academia, my main area of research is the stars and their connection to the fate of living beings. But there is still so much we don't know, especially regarding the mysteries that lie in the starry skies. Which is why I must turn to the all-knowing Irminsul for answers. If only my perception wasn't so limited. Unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that my every attempt to attune with Irminsul will be successful, or that doing so will leave my consciousness intact. I am currently in the stage of training known as Satyavada life. Many researchers in Sumeru have lost their minds while seeking to attune with Irminsul during this stage. Sages have said that Irminsul contains divine knowledge, and touching such knowledge without the proper preparations and abilities will only lead to one's mind caving in on itself.
Oh boy.
That's why we meditate alone. We need to ensure that our minds will be calm while minimizing the possibility of involving anyone else.
Whoa, so knowledge from Irminsul can be super dangerous. Aren't you afraid of the risks, Hypatia?
Of course I do. Especially during nights that are pitch black with no moonlight, and dead silent without even the sound of insects. However, I've been feeling better as of late. I don't get as scared anymore knowing that I have a little neighbor living nearby. I believe that being able to see them is a sort of blessing from the Dendro Archon. But what's strangest of all is that they're clearly an envoy of the God of Wisdom herself. and they have the curious power to make people dream.
What's so strange about that? It doesn't sound so out of place for a divine being, does it?
They make people dream? You mean they make people tripping out? Hard.
Well, it's strange because nearly nobody in Sumeru can ever dream.
Wait, what?
Huh. Is that true?
Yes, well, to an extent. Only children can dream in Sumeru. Adults, however, never do.
Huh? That is odd.
The sages say that wisdom implies rationality, but that which occurs in dreams is often neither rational nor logical.
The Aranara? Who are the Aranara? Was a big chaotic mess.
Yes, if one struggles with anxieties, those emotions could influence their dreams. The fact that the people of Sumeru do not have dreams is seen as a blessing by the sages. They believe that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, the god of wisdom, is keeping us away from the foolish delusions you encounter in your sleep.
What?
I was born into a family of scholars in Sumeru City. Ever since I was a child, my parents would always tell me that I'll know I've grown up once I stop dreaming. I studied hard, enrolled as a student in the academia, and went on to become a researcher. Sure enough, I never dreamed again. But then, on the day I scared the little Aranara, I suddenly saw a dream again. It was incredible. Though I don't exactly remember what I saw, I clearly recall the feeling. I suddenly felt like I was a child again.
Isn't that nice?
Back then, I was foolish and ignorant as any youth would be, but I was free of fear. Maybe dreaming isn't as bad as we've made it out to be.
Huh?
Just be sure not to speak of this if you travel to Sumeru City. They'll look at you as if you've lost your mind.
Oh, I am sure to mention it if the possibility arrives.
So, do you have any thoughts about the things he saw when he connected with Irminsul?
Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have any answers as of now. All I can say is that what you saw is a memory contained within Irminsul itself. World forget me. What could that possibly mean?
The world is supposed to forget him, or the world has forgotten him? Or her? I don't know.
If only I could ascend past Satyavada life and begin Paripurna life. I might have some more answers for you.
God, those words.
If you two are ever in the area again, please be sure to come and see me.
Wish you luck in your endeavors. Will this be a daily thing until it resolves? And by daily I mean I have to come back every 24 hours?
There's no need to be thanking me. You two are my saviors. Besides, I'm already looking forward to tasting some more of your cooking.
Sleeping again.
Now that we know Hypatia is alright and had the chance to ask her some questions, Paimon thinks it's about time to head back to Gandharvaville.
Gandharvaville. Hello.
Heading out, I see? If there's anything else you'd ever like to ask about, you know where to find me. Even though that little neighbor of mine was able to induce a state of dreaming, I doubt they were able to control the actual contents of the dream. The end of your dream seemed quite terrifying. Perhaps there's something that's troubling you deep inside?
Yeah, that this game will never end. And that it will take yet another year before the next thing comes out.
Not to worry, though. I'm sure you'll be able to handle whatever comes your way in the real world.
Yeah, about that.
As someone from Sumeru who cannot dream, I needn't ever worry about nightmares. But lately, I've started to feel that I'm somehow missing something without dreams. It's a little hard to explain. Heading out, I see? If there's anything else you'd ever like to... Sumeru researchers use Spiritborn Ale to assist them in connecting with Irminsul to extract knowledge from it. Though the process can be risky, we believe that the knowledge gained is worth it. Unfortunately, I cannot help you understand your dream. At least not yet. I'm still learning how to tune to the depths of Irminsul myself. I hope that I'll be able to ascend past Satyavada life and gain deeper insights. Heading out, I see? If there's anything else you'd ever like to ask about, I've heard local children here in the rainforest speaking of fairy-like creatures. But I'm from Sumeru City, and have never heard of such things when I was a child. Perhaps this is because I had a very strict upbringing. My parents would seldom allow me to play with other children. I doubt they'd ever believe me if I told them about my little neighbor out here. And speaking of my little neighbor, I think they can somehow sense when Tighnari is coming to visit me. I've noticed on several occasions that as they're playing under the trees, they'll suddenly tense up and scamper away for no apparent reason. Shortly after they do this, Tighnari always shows up here. Perhaps I should ask Tighnari about this the next time I see him.
Yeah, tell him about your little plant friends.
Heading out, I see? If there's anything else you'd ever
All
like
right,
to take
goodbye.
care. Do remember to come visit anytime you're in the area. I would be happy to chat with you.
Bye-bye. I am off. I think. But let me do the thing. Attune me. Yeah! Woo! Almost like Speed.
Think about it, Tighnari. Refusing to join is tantamount to burying your head in the sand. I understand that you're a forest watcher and that it's your duty to combat the effects of withering zones. But isn't it evident that such work is not a lasting solution to the problem? As Sage Kage clearly stated, your presence and guidance in Sumeru City is pivotal in finding a cure for Irminsul. How could you possibly refuse?
Keep your emotions in check, Ghulam. Let's at least listen to Tighnari's reason for declining. We're here to invite him to the Academia, not to cause a scene.
Sage Kage, I am truly honored that you came here in person, but I'm afraid I must still decline your invitation. I am merely a forest watcher. How could the great minds of the Haravatat have any need of someone like me?
Well, it turns out that your refusal letter had some implications on your master's reputation. He is a renowned sage of the Immorta, after all. So now I've come here in his stead.
I see. Huh. And I figured that given his temper, he would come here and berate me personally.
Tighnari, your master is an integral part of this effort, and now he requires your assistance.
And what exactly does my master need of me, Sage Kage?
You'll know once you've arrived in Sumeru City, that is.
And how long will I be required to stay?
There's no definite answer as of now.
Do you mean to tell me that despite coming all the way here to Gandharvaville, you still can't answer the questions I laid out in the letter to my master? If that's the case, then I'm afraid I cannot give you a definite answer either.
Tighnari, but you...
No, there is no but. If he can't return whenever he wants, or if there's nothing concrete, who would be stupid enough to accept something like that?
So be it. Come, Ghulam, we're leaving.
Wait, they didn't recognize me?
Tighnari, what was that all about?
It's nothing. Some people from the Academia wanted me to go to Sumeru City to assist them with a project, but I had to refuse on account of all my responsibilities here. But all that can wait. How did things go with Hypatia?
It was quite the eventful trip, but the main thing is that she's safe and sound. She answered a bunch of questions for us, too.
Very good. Now that the traveler has made a full recovery, there shouldn't be any reason for you to tarry here longer. I assume you will be heading to Sumeru City, correct?
That's right. We want to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali and ask her for advice. Do you have any idea on how we can find her?
Sorry. I'm afraid I don't have any advice for you there.
Well, do you at least know anyone we can try asking in Sumeru City?
Let me think. my trips to Sumeru City have been fairly short, and most of my acquaintances are researchers. How about this? I'll write you a letter of introduction that you can give to a researcher I know. He's from the Amorta Darshan and is adept at gathering information. Asking him might prove worthwhile. Also, when you enter Sumeru City, you'll probably end up receiving something like this item here. I'm not sure if it will ever come in handy for you, but maybe you can give it a try.
Oh? What is it?
It's called an Akasha Terminal. It's a tool produced by the Academia that utilizes the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Some say that this very item is the basis of Sumeru's reputation as the City of Wisdom.
Oh, please don't let it be another gadget without them introducing a way to switch fast between gadgets.
Needless to say, this device and its usage fall under the Academia's expertise, so I'll leave it to them to show you how to use it.
Great! Next up, Sumeru City! But wait, before that...
Need to say goodbye to Kalei.
That's right! Tainari, we have something important to say to Kale before we leave. Is she doing better now?
Yes, she's doing much better. After being confined to her bed all this time, I thought a little walk would do her some good. Last I saw her, she was taking the path towards the North Crossing. She knew you two would be leaving soon, so she must have wanted to see you off.
Thanks, Tainari. All right, let's go!
Farewell, and good luck to you both.
I'll have to grab a drink with Flame Mane when I'm back in the city.
There, look, a tanned NPC. Clear sports problem. How do they expect to understand what they're saying? What? Who are you? From the elements? Need a bodyguard? What? Oh, I'm really strong. Talk about braggart. Strong enough to survive the rainforest. Over there who can't afford to hire anyone, just wanders around crowded places. Huh? Flame Mane. Oh, Flame Mane is probably the... Oh, Flame Mane is probably one of the new characters that were introduced. It's the hot one with the belly showing and the cool lion head do that has long hairish. But she's a claymore user, so it's really hard to say if I want her or not, since it depends on what ability she brings to the table.
I've been waiting for you two. Never mind. I guess I should just wish you two a safe and successful journey.
Thanks for waiting here just to see us off, Kale. We're headed to Sumeru City.
Well, please take care of yourself.
Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. My condition won't be getting in the way of my duties. I want to be a forest ranger after all. It's up to me and the others to protect the rainforest here.
Well, there's at least an in-law reason why she is only a foster.
And, I'm sorry. I should have told you both about my condition when we first met. I just wanted you two to treat me as a normal friend, not some girl that needs your sympathy. But I guess now I understand that the most important thing is for friends to be genuine with one another.
There's no need to apologize, Kale. We should be thanking you for trusting us enough to be your friends and sharing your past with us. We're probably still gonna worry about your condition, but that's because we're friends and we care about you.
Thank you. That means a lot. Before you leave, I have something for you.
Oh? What is it?
It's my recipe for pita pockets. I told you that I'd give you a copy, remember? My handwriting is a little, messy, so please don't laugh.
Yay! Thanks, Kale. Now we can eat those scrumptious little pitas whenever and wherever we like.
I hope that whenever you eat them, you'll both remember your time here in Gandharvaville.
Of course we will. All the hour it lasted.
Well then, I trainee Forest Ranger Kale, bid you both farewell. Please visit Gandharville again. The Rangers will always be ready to assist you here.
What is this? Wait, it's a quadruple thing again. Nice. Whatever that is good for in the end. Oh, that is quite a ways out. Well, time to get climbing. Heat and other factors makes me not enjoy this as much as I should, but I also want to progress for other reasons, so I don't know. So between this and the last recording were approximately 6 to 7 hours, which I haven't even played Genshin most of the time in, I think. And I got sidetracked by a side quest that I thought was short, but in reality it was pretty long, and it is still not over. But I got bored of it because, guess what? It had no voice acting. Great! An elaborate, huge side quest with cutscenes, but no voice acting. Even now, after this new update. I mean, I'm sorry, I just can't understand why they keep doing that. Is it just that people don't care that much, or is it because they deliberately want to save on certain costs? And why do they make the side quest? I mean, I really lose a lot of motivation and attention if it's not voiced, since if it's not voiced, I don't deem it as important as other stuff, even though it seems to be kind of important at some point, but not to the overall plot, which is... what the... oh, okay. So, I have no idea. In any case, we are at the main city of Sumeru. My side quest was supposedly helping me getting here, but it completely threw me off track. I don't know, I mean, they don't let the traveler talk, and they don't even let other characters talk in elaborate side quests. I feel like I mean, this is why I love The Witcher 3 so freaking much. I mean, Genshin is currently the most expensive game ever made, but they can't even, when it comes to the budget they put aside for main and side story is lower. It seems like the one for The Witcher 3, where every little thing is voice acted. Every single little thing in this approximately 60-90 hour experience that is The Witcher, if you have everything. And everything is voiced there. Even the littlest side quests that are a huge adventure on their own are all voice acted. And to top it off, they also can have different endings. Not that they impact all that much, but they are all voiced and they all go off of what you decided in the previous thing. I know this is not realistic for Genshin, but the minimum I can expect from the most expensive game developed so far is voice acting in side quests. Right? I feel like Witcher 3 really put the bar up high, and Genshin for the most part can keep the bar, but they totally drop the ball when it comes to side quests to me. I don't know if I find this more annoying than that we can't have artifact preset things where we can just switch about artifacts really fast and don't need to do it for every single character. I don't know, that's just me being nitpicky, I suppose. Well, here we go, enough ranting, off to whatever happens now. What is that?
Sumeru City! We finally made it! Oh, did you see that? When those people entered the city, something on their heads lit up.
Yeah, it seems like they have some of them Bluetooth earpieces to communicate with the one in there.
One moment, please, you two. It appears this is your first time visiting Sumeru City.
I mean, yeah?
Oh, Oh, yeah, that's right. But how did you know that?
We ain't having one of them fancy earpieces, I presume.
Because there's currently no information on either of you in the Akasha.
And how do you know that?
But no need to worry, that won't prevent you from entering the city. In fact, the Academia conveniently provides each traveler to Sumeru City with a device. Perhaps you too have heard of the Akasha before. It's our beloved Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's lasting legacy, a treasure trove of collected knowledge. After centuries of tireless research on the Akasha, the Academia created one of its most ingenious inventions, the Akasha Terminal. As long as you are within Sumeru's borders, you may use an Akasha Terminal to connect directly to the Akasha and access any knowledge you need.
Huh?
I should mention that due to technical limitations, the operation of Akasha terminals will be much smoother and more effective in large cities such as Sumeru City and Port Ormos.
Oh, so this is the thing that Tainari was telling us about. It sounds pretty amazing.
I already forgot. When did he tell us about that?
You two are quite fortunate. Until recently, it was standard practice to only issue Akasha terminals to outlanders who spent an extended amount of time in Sumeru. However, this policy was recently changed, and now all travelers are issued one upon arrival.
Isn't that kinda dangerous considering the Fatuis? And, you know, the other evil ones who would abuse the knowledge they gather from here? Ever thought of that? What I have the feeling this is what's going to happen.
Here are your Akasha terminals. Please handle them with care.
Wait, usually a terminal is kind of a huge thing, so the Akasha terminals are actually these weird earpieces?
It kind of looks like a leash.
To activate it, simply hold it in your hand and say the following phrase to yourself. May the mighty God bless us with their voice of wisdom.
Ah, dang it! I can't talk! Did I not mention that?
Oh, since this little doodad lets you access knowledge, maybe we can use it to find a way to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali. Let's give it a try.
Or you could have just asked him.
May the mighty God bless us with their voice of wisdom.
Wait, isn't that just like Siri or how's the Google version called? This is basically Siri, OK Google, or Cortana. Whoa, sci-fi.
Whoa. Just now, something clicked, and Paimon suddenly knew how to use this thing. It seems all we need to do is concentrate on what we want to know, and bam! You get it. Oh, that'll come in real handy.
Okay. This feels a little creepy. But this is augmented reality.
Exactly. That is the power of the Akasha.
This seems to be quite dangerous technology to just hand out to strangers. And at the same time, we wouldn't get this for free in our world. We have to pay big money for shit like that.
And with that, let me officially welcome you both to Sumeru City. May the wisdom of the Dendro Archon always be your guide.
Okay, now that we're in, we can check the Akasha about Lesser Lord Kusanali. Let Paimon try. 500 years ago, the sages found a newly born deity from within some scorched ruins. The deity now resides in the sanctuary of Surasthana. Seems pretty similar to what Kali was telling us. Okay, next, let's concentrate on asking how to meet her. Paimon doesn't sense anything. The Akasha didn't respond to Paimon's question.
Aww. I mean, that would have been too easy if we could get to the deity so easily, would it?
Oh, come on! Focusing on this question feels like when you have something you're trying to remember and it's on the tip of your tongue, but you just can't think of it. Paimon's brain is exhausted.
Try asking Akasha something else.
Oh, smart idea. But what are you going to ask it?
Why doesn't the Akasha answer my question? With the Lord Kusanali. Yeah! But there wasn't really anything that I didn't already know. Okay.
You too? Well, glad it's not just Paimon.
Maybe Greater Lord Rukatavaha. Okay. Feelings of affection, intimacy, nostalgia, sentiment also come to my mind. Okay.
Uh-oh. Paimon's getting all teary-eyed all of a sudden. It feels like the people of Sumeru really miss their Archon.
Why doesn't the Akasha answer my question?
Huh. Could it be because we're Outlanders and we've only just arrived in Sumeru? You know, maybe we're not qualified to receive an answer to this sort of question or something.
Oh, this is how they time gated.
Well, seems no matter which way we try, we can't find anything that'll lead us to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Guess our only choice now is to try meeting with the researcher that Tainari recommended. He's from Sumeru and even has a position in the academia. Maybe he'll be able to access more info from the Akasha. Let's see. Tainari wrote an address on the letter's envelope. Oh, it's not far from the city's gate.
Oh, how convenient.
Have a look. Hopefully he's at home.
It is really just a short trip.
Hello, are you Rohawi?
You could check with your thing.
Yes, that's me. Can I help you?
Great! You see, Tainari sent us here and...
What? Tainari? Please, there's no need to say anything, really. Sure, I admit that the article I published last month wasn't my best work, and maybe the data didn't produce the most convincing results, but...
We're not here to discuss academics.
Here! This is a letter from Tainari!
Oh, let me see... Oh! Ooh, what a relief. You two nearly scared the life out of me. So, you two just have some questions for me?
Why were you so scared? You must have done something really terrible.
Seems even Tainari acknowledges my innate ability for procuring information. So, what is it you two would like to know?
We want to meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali. Do you know a way we can do that?
You mean you want to meet the Dendro Archon herself? This isn't exactly my area of expertise, but let me see what I can find in the Akasha. Sorry, the Akasha didn't respond to my query.
And you are a native.
What? You too? But what about your abilities for getting information and all that? Paimon was sure you'd be able to access more info than we did.
Well, as I said, this isn't my area of expertise. I am but a lowly researcher, so the Akasha doesn't see a need for me to know more about the Dendro Archon. All I know is that ever since Lesser Lord Kusanali returned to Sumeru, she's never left the Sanctuary of Sorasthana or made a public appearance.
Well, then let's break in!
Huh. Didn't expect her to be such a mysterious figure.
The Dendro Archon is somewhat of a recluse. Perhaps she just doesn't want to entertain visitors, which would explain the lack of information in the Akasha.
But then what can we do?
No need to worry just yet. I'm only hypothesizing here. You could certainly try asking around and see if anyone else has ideas. And besides, you two should consider the bright side of things. Not being able to see Lesser Lord Kusanali may not be a bad thing.
Why? They are the whole reason we're here.
In this world, there will always be information you cannot obtain from the Akasha and things you can never accomplish. Knowing when to yield is a form of wisdom. Take me, for example. It's a miracle if my brain cells can spit out one paper every 3 years. But Tainari? That guy can publish 3 papers in just a single year.
Okay. Thanks for your advice.
Don't mention it. If you two ever want information about things like who's been promoted within the academia or relations between the 6 great sages, come find me.
So by area of expertise?
Hey, come on! This is a survival skill at the academia.
Is it?
Oh, Paimon's expectations were pretty low, but this is so low, it's like digging holes in the dirt. So what do we do now? Even if we want to talk to someone, we don't know anybody here.
There's still one other person we know?
Huh? Like who?
Ad Astra Abysak.
Oh,
Apple
you're
Piece.
right. Catherine! The Adventurers Guild has its own intel network. Let's hurry and find her.
Ad Astra Applesauce. Yay, I can put my conditions to Sumeru now. Even though I haven't fully done the other commissions. Oh, 5 primos here. Hello.
Ad Astra Abyssask. Hello, Traveler in Paimon.
Ad Astra Applesauce. I don't know why this is funny to me. I just read it so much in the forums and other stuff.
Catherine, we need your help with something.
Understood. The Adventurers Guild is always ready to serve you. With what do you require assistance?
We want to meet with Lesser Lord Kusanali. Do you know a way we can do that?
You two wish to meet with Sumeru's Archon. Understood. Please wait.
What?
I apologize, but I am unable to call up any relevant information in the Akasha. I'm also unable to locate any pertinent information in my personal memory.
Aww.
Aww, another dead end. Well, if Catherine can't help us, then we really don't know anyone else to ask now.
Please do not worry. I may know of someone who can help you two.
Of course. Someone has to advance the plot.
In Sumeru, the Adventurers Guild does not serve as the vanguard of information. Rather, there are numerous active mercenary groups collectively known as the Eremites.
Why is the texture so low resolution in Catherine's background? That is kinda shite? I don't know, it's weird. Why would it be so low resolution? Even from afar. If it would be up close, that's something that usually happens, but not from this far away.
They take on various contracts and work all across Sumeru, so they naturally accrue intelligence.
And now it's high resolution. What is that? If you zoom, come on, please give the PC version at least the power to have a level of detail higher than a smartphone.
An Eremite brigade called the Corps of 30 is in charge of Sumeru City's defenses. Not only are they the oldest brigade, but they are responsible for managing and coordinating the affairs of all other mercenary brigades.
Corps of 30? What a weird name.
It's almost like Alibaba and the 30 Thieves or something. Was that the English title? I don't know, I just know the translation of the German title in English, but not if it's the official title in English too.
Supposedly, they are named as such because their ranks numbered 30 at their inception. Asfand, an advisor with the Corps of 30, maintains good relations with the Adventurers Guild. Though he's already retired, he and his words carry great weight within mercenary circles. If you'd like to get in contact with him, you can find him at the Corps of 30's headquarters, the Citadel of Rexar.
I just wanna put a key in your neck hole and see what happens if I twist it. Maybe a head will just pop off or something. Maybe it's just a maintenance log. Thank you.
You're welcome. I wish you two the best of luck. We look forward to your exploits in Sumeru.
Me too.
Alright, off to the Citadel of Racer we go!
Yes. How far is it? Everything is so new. I have to go on a leisurely stroll here at some point. Oh, but for now... I was looking for you.
Welcome. The Adventurers Guild told me to expect you two.
It's nice to meet you, Osfond. We'd like to ask you about something.
I see. So, Catherine's the one who sent you this way. Ha! It's true that the Eremites' network is vast, but even I can't help you meet the Dendro Archon.
No.
Wait, seriously? That's it?
Afraid so. The Eremites aren't terribly religious, so we don't know much about divinities. As far as the Akasha goes, we can access even less than you. We originally came from the desert. The gods there died off long ago. Since those days, we've used our own two hands to carve out a living. We don't beg gods for their aid. It isn't just us, though. If you ask me, I think most in Sumeru aren't interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Okay, that's a new one.
Oh? Why's that?
Just take the Academia, for example. They're the ones who truly rule Sumeru. Although they believe in gods, most of them only care for the late Greater Lord Rugadavada.
I knew it was kind of mean that they called the new Archon Lesser Lord.
In their eyes, she was the one who founded Sumeru and gifted us with the Akasha. Lesser Lord Kusanali just happened to inherit her legacy.
I mean, from what we heard so far, it seems like she's been an orphan. But how did they even reckon that she's the new Archon? What tipped them off that she is basically the new one when she was found in a house that was burning down?
Because of the Academia's influence, most citizens are more familiar with Greater Lord Rugadavada and hold her in greater esteem. Not to mention that Lesser Lord Kusanali never makes an appearance, and the Academia never announces anything about her. As far as the people of Sumeru are concerned, she's just a god that exists. And that's all.
I mean, we already know God is kind of a stretch, considering I played with all of them so far, and, you know, they're not as strong as they used to be in the Archon War. I mean, it makes sense for Venti because he lost his noses, and Zhongli doesn't have his noses anymore. Widen Shogun doesn't have her noses, but that doesn't seem to be even that important, and she didn't have it to begin with, so she was stronger than anyone regardless. Of course it is always a case of the boss when he fights you, the boss after he joins your party. That's basically also true for Genshin at this point.
Really? Aw. After hearing all of that, Paimon sort of feels bad for Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Ha! But who knows? We're all just guessing when it comes down to it. Besides, I'm sure the God of Wisdom doesn't worry about her reputation among people like us.
I think she just doesn't want to face us because she thinks she's not liked. I mean, she's just human too, even if she is considered a god.
Alright, well, thanks for the info, Osfond.
No problem. Always happy to help out the Adventurers Guild.
Okay, we got teleported.
Seems Osfond was right about most people's attitudes here. Not only are they not interested in the Dendro Archon, they even say stuff like, if the Akasha doesn't think I should know, then I don't need to know about it.
I feel like maybe she is the one that restricted the Akasha to begin with. Or someone... No, wait! Maybe there's someone like a Grand Vizier or something that restricts everything about her, and she wants to meet people, but they don't let her, and but she's kept in the dark that nobody can get information about her. You know? I feel like it always has to be I have the feeling it always has to be an evil plot at this point.
We've been asking for information non-stop ever since we got to Sumeru. But the harder we try, the more helpless everything seems.
Why are we not just going directly to the sanctuary and ask there? What's the problem with that? I mean, they know about our reputation. I mean, we fought a dragon. We felt one of the old gods. We fought one of the newer gods. And have beaten her several times. And now we're here. I mean, that must get us an audience.
Isn't there at least one person in this entire city who cares about Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Oh, you two are interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Of course, mysterious lady.
Huh? Who are you?
From the sound of it, you two are Outlanders who recently arrived here. You've been asking around for information on Lesser Lord Kusanali, right?
What's happened with your hands?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Dunyarzad, one of Lesser Lord Kusanali's faithful followers.
Whoa, really? Then do you know how we can meet with her?
I'm afraid I can't help you with that. But your conversation earlier did happen to remind me of a legend about the Dendro Archon.
I mean, tell us the legend?
Sure. It goes like this. Long, long ago, there was a man who heard a prophecy. It predicted that a great calamity was about to befall him. Panicked by what he heard, the man sought out the Dendro Archon in hopes that she would bless him with the wisdom to help him escape his predicament. The man journeyed across deserts and through rainforests and experienced tribulations of every kind. However, he still couldn't find any trace of the Dendro Archon. In despair, he thought, alas, the Archon has abandoned me. He then had no choice but to sorrowfully resign to his fate.
Okay, and then what happened?
He died.
And then, the calamity came. But to his own surprise, the man felt somehow emboldened by the trials of his journey. By relying on his own strength, he managed to overcome the adversity.
Oh, okay, that's good.
At that moment, a bird perched upon his shoulder. This bird was, in fact, an avatar of the Dendro Archon. She said, "O Archon Seeker, do you now understand? She and her wisdom have long been found by you. Along your journey, we were in every flower and blade of grass, every ray of sparkling sun, and every breath of dancing wind. So long as you continue to think and ponder, we'll be wherever you go."
Wait, didn't we already hear the voice of the Dendro Archon in the Apple Archipelago?
Yeah, thanks for the story! Paimon feels all warm and fuzzy inside after that.
In a way. It seems like this story is also one of the Dendro Archon's avatars.
Dunyarzad, since you worship Lesser Lord Kusanali, can you tell us anything else about her?
Of course. So did you two know that, I'm terribly sorry, but it seems something's come up now. Let's chat another day.
Okay.
Hey, wait! What the heck just happened?
The Mafia. Do with those people over there.
It looks like they're someone. Dunyarzad was acting super nervous just now. You think they're looking for her? Ugh, this stinks! We finally managed to find a lead about Lesser Lord Kusanali! We can't let them get in the way now. Let's see if we can get rid of them. Then we can catch up with Dunyarzad.
Yeah, let's start a fight in the middle of the city.
Hey, have you two seen a brown-haired girl wearing a purple top and a long blue dress? We're looking for her.
And why might that be?
Did she have bandages wrapped around her wrists?
Yes, that's her. Did you see which direction she went?
Yeah, she went that way.
Quick, after her.
Tja. Oh, we lied to you.
That should keep him busy for a while. Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad.
I don't think they will appreciate that. Hello!
Strange. Where'd she go? She couldn't have made it far.
There's no way we can return to the Master and Mistress empty-handed. I'll ask around again.
Okay. The music reminds me more of Aladdin. And less about, you know, a rainforest. And more about... This music fits deserts better than anything. And not so much this, I feel. I don't know why.
There you are, Dunyarzad. We thought you might have been long gone by now.
Oh, it's you two. Oh, you startled me there.
You can relax now. We threw those people looking for you off the trail.
Really? Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I believe there's still more of them out there looking for me. Uh-oh, looks like there's some coming this way.
Huh? More of them? Then what are we standing here for? Run!
I mean, we don't even know what she did. She could be a criminal or a mass murderer or something.
No, wait, my body isn't in the best shape. It's difficult for me to run.
Okay, let's find some place to hide.
Okay, sounds good. There's a tavern on the other side of the port we can go to. They probably wouldn't expect me to hide in a place like that.
Alright, let's move out. Stay behind us. We'll keep an eye out for anyone looking for you.
Oh no, it's another stealth section! Oh boy.
So ridiculously over-designed.
Or is it? No? Please, don't let it be a stealth section. I hate them. Oh, okay, no stealth section. Perfect.
We made it. Oh, they shouldn't be able to find us now. Wait, stand down, Dia.
Oh! Why do I have the feeling she's some kind of princess who is, well, running away? Well, now I at least know this seems to be her real arm, since they're still... Or is it? Is it a gauntlet or not? I feel like she's some kind of a runaway princess who is way into the Archon.
My lady, who are these two?
She looks so cool. I really hope her gameplay is fun and not shite. Claymore users tend to be a hit or miss. The last good Claymore user, I think, was Ido. I really hope she will be fun to use, but maybe she... But then again, if she's not fun to use, then she's nice to look at, and then I don't need to pull for her anyway. I mean, I heard already rumors that she seems to be the 5-star version of Zhangling. While Yelan is of course the 5-star version of Xinqiu. But, you know, some things are being a little different, but the main thing being the same. So, I don't know. I hope she's not, but I actually want a pyro DPS. I mean, I have Diluc, but I want another one that can infuse I want a pyro DPS that is like Ayaka, that can permanently keep the infusion up. But that will probably take a long time for having something like that. I mean, Ayato was the closest version for a Hydro DPS that can infuse his weapon, but he can infuse his weapon at will. So he's not quite what the Ayaka is, but I like the Ayato because sword. In any case.
They're travelers that I met on the street just a moment ago. They happened to notice that you were all searching for me, so they helped me hide.
I see. In that case, you two should scram. There's nothing here for you.
You could be a little bit more polite, you know?
Wait a sec! Who the heck are you? And why are you shooing us away?
I'm Miss Dunyarzad's bodyguard, here to see that she returns home safe and sound.
But she doesn't seem to want to go home.
My lady, let's get going. You've been gone for so long that your parents are worrying themselves sick.
And if I refuse to go with you?
It'd be easier for the both of us if you cooperated. But if you insist on not going, then I'll have to carry you like a sack of potatoes.
You know, I could just beat you up, if you prefer.
Hey! Dunyarzad already said she doesn't want to go back. Why are you still pushing her?
Stay out of this. You don't understand the situation.
The situation is someone is hurt, doesn't want to go back because it seems like it's an abusive kind of situation, and you are forcing her because you are just a hired weapon.
Sorry, my lady. Even though I'm your bodyguard, your parents are my employers. I have to answer to them.
How much?
Wait, what?
How much more do I have to pay you to become your employer? So you never listen to my parents ever again. Double? A triple? Give me some time and I'll get that much.
My lady, this isn't about Mora. I don't know what you think of us Eremites, but let me say this. I like Mora, but I'll never go against my principles.
And that is to force someone who's frightened and doesn't want to go where you want her to go, to throw them back and basically annihilate their freedom over your principles that seem to be not that... I mean, I don't know. You sound nice and you seem to have some kind of code, but it seems like that won't fly. You know what I really want to see? That you can actually fight other main characters. But that would open up the door for a PvP-like scenario, I guess.
That's why I'm here looking for you. Sure, it's an order from my employer, but my conscience was also telling me it's the right thing to do.
Okay. How about she tells us why she doesn't want to go back, and then I decide if she's going back or not.
And knowing your health, carelessly running around like this is gonna hurt ya. For the sake of those who love you, don't be stubborn.
I feel like we need context. I feel like too preachy at this point.
No, you're wrong. I'm aware of my limits and I know what I'm doing. Honestly, the only people being stubborn right now are my parents. And they know perfectly well that it makes no difference if I'm at home or not. I still won't accept reality. And every time I bring this up, they just change the subject. Dia, you've been living with us a long time already. This should be old news to you.
That sounded like she was choking when she said her name.
Dia, I know it hasn't been easy for Mother and Father, and I'm grateful for everything they've done for me. But there's someone else in this world I'm also grateful to. Because she saved me. The love I have for her is the same I have for my parents. This is my life and my last chance. So I want to do something meaningful.
My lady, are you sure what you're doing now is meaningful?
Yes, I'm sure. At least, it is to me.
Fine. I won't ask you to return home anymore.
Oh, okay.
But let me make something very clear. I'm only doing this because I respect your determination, not because I agree with you.
Thank you, Dia. Sorry for being so rude just now. My nerves were acting up. And I even brought up your payment in such an offensive way.
Dia, sounds like you're sharply breathing in air. Dia, you know?
Don't worry about it, my lady. I did say that I like Mora. Besides, that's our next topic of conversation.
God damn, look how... Wow, that... Is it not a little bit restrictive on your circulation if those leather things are so tight?
Today's little excursion caused such a ruckus that every single bodyguard at the estate was deployed. It wouldn't be easy to hide things from your old man. Since this definitely won't be your last escapade, here's a little tip. You should at least make it look like your room and things are still in order when you leave. Also, you'll need someone to cover you for when you're out and about. So, I'll let you hire me, my lady. This way, everyone wins. As for the pay, let's say half of what your father pays me. We can settle the bill when we return to the estate.
Okay, deal.
Huh?
Yay! Looks like they've reached an understanding.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, really. I just feel a little tired now that things have calmed down.
This was a weird thing that happened.
My lady, stop trying to look tough. We're already in a tavern, so let's rest up and grab some grub.
I'm sorry for worrying you two. If you don't mind, I'd like for you to join us.
Sure! After you rest up, we want to hear more about Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Oh, right, that's what we were here for.
Ha! Well, if it isn't Dia, haven't seen you in nearly half a year. Word on the street is that you're a bodyguard for the Homayani family now. Ha! Don't you find that kind of work boring?
Nah, you get used to it. How about a menu over here?
You got it, huh? Isn't this little Miss Homayani herself? We don't get to serve personages like you very often. We'll be sure to prepare our very best.
Thank you, sir, but there's no need. I don't have a lot of Mora on me, and I really ought to save as much as I can. But please bring these two the best food you have. They're my new friends, so I want to be a good host for them.
No need to break the bank. We need whatever you order.
Yeah, we're already super grateful for everything you told us about Lesser Lord Kusanali.
How about our coconut charcoal cakes? They're our signature snack, and they run cheap. Look, other customers over there are eating some now.
Coconut charcoal cake?
They look kind of burnt and dry. Paimon will pass.
But you've cooked slimes before.
What do you have against my slime dishes?
Damn it, I should have chosen the other one.
We asked a lot of people when we first arrived, and almost nobody was interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali. So, what made you want to follow her?
Well, remember when you asked me if I knew how to meet the Dendro Archon? Even though I don't know how, I think I've actually seen her before.
Huh? Really?
Yes, it was when I was a child. At the time, my illness had kept me bedridden for the better part of a year. I was stuck inside and couldn't make any friends, and my parents did their best to find treatments for me. But even then, the Akasha didn't have any helpful information. My younger self no longer had any hopes or dreams. One flare-up was so bad that I was in a semi-conscious state for several days. Then one night, I woke up alone in my room. I was terrified. My body was paralyzed. Even if I cried, there was no sound.
Oh.
At that moment, an ethereal voice spoke in my mind. Dunyarzad, don't be scared. You don't have to cry.
Dunyarzad, don't be scared. You don't have to cry. Who are you? How do you know my name? How do I explain this? You might not be able to understand, but actually, I know everything about you.
How?
Really?
That sounds scary. Oh, but the art is nice.
Of course. I know that you're scared of thunder, that you hate taking medicine every morning, and that you love counting the petals on your mom's skirt. Wow, you really do know everything. Dunyarzad, is there anything you want?
Not be sick anymore.
What? Not really. I can't go anywhere or do anything. Huh? But aren't you a child? All children have wishes. Tell me what you want, and maybe I can make it happen.
It sounds a little bit like Sayu, the English voice actor of Sayu, the Lily Pichu. Did Lily Pichu get the voice acting role for Lesser Lord Kusanali? Do we already know who the voice actor is? I have to look it up.
But can you make my illness go away?
Ah, there we go.
Oh. I'm sorry. But I'm not powerful enough to do that right now.
When are you?
Then, can you be my friend?
After that, the voice said, "Okay, I'll be your friend."
Great friend if you haven't seen her in years.
Although my body was suffering during those days, that voice encouraged me and told me many wondrous things. Beyond my window was the flourishing Sumeru city. Beyond the city was a lush rainforest. And beyond that was the wall of Samiel, deserts, and all of Teyvat. Once I finally made it through that bout of illness, I couldn't hear that voice anymore. I told my mother about it, but she said that I must have been dreaming. But I know that that voice wasn't a figment of my imagination. Before that, I had never heard of Teyvat.
It was Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes, for sure. If it weren't for that voice, I would have never grown curious about the outside world, nor would I have learned how to read and enjoy so many books. That voice sparked a desire for wisdom. It had to have been the Dendro Archon. I've been hoping for a chance to repay her kindness. In fact, I was running around today to help prepare the Sub-Zero's festival for her.
What now?
What's the Sub-Zero's festival?
Who turned the lights off? We were still eating.
It's Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday, which was the day that she was found by the sages. It's actually an old holiday that originally celebrated Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthday. When she passed away, the holiday eventually became a celebration of the Lesser Lord's birthday. I heard everyone was overjoyed when they welcomed her back to Sumeru. In those days, the festival was a huge deal. But because of the Academia's influence, people have gradually lost interest in the festival. The Academia actively participates in Sumeru's many holidays dedicated to Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But when it comes to the Sub-Zero's festival, forget any funding. They practically act like it doesn't exist.
Oh.
Maybe they see Lesser Lord Kusanali's birth as confirmation of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's death, so they're reluctant to celebrate it.
Aw, but that's awful.
It is. It's absolutely terrible. Sure, the Greater Lord founded Sumeru, but hasn't Lesser Lord Kusanali been the one quietly protecting us for the past few hundred years?
Just remember that we're still out in public. Don't get too carried away now.
I know that people over by the Grand Bazaar still hold the Sub-Zero's festival to this day. But I hadn't met any of them before, so I was never able to contribute. But recently, I made a friend there who also follows Lesser Lord Kusanali. I gave her my savings because I want her to throw a wonderful festival this year. That's the least I could do for Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Hold on, my lady, does this friend happen to be Nilu, the one who sends flowers to the estate?
Yes, that's her.
Who was Nilu again? I forgot.
I saw her leaving the other day with a nervous look on her face. It seemed like she was hiding something in her arms. Did you give her something?
Yes. Initially, I didn't have much Mora prepared, so I had Nilu sell one of my skirts. I've agreed with Nilu to meet up at the Grand Bazaar today and see how things are coming along. Dia, would you accompany me?
Sure. That's quite the trip, though. I'll carry you.
No, that would be too much, even for you.
You might as well just accept the lift. If I let you walk, who knows how long it'll take us. And if anything happens to you, then I'd really never hear the end of it from your father.
Can we also come along? Just, you know, because.
But of course. Nilu will be thrilled to hear there are more people interested in Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Was Nilo one of the actual interesting characters? Maybe it was the dancing girl thing. The dancing character. Wow, that sounds so mean if I say dancing girl thing. Jeez. God, I wish it wasn't so warm. I can't do anything about it. Not much at the very least. Treasure Street. Wait, what? Do I? Oh. Okay. Oh, automatic doors. That's nice. Oh, it is her. Oh, I knew it! I knew they.
Sorry I'm late, Nilu.
I knew they would remove the belly button. They did it again. Duh! At first they showed on the artwork clearly that there's a belly button, and then they don't show the belly button anymore. God damn you, Hoyo!
Oh, Dunyarzad. It was taking you so long that I assumed you got trapped at home, but you made it in the end.
You sound almost like the depressed Barbara!
Uh-oh. But if Dia's here, that means you got caught, right?
The belly button is gone.
You could say that, but everything worked out. She's on our side now.
Not completely.
Oh, and who are these two?
I have the feeling you are the same voice actor from Barbara.
Oh, meet the Traveler and Paimon, my two newest friends. They're visitors who just arrived at Sumeru City and are looking for information on Lesser Lord Kusanali.
So you're followers from another land?
Truthfully, no.
Oh, really? Well, that's okay. You're still invited to the Sub-Zerus Festival. By the way, Dunyarzad, we've already started decorating the Grand Bazaar. It looks spectacular, thanks to your generous contribution.
I mean, it's not the fact that the belly button is missing. It's the fact that clothing, especially the clothing she wears, would not cover up the belly button. That means the belly button has to be in a very weird position for it to actually be covered by what she's wearing right now. I mean, if I look at my own body and the belly button is there, there's actually no pants in the world that go and cover up the belly button at all. But that could have other reasons. And unless you have huge ass leggings that you put all over your belly, it would cover way more than it covers right now on her art. Well, on her body. I feel like, at the very least. Oh, if I could draw, I would probably show it a little bit more elaborate where the belly button should be and where it has to be in order for this to make sense.
You're very welcome. It's the only thing I could do. Do you still have enough Mora?
Probably? But don't sweat it. We've already finished renovating the stage. Come on, I'll show you.
No, actually the belly button could be right under this ornament thingamabob. But still, Wait, I have to look at this now. Let's see. Nilo Genshin images. Where's the image? There's the image. And why is it such low resolution? God damn it! I just want. Let me see. Why is it such a low resolution? Where's the high resolution of this? Let's see. Okay, you can't quite see the belly button. No, you can't see it. God damn it! I was wrong. I'm just jealous that I have not such a lean figure like all the Genshin characters. I mean, not only the females, but also the males. I mean, look at Ether and his cool midriff. I want to have such a slender midriff, but I will maybe never get to that point. Oh well. Oh, look at them dancing. They really did a few more animations for the NPCs, eh?
I wonder if the treasures I discovered in my youth.
In my opinion. Wow! This place is amazing!
Not bad. Last time I was here, the stairs were full of holes.
The stairs were nothing. A little while ago, we discovered that the tree above the stage had a huge chunk of bark ready to fall off. Mr. Zubair was worried sick. We reported it to the academia many times, but they never sent anyone to deal with it. We didn't want anything bad happening, so we were going to cancel all the stage performances.
Why didn't anyone come to handle it?
Oh, probably because it was the theater asking.
The academia looks down on performers like us. They probably think it would be best if the theater closed down completely.
Oh, Yunjin would whip them a new one if she ever hears of this.
We can't let that happen, though. Not only would everyone involved in the theater go hungry, but then we wouldn't be able to hold the Sub-Zero's festival anymore.
I mean, come on, there is value in theater and everything. Nothing like a live performance. I mean, you can even teach people stuff with a theater performance when they can't bear to read those dry, boring books, you know? This is so weird. That's such a weird contrast.
Thank the Dendro Archon for Dunyarzad. But the more she gave us, we hired someone to patch up the tree, and we also gave the stage a much-needed makeover. The stage is going to be even prettier when it's festival time. I can't wait for you to see it.
And I can't wait to see you on the stage. You've been practicing so long already. It's almost time for your dream to become reality.
It's our dream. I'll do my best for the two of us.
She apparently will be a Hydro 4-star polearm user, maybe. Not 100% sure on that one yet. But we really need another 4-star Hydro user that is not Sincho or Barbara.
Nilu, what are you gonna be doing at the festival?
She'll be dancing the dance of Sub-Zeros, the most important performance at the Sub-Zeros festival.
Dunyarzad, have you told him the origin of this holiday?
I only told them about the Greater Lord and Lesser Lord so far.
Okay, then I'll tell you two about how this holiday came to be. According to legend, the Sub-Zero's festival was originally the Goddess of Flowers' birthday celebration for the Greater Lord. A long, long time ago, on one of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's birthdays, her friends threw her a celebratory banquet. Some of the gods got drunk. One started playing music, and the Greater Lord started singing, so the Goddess of Flowers began to dance. As she danced upon the grass, countless beautiful parisaras began to bloom wherever she stepped. Those brilliant purple flowers became her dazzling stage. All the gods clamored, "Oh, if only time could stop at this very moment."
That sounds somewhat bittersweet.
Huh? Really? Oh, you probably mean because all the gods in this story are no longer alive.
No, because it seems like she died at that day, didn't she?
Although they aren't around anymore, they're preserved in our tradition of dance. This outfit I'm wearing is apparently based on how the goddess of flowers looked.
Is it? That's very elaborate for the time.
Though we're just tiny people compared to the divine, we still have to do our best to make sure that the birthday girl feels loved on her special day.
Nilu, you of all people will definitely be able to convey our well wishes to the Dendro Archon. I also noticed that you went the extra mile and scattered Patisaras around the stage.
They symbolize the goddess of flowers, after all. It's just a shame that all the real Patisaras went extinct after her death.
Yeah. The Greater Lord brought forth Patisaras in memory of the goddess of flowers, but she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful purple.
Thinking about the goddess of flowers dance makes me wish I could have seen it. If my stage were anything like that, I'd be thrilled if I had just 2 real Patisaras on the stage. So, Traveler and Paimon, what do you think? Interested in the Sabzeruz festival? Will you two be coming?
I mean, how high is the chance that the Dendro Archon will show up?
All of Lesser Lord Kusanali's followers will be there for her birthday. It'll be a good opportunity for you to learn more about her.
Ooh, Paimon thinks that's a great idea!
Are you sure it's not because you want in on the fun?
Hey, come on! There's nothing wrong with enjoying a festival. Besides, it's Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday. She'll be happy to have more people who are celebrating it.
So how about we all attend the Sabzeruz festival together?
Sounds like a plan.
Dunyarzad, let me show you which stage decorations we've picked out so far. Traveler and Paimon, if that doesn't sound interesting to you, then feel free to explore the area. Everyone at the Grand Bazaar loves Lesser Lord Kusanali, and we're all looking forward to the Sabzeruz festival.
In that case, we'll take a look around.
Okay. Why?
Huh. Revamping the stage for the festival couldn't have been easy, that's for sure. I bet this year's festival will be one to remember.
She sounds like Xinyan, just without the accent.
I don't know much about the Grand Bazaar, but I do know that the residents here have a penchant for song and dance. 2 things that the academia doesn't particularly approve of. Oh, and the perfume sold around here is a lot better than what you'll find elsewhere. The fragrances are longer lasting and they're gentler on your skin and...
But the subtitles say face powder, not perfume.
I mean, that's what I've heard at least.
Well, you know. I don't even know who I want to talk to.
Nilu, your outfit looks amazing. There's also something different about you from when we first met up.
I thought I'd add a little extra pizzazz to my dress for the festival. See?
Wow, did you sew all that yourself?
Uh-huh. Sewing is a fundamental skill for everyone in the theater company because we make all our own costumes. Did you know that Mr. Zubair not only can make costumes, but props too?
Oh, they are cosplayers.
I've noticed that you can't keep your eyes off that crown over there. Would you like to try it on?
May I?
Of course. The legends say that the goddess of flowers had beautiful horns on her head, so this crown was made to reflect that. Dunyarzad, you look absolutely stunning with it on. It's like I'm looking at the goddess of flowers herself.
Could you not have made a simple animation for that and not just do make-believe? That is almost cruel. No, that is actually literally cruel. Oh well. Off? A natural born singer. Wow.
Whoa! What's with your yellow hair? And why do your clothes look so funny? Are you an outlander? Did you know that the Sabzeruz festival is about to happen? There'll be loads of fun things to do at the festival. But the best part is when Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, passes out candy to everyone.
Huh? Candy?
Things are really shaping up, and there's a buzz around the festival this year. We're expecting people from all over to come by this year and buy things during the festivities.
Look at these buff dudes, and they couldn't make Ito's arms that buff. I just don't understand why they couldn't make a buff male character. Come on! Oyo, amp up your game. When it comes to the more diverse character models.
Don't be fooled into thinking that Sumeru City has the best of everything. Some festival snacks are only offered here in the Grand Bazaar. And when it comes to musicians, dancers, or singers, the Grand Bazaar's got the best of the best. Sure, those folks at the Academia might not like it, but what's a festival without song and dance?
That's not much of a festival. What are the Academy people do for fun? Look, people, I'm reading you a book now. We make a little lesson today. Woohoo! Can you feel the fun tonight? God damn it, I tried to get some. But it makes it really hard right now to get my hands on it. Oh. Oh yeah, old lady.
Ah, dancing at the Sabzeruz festival. You know, I also danced when I was younger. As a child, I even asked my grandmother why we performed the dance for the Lesser Lord when it was originally done to honor the Greater Lord. My grandmother said that Greater Lord Rukkhadevata is a beloved deity and honored by all. And Lesser Lord Kusanali is too. If the Goddess of Flowers ever knew Lesser Lord Kusanali, then she would certainly have wished to be her friend and hold celebrations for her too. The Sabzeruz festival has been losing its appeal over the years. That is, until a wealthy benefactor stepped in this year and brought the festival back to life. I heard she forked out a lot of mora to make it all happen.
Hey! Is that who Paimon thinks it is? It looks like Catherine.
Outside of her booth? Impossible.
Come to think of it, Paimon's only ever seen her behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild. This is the first time we've ever seen her taking a break.
Yeah, that is weird. Is it just to throw off the theory makers or lore theorists? To throw them for a loop? Who said that Catherine is just an android?
Hey, Catherine!
Oh, hey! It's the Traveler and Paimon! What's shaken?
They really even changed her demeanor completely!
Whoa, break time Catherine sure sounds a lot less formal than usual. Paimon was still waiting for her to say Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Sure. Standing behind the counter at the Adventurers Guild doesn't require any complicated functions.
What is that even making?
But saying and doing the same old things over and over again can get pretty monotonous. Like watching the same Fontaine movie day after day. But take you two, for example. You travel across Tevat to enrich your lives and gain new experiences.
Well, we enjoy traveling across Tevat and all that, but we're mainly looking for clues about his sister.
Yes, you should keep searching. Sometimes the answers we're looking for aren't necessarily at our intended destination. Instead, they're found along the way.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Hoyo, speaking out of Catherine.
Huh. Haven't we heard someone say something pretty similar recently? Anyways, what brings you out here, Catherine?
Also fan of the
No, not particularly. I guess you could say that I'm loving the recent atmosphere here. If festivals bring happiness to everyone, then that's where their true value lies. Oh, it looks like it's about time for me to be heading back now.
You just arrived.
Alright, we'll see you next time at the Adventurers Guild. Oh, by the way, thanks for connecting us with the Eremites. We've already made some great friends in Sumeru City thanks to you.
I'm sure you two will get along well with the people here. You've already been blessed by the element of Dendro after all. See you around.
There's something really different about Catherine today.
Maybe she's possessed.
Hey, traveler. Paimon.
Oh, hey, Dia. What's going on?
I've got something to tell ya. My lady knows you're looking for ways to meet Lesser Lord Kusanali, and she's been trying to come up with a way to help you. Well, I have an idea that might help.
Are you serious? We'd love that.
It might not necessarily pan out, so don't get your hopes up too much. I'll need to take you two somewhere and ask someone some questions.
What about dun 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 dun?
My lady is feeling a little worn out at the moment. Nilu's found a place for her to rest. After I take my lady home, let's meet in front of the Citadel of Regzar.
Sounds like a plan.
I have the feeling we...
to the Citadel of Regzar and wait for Dia.
I have the feeling we have to wait for version 3.1 or 3.2 to actually see the Dendro Archon.
Sorry, I'm late. It took some convincing for the master and mistress to believe that Miss Dunyarzad was only sitting in the port for a while because she was in a bad mood. Anyway, I guess I should be thanking you. I haven't seen Miss Dunyarzad that happy in a long time. If it wasn't for you two, she probably would have been caught and dragged back much earlier.
You sure sound a whole lot nicer than when we first met, Dia. Who would have thought you had such a soft spot for Dunyarzad?
It's called being a professional. I'm a bodyguard, and I work for whoever's paying.
Look, Dia's blushing.
Yep, that's a blush if I've ever seen one.
Listen, you two.
Why would you tease her before you get what you want?
I don't expect to be working for Miss Dunyarzad very long, but I hope to finish things on a positive note if possible. Let's cut the chit-chat and head into the Citadel. We'll see if the person I know has a way for you two to meet with the Lesser Lord.
I mean, I like Dia just because she has long hair. I think? I don't know.
Oh, hey, Chief.
We already talked to him before.
Ha, Dia! What are you doing here? And well, didn't expect to see you three together.
I take it you all know each other already?
Mm-hmm. We met this morning after the Adventurers Guild pointed us to Osfon for more info.
No kidding. So, where's Ruksha? I thought I'd help these two out by asking about the theft. Anything you can tell him?
Rookshaw's gone over to the Academia. The Grand Sage recently ordered Sumeru City to begin bolstering its defenses, so people from all over have been called back to the city. Since you've already mentioned the theft, I suppose I might as well tell them what we know.
Oh, let me guess. The Gnosis got stolen already?
Appreciate it, Chief.
Theft? Sorry, what the heck are you guys talking about?
Just recently, the Academia lost something, and there's a chance the item is connected with the Dendro Archon. This case might just somehow help you in meeting her.
I suppose that's one way to look at it. But if you ask me, the case is more about the Academia than anything else. Let me fill you in. The Academia recently sent a convoy to pick up an important package from Aru village. Word got out, and the convoy was robbed on its way back. The Grand Sage took the whole matter very seriously. Not only did he dispatch the Matra, but also enlisted our help in the search for leads. All we know so far is that whatever was stolen is currently in Port Ormos.
You two have heard of Port Ormos, haven't you? It's the largest commercial port in all of Sumeru. You can travel there by leaving Sumeru City and heading south along the river. The Academia's grip isn't long enough to reach all the way to Port Ormos, so the city's a little more laid back, meaning the population's also a mixed bag. You never know who you'll meet there.
Apparently what was lost has a great deal to do with the Akasha, knowledge, and even the gods. I'm afraid I don't have any other details for you, though. If you're interested, maybe you could head to Port Ormos and ask around yourselves. If you want my advice, try introducing yourselves as students of the Academia once you're there.
Why should we do that?
Are you serious, Chief? All the Academia students are in Sumeru City, you know. Why should they pretend to be students in Port Ormos?
If you're also interested, just go there and see what happens.
Count me out. I've got plenty of work to do here for the Homayani family. And take it from me, if you two really do decide to visit Port Ormos, you'd best watch your backs. Let's just say that the Eremites there aren't nearly as friendly as those here in Sumeru City.
So they're just the treasure hoarders of Sumeru.
There are even some extremists who go around shouting slogans like, "Retake Sumeru for the Scarlet King." Word is that more and more are joining their movement. They're becoming a real headache for Chief and the others.
Oh.
You bet they are. The Scarlet King's been dead for thousands of years. Now they start spreading rumors of his return. Ridiculous.
Not everyone's like you, Chief. Even the desert natives who abandon their homes in the wilderness still wish to have a god of their own. Well, Traveler, that's about all the information we have for you.
Thanks, Dia! And you too, Osfond! Since we've gathered all we could for the moment in Sumeru City, let's head to Port Ormos and see what we can find next.
Miss Dunyarzad is looking forward to seeing you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival, so be sure to get yourselves back here in time for that.
Yeah, sure.
Good. Then we'll see you both at the Sub-Zerus Festival.
Huh. Primo chips? Where are my primos? Wait, what? Why are there so many crests here? Okay. Music is really nice. Hello.
Come and have a good look yourself. Traditional spices of the highest quality, made with pride and experience.
I thought she would advertise something completely different right now. Or maybe she does. I guess? No? I don't know. That sounded very sensual for something like that.
You've got a deal. I can't thank you enough for always looking after my business.
Believe me, I'm not making this up. Several Eremite mercenary groups are nearly in open conflict, but does the core of 30 care? And that's not all. Did you know that...
Wow! Talk for the largest port in Sumeru. Maybe it's because of what Dia told us earlier, but Paimon can't seem to shake the feeling that there's also danger lurking in these crowds.
We will never know, or we will know soon.
Ooh. Let's get our bearings so we can start looking for leads. We know that whatever the Academia lost is related to the gods. But other than that, we don't have much else to go on. Osvan told us to try posing as Academia students while asking around. Paimon checked the Akasha on the way here, and the Academia doesn't seem to have any research facilities in Port Ormos. Paimon doesn't get it. Won't we look even more suspicious going around saying we're Academia students and asking about the stolen item?
It could be crucial for the rest of our investigation. Why? We should figure that out before doing... I don't know.
Well, given all the people that come through here every day, if there's any information to be found, Paimon bets we could find it in the market. Let's ask around and see what we come up with.
Hello.
Welcome. Welcome. How can I help you two?
Hi there. We would like to ask you a question. Do students from the Academia ever come to Port Ormos?
Of course. Especially around this time of year. Students from Sumeru City that are about to graduate often come to Port Ormos to cut loose a little.
Oh, you're the hippies of Sumeru! That's why she sounded so high. Not that I actually know how high people sound like, but in any parody or comedy, they always sound a little bit, yo, what's good, man? Cutting loose, baby! You know?
Many people often talk about how hard it is to get accepted into the Academia, let alone graduate. But those who finish their studies and go on to become full-time researchers at the Academia have it even harder. Sure, we may not be Sumeru City, but Port Ormos offers beautiful scenery and a stress-free environment. Some even say it's good luck to come to Port Ormos, so students and researchers come flocking here when things get to be too much at the Academia. Ah, you see over there? Those are students from the Academia.
They look pretty serious, maybe even a little worried. Yeah, that's my answer.
They've been looking worried and miserable ever since they got here a few days ago.
They didn't get starting to blaze it yet.
If you ask me, the life of a merchant is better. So long as the Akasha teaches us what we need, then life is good.
Those students seem to be discussing something. Let's see if we can listen in.
Wouldn't it be pretty obvious that we are not students here? For the sole reason that we are not even looking like other students?
It's no good. I've tried asking around, but I haven't been able to learn anything useful. Not to mention that a bunch of scary-looking Eremite mercenaries have been posted along the streets now.
There's been a lot of fighting between the different Eremite factions in Port Ormos. If we choose to move on our own, then it would be wise to steer clear of them. Especially the group that's constantly shouting some stuff about the Scarlet King and some resurrection. I've even heard that the Citadel of Regzar is starting to get fed up with them. What was that group called again? Ein something or other?
They're called Ein El Akhmar. Today, I heard that the thing we're after might be in their possession at the moment.
Wait, come again?
Don't you see? Many of the Eremites in Port Ormos deal with trading this kind of thing. They're usually pretty wary of outsiders, but not so with students of the Academia. It's because the kind of goods that students are looking for aren't the kind of goods that Eremites are after. As long as they know you're a student, then deals can be made. I've heard that Ein El Akhmar likes to set up shop at the Jafar Tavern. Supposedly, if you're willing to part with 500,000 Mura, they'll give you info on anything.
Nope.
Wait, did you say 500,000? If information alone costs that much, then how could we ever afford to buy what we're looking for? I guess we might as well give up on trying to graduate this way.
I wouldn't worry too much. Our field of research is very niche. Who else could possibly be after that kind of shady knowledge? I bet it's practically worthless to anyone aside from us.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Then the only thing left for us now is to find a way in. Why don't we all just pool our money together and pay for the information?
Whoa! Did you hear that? A niche field of research and shady knowledge? It all sounds pretty suspicious to Paimon. Is knowledge something people just buy and sell like that?
Isn't Yelan doing something like that? Related to the knowledge.
So, what's her plan?
Jafar Tavern.
Didn't you hear what they just said? Buying information is going to cost us 500,000 mora! Have you lost your mind?
I mean, I'm paying this on a daily basis at this point. Well, not on a daily basis, but whenever I'm bringing a talent to level 9, it costs about that much. Even almost 1 million to bring it to 10, so... I won't let them off easy if it turns out to be a scam.
Oh, alright. Paimon never thought she'd agree to parting with that kind of mora. But if you know what you're doing, then we should give it a shot.
No, I don't want to part with 500,000 more. Do they literally make you get 500,000 more for this? I hope they don't. I hope this is just subterfuge and they just try to get us off guard or something. Well, let's see how to get there.
This is the place we heard those students talking about. Let's find a seat somewhere and see if we can spot the group they mentioned.
Oh, you've arrived. Please, take a seat.
So, they think that they can go toe-to-toe with the boss? Ha! Once we reclaim the power of the Scarlet King, they'll be the first that the boss punishes.
They're nothing to be afraid of. Our main rival now is the Caracal Battalion. They've also amassed a significant amount of mora this time, so we mustn't underestimate them.
How can the Caracal Battalion compete with the boss when they're nothing but a bunch of money-grubbing opportunists out for a quick mora?
Yeah, with Boss's fervent devotion, he'll be able to use this power to bring our god back this time.
Huh. All these guys talk about is the Scarlet King, so they're probably the ones we're looking for.
Greater Lord Ruka Devata. That traitor and her followers must not be spared. The day will come when the Scarlet King exacts vengeance on Sumeru, and all of them shall be punished.
What are they talking about? Still smiling like a goof.
Yeah, Paimon was wondering what they meant too. We should ask about that if we get the chance later.
So, like, right now?
Welcome.
Hello, we overheard you.
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm a traveler.
A traveler?
Now's probably not the time to talk about that. Didn't the students say Eremites are wary of outsiders?
Damn it, I wanted to see what happens. I'm a student from the academia.
A student? What's a student from Sumeru City doing in Port Ormos?
Looking for info about a certain something.
Ah, well, if it's info you want, you've come to the right place. The question is, can you afford it?
I don't want to hand him any kind of money.
Huh? What is this? Some kind of joke?
Oh! Sorry! He must have grabbed the wrong amount! Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Not giving away 500,000 more.
Paimon can't stand to see so much more go. But there's no other choice right now.
Please, game, don't. I haven't checked my Moa account before this.
Here, this is the merchant's address. Whatever you're looking for, you'll find it there. Hmm? Well, what are you waiting for?
I just have one more question.
Oh, that's right. We heard you mention the Scarlet Scarlet King just now. We're actually interested to know more because we're, archaeology students!
Fine. Since you've already handed over the Mora, I guess I can throw in a little extra info. As you can see, members of Ain al-Ahmar are devout believers of the Scarlet King. Years ago, the Scarlet King founded the great desert nation that was our homeland. It was an advanced civilization, far beyond anything you'll see in present-day Sumeru.
Wait, what would have happened if I didn't had 500,000 Moa? Would the game tell me to get 500,000 Moa?
The Scarlet King was the rightful god of wisdom, but he was betrayed by a companion he trusted. She even stripped him of his title, God of Wisdom.
So, you mean the traitor was...
Greater Lord Ruka Devata, yes. That shameless wretch destroyed the Scarlet King's civilization, and our ancestors were forced to flee to this land where we were made to suffer the tyranny of our enemies. Furthermore, she conspired with the Academia to cover up the truth of her actions, and create the merciful and benevolent facade for which she is now known. Ugh, just thinking about it sickens me. But the story doesn't end there, oh no. The Scarlet King isn't truly dead. The voice of the Oracle has been heard in the desert, prophesying his resurrection. Mark my words, our god shall return. And when that day comes, all followers of the traitor and all the desert dwellers who have forgotten their true god will suffer retribution together. If what I'm saying makes you shiver with fear, it might not be too late for you to become a believer of the Scarlet King.
How about more about the Oracle?
I don't have anything to say to you Academia people about that. I think this conversation has reached its end.
Not just yet. This man is a fraud.
Oh, it's the dude that has thicker arms than Ito, because they couldn't ask to give Ito some thick arms.
Huh?
You again? Deranged Academia lunatic.
Yes, it's me again. I already warned you that if you weren't willing to sit and discuss things with me, I'd take measures to make things uncomfortable for you. Listen to me. That address he gave you is fake. Or at least, you won't find a merchant waiting for you there. This group has been boasting all around that they can provide information on a certain item as a means of luring people into their territory. Once you show up, they keep up the act until they have hard evidence that you want to purchase said item. Then they use that to squeeze you for all the more you're worth.
Hey! Shut it, Al-Haytham! What are you playing at, trying to ruin our business like this, hmm?
I told you the other day. I wish to discuss my terms with your boss.
And Waihoyu can't give Ito some thick arms like you.
Ha! The boss made it perfectly clear that he won't negotiate with you.
Yes, and in no uncertain terms. But that was then. It does not preclude him from changing his mind in the future.
I'm warning you. Don't push us, or this could get ugly. We don't usually get rough with people from the Academia because it just complicates things. For a lunatic like you, though, we might just have to make an exception.
Can we actually play as him now?
If you're suggesting that we escalate this from a verbal exchange to a physical one, I accept. After all, even the Archons used war to negotiate the ownership of Teyvat.
Oh, I want to play as him.
If, on the other hand, we can't agree on any means of negotiation at all, then I'm afraid my next course of action will sting a little more than the mere falling through of a few business deals. I will jeopardize the Eremite's reputation, which I know you value above all else. I am quite confident that if I began to take such action, your boss would willingly approach me himself. However, I fear that by then, some things will have happened that cannot be undone.
I like him.
Also, a word of advice. I suggest you tell your boss exactly what happened here today. Otherwise, he might blame you for not telling him in the future.
He seems to be the Kea from Sumeru or something. He has the same flat ass too.
What did you say?
Consider this. Have I ever failed to follow through on my word in the past?
This guy is really out of his mind.
Okay then. If you really have a death wish, let's meet a week from today. The pier in front of the Pharos Lighthouse, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, sharp. Don't expect us to hold back.
Not so fast. First, you return the 500,000 mora to them.
Nice. Why is it not?
Please, I beg you, don't provoke them. We can't afford any trouble with this crowd. They haven't even paid for their food yet.
Why are you giving them more food then?
Ah, Mr. Iman. There appears to be fewer staff in the restaurant recently. This wouldn't happen to be because they're all busy spreading the word to the students, would it?
Well...
Someone who chooses to do business with a group like that really can't afford to get so flustered the instant someone confronts them about it. Consider the meal compensation for our silence. I'd say you're getting an excellent deal.
Whoa, did you see that? He not only got us our Mora back, but sent the Emirites running too!
Damn, I wish we could have fought with him.
Plus, he seems to know a lot about what's going on around here. Let's catch up with him and ask some questions. He went that way! After him!
I'm really glad I can skip the Cohen banner completely because there's nothing super interesting for me. The only thing that is sad is I need one more constellation for Official and one more constellation for Diona to get them to Constellation 6. And yeah, and there's also Zhongli and one more constellation and I can just have Order and a shield at the same time. But I feel like this is not worth it since I'm on a guaranteed featured 5-star at the moment and I don't really want to use it on my Zhongli. Even though it would be nice to have, but it doesn't really benefit me that much.
Right?
What do you want?
Thank you for your help.
No need for thanks. My goal was to get to them, and you two gave me just the opportunity I needed. We're even. Oh, I advise you to keep your distance from them. Since they weren't able to make off with your Mora in the end, they might harass you again in the future.
Oh, so this is the reason. This is the lore reason why we get attacked by these weird treasure. Well, they are not treasure hoarders, by treasure hoarder-like enemies outside of Sumeru, kind of.
All right. Goodbye.
No, wait.
Hold your horses. We still have something to ask you about. Since you tore through their scam right in front of them, you must know the real story about certain something, no?
Who exactly are you two? And why are you inquiring about that?
He will see right through this lie. He probably knows every student.
A student? Right. Look, you should know that those thugs conducting business with you had nothing to do with your lie.
I know a thing or two about swordplay.
Huh? Oh, yeah! He's really strong. Weren't you saying something about a physical exchange? We can help with that.
He doesn't even have a vision. Forget it.
Maybe not, but he can still use elemental energy. Otherwise, there's no way we'd go asking for info from from guys like that. Those hot-headed thugs are definitely gonna bring a lot of backup for your next meeting. Even if you don't go alone, you won't regret taking us with you.
How did they manage to make him look so thick on the arms?
All right, I accept. Got a pen and paper? If you're searching for someone who sells that kind of merchandise, I'll give you one of their addresses, and you can try your luck. We'll reconvene at the appointed time by the pier. It doesn't matter if you show up or not.
So, since you were happy to give us this merchant's information, does that mean can tell us exactly what we're after?
You were willing to part with 500,000 mora for something and you didn't even know what it was?
We do stupid shit a lot of times.
Okay. Well, if you truly are as skilled as you claim, then you can beat the answer out of them when they become hostile. Look, if you've been making inquiries, then you have to know something by now. Tell me what you know so far, so I don't waste time repeating information.
We know it's connected to the academia somehow, and that not only do the Eremites deal in it, but some students want to get a hold of it too. What else?
Seems like some kind of knowledge?
You know almost everything there is to know, but you're unable to compile this information because you've never seen the object before. This is what you've been looking for.
Huh? Paimon can't tell what it is. It looks like some kind of ornament.
This is a knowledge capsule. To put it simply, it's a vessel that can store a fixed quantity of canned knowledge. It's like a miniature Akasha. Anyone who links it to their personal Akasha terminal instantly becomes privy to its contents.
Oh. Why are we going so high-techy in Sumeru? I thought Fontaine was the high-tech domain.
Correct. Anyone. Unlike the Akasha, which heavily regulates who can access what information, knowledge capsules confer their contents without any requisites.
That's amazing.
It's essentially a convenient and harmless vestibule for knowledge. Unfortunately, it's illegal in Sumeru to privately possess or trade them.
Even privately possessing is not allowed?
They were created as a means for scholars to transfer knowledge gained from Irminsul into the Akasha, and are intended to be destroyed immediately after use. But despite strict regulations, some of these knowledge capsules will always escape destruction. After all, there will always be those in this world who are dissatisfied with life as designed for them by the Akasha and wish to change their fate.
Understandable.
Over the past century, a wide variety of canned knowledge has been leaked from the academia. Now, in Port Ormos, the valuable ones are a means to mora for the Eremites. Meanwhile, those which the Eremites deem to be useless to them occasionally prove useful to the common citizens and hapless academia students. Well, I think that about sums it up.
Get that I kind of lost something recently. Seems like it's a knowledge. Oh yeah, it's one of these choices that are no choice, but actually the dialogue. Within the dialogue.
Oh, so that's your true objective.
Want to learn more about it?
With our current arrangement, I don't believe I can offer an answer.
Perhaps we can negotiate further.
You're still resolved. Fine. Let's talk somewhere with fewer people.
Oh, what a hottie.
Let's continue our conversation here. If you wish to learn more about the knowledge capsule that the Academia lost, then you must help me with something.
And that is?
I need you to find someone named Dory, a traveling merchant.
Oh, the one in the preview.
Unlike the peddlers who hawk inferior knowledge capsules, she often has quality goods in stock. Some say that as long as there is profit to be made, there is nothing she won't dare to sell. She's guarded against people from the Academia because most of her wares don't comply with Academia regulations.
Wait, what does it mean? She's guarded against people from because mother. Oh, okay, now I know.
I think she blacklisted me. I met with her informant, but it soon became clear that they had no intention of letting me get any further. Become one of Dory's customers and earn her trust. This is my condition for further collaboration.
We don't have to betray them, right?
Why do you want us to meet with her?
Until you complete this task, you don't have question privileges.
Fine. So how do we go about doing this?
You two are outlanders who haven't been here for long, so Dory should view you as safe clients. I'll give you the informant's address and their contact password. Beyond the password, though, I have no way of knowing what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. You'll have to improvise.
Oh, I'm great with that.
This is kind of nerve-wracking.
The true challenge begins after you meet her. She has a keen nose for Mora and a shrewd eye for wares, and she only likes customers who she deems to have good taste. I'll prepare some funds for you. Buy her highest quality wares and earn her approval.
Oh, is that a child kind of thing? Since there was one quest with Childer where you got, I don't know, I think 30 or 50,000 more or something like that. And if you cheap out on everything, you can keep all that more for yourself. And I have the feeling this is the most fun approach. And this is the approach I will go for, because you will not be able to fail this.
But we only just saw a knowledge capsule for the first time. We don't know how to tell which ones are good and which ones are bad. Is that something we can learn quickly?
That's true. Have you two heard of elemental sight?
I can use it.
Oh? That's a surprise. Guess I'll have to hold you in higher regard. Anyway, that ability should resolve your issue.
Great!
Here are 2 knowledge capsules. Tell me, can you detect any difference in their quality?
They look the same to Paimon.
Try inspecting them with elemental sight.
Oh, one of them is glowing pretty bright.
How'd it go? Did you see anything?
The one on the left shines brighter.
Rumor has it that higher quality knowledge capsules generally appear brighter when viewed through elemental sight. That's because knowledge originates from Irminsul, the root of Dendro power itself. The more powerful the knowledge, the richer it is in Dendro energy. However, some canned knowledge with a high concentration of elemental energy is of little use in contemporary times, so those capsules are of little value.
Huh?
Using elemental sight is merely a stopgap measure, but it should suffice for earning Dory's trust.
Wait, so using the lower ones is better?
That sounds pretty impressive.
Here's a sheet with the informant's location and contact password, and here's the Mora for purchasing canned knowledge.
I won't buy anything and will go for the cheapest shit.
Don't be cheap. You'll need to spend to catch Dory's eye. If there's any Mora left over, just keep it.
Okay, I will go super cheap because, you know, this time I won't fall for this and I will have the most amusing dialogue. Whenever there's a quest that requires you to spend money from someone else and they tell you to keep the rest, don't spend anything if you can avoid it.
Oh, and be sure to exercise some caution. There have been Matra present in Port Ormos lately. Your efforts will be for naught if they catch you.
Who are Matras?
Matra?
They belong to the Academia's regulatory body. They also handle cases of illegal canned knowledge transactions. Like I said, the Academia has banned both their trade and possession. The Matra are razor sharp. You're in for nothing good if they lock their sights onto you. If you two want to back out, now's the time.
I'll help you find Dory the Explorer.
Okay, then we have a deal. If you succeed in your dealings with Dory, come find me at the Wikela Funduk. We'll have an open discussion then.
Cool.
Looking at what Al-Haytham wrote, Dory's informant is a traitor near Old Ormos. Let's follow these instructions and try to get in contact with him.
Whoa, why is this so close? Hello.
Hello. What are you two looking to buy?
We want to buy some Warhammer foods. We want to buy some... Oh no, that is the password! Oh, whoops. Oh no, I haven't paid attention.
What a unique palette. We have unripe horror fruits, but we usually keep them in the back. I'll have someone escort you.
Following the paper got us past the first round.
Oh god! I didn't even read it, I was just guessing.
Ronak, these two want to buy unripe horror fruits. Show them to the warehouse.
Got it. You two, please follow me. You two have a fascinating fashion sense. We haven't seen a customer wearing a Sumeru rose for quite some time.
Hold on. Let me think. Sumeru rose means common merch. No, look again. We're obviously wearing morning flowers.
Ah, my mistake. I do apologize.
Whew. That pop quiz sure was scary.
Ah, the warehouse is up ahead. Please follow me.
I haven't even looked at the thing. Let me look at the thing. Good words now. Wait, what? Are you serious? The quest location is currently involved in the quest The Unappreciated Carving? I didn't want to do the quest yet. Are you serious? God dang it. Okay, time to screw up that mission. If everything would work. There we go.
Before I retrieve your products, I need to confirm a few things.
Oh god, I should have read the notes.
Please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our horror fruits were taken by mice.
Yeah, we know what the... I'm sorry to hear that. That would be the wrong thing, and I think I have... What happens if I fuck it up? I'm really curious.
Hold on. That's not right. Taken by mice means they sold out.
Oh, screw you for... This is not even a choice anymore.
I'm sorry. But as things currently stand, we won't be able to fulfill your order.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you two think things over?
He's cautious of us. Let's take a closer look at the paper that Al-Haytham gave us.
Okay, so I have to...
Before I retrieve your please forgive me, but we may not have sufficient stock for you today. Earlier, many of our fruits were taken
It's really
by mice.
fortunate that all the NPCs suffer from dementia. And totally forgot that we screwed up just a few seconds ago. But, oh well, congratulations to you.
Thanks. If better goods come in, you'll be the first to know. You look like you have some skill. Why don't I pick out some fruits that'll make you dizzy?
I prefer something that causes heat stroke. That's probably... Nah, that's the wrong one. Dizziness with a side of tinnitus.
Yep,
No?
that's the right answer.
Oh.
But eating horror fruit that makes your head and ears ring sounds like a bad life decision.
Would you like your horror fruits to be packaged in the Sumeru City or Port Ormos style?
I think those were... legal, so put almost...
Wow, you two sure are generous customers. We'll be sure to package your products beautifully.
Wait, what? I thought that just means they are illegal stuff.
Okay. Everything has been confirmed. Miss Dory is waiting for you up at... Shoot! It's the Matra! Run!
What? The Matra? Where? Al-Haytham said we're done for if they catch us. We gotta get out of here. We don't know this area, so let's follow that informant.
Wait, what? So... Huh? Oh, right. Hello.
He ran that way.
Huh? Wait. Oh, there. Okay.
Look, he's over there!
Ah, why can they all run so fast? Ooh. Ooh, piece of artifact. Oh, god dang it. Wrong button. Hello.
If you're hiding from the Rishbaland Tiger, come this way! Another password! Huh? Oh, that voice came from behind the building on the right!
Here, over here. You can stop running now.
So you were the one who was calling out to us just now. But, are we definitely gonna be safe here?
These two good customers wish to buy some horror fruit, Miss Dory. And if there's nothing else, I'll just excuse myself.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
She sounds a little bit like Hu Tao.
Huh? Wait, you're Dory? Paimon sure thought you'd look a whole lot scarier.
Hey, what are you trying to say, Princess Pea-Brain? I can be scary enough when I need to be, believe you me. If you don't watch what you say, then you can forget about doing any business. But it seems you two have actually done pretty well so far. Not only did you manage to find the informant, your reactions were also pretty sharp. You don't really look like criminals or anything, but I bet my Mora that you've been involved in some shady dealings, haven't you?
I think in the past we actually have.
Paimon's not sure if that's supposed to be a compliment, but we'll take it.
I can't risk doing business with people who start huffing and puffing after just a few paces, no matter how much Mora they might have. Not only will they get caught by the Matra, but they'll also get us into trouble. As decent folks trying to run an honest business, we don't need any of that. Wouldn't you agree? So that's why I prefer to have customers like you. It's your first time here, but don't worry, I won't ask too many questions. Even if you wish to buy enough knowledge capsules to decorate your house with, please, knock yourself out. As long as you have lots of round, shiny Mora, then we're all good.
Can you show us your products?
Ah, yes, of course, of course. Go ahead, help yourselves. Voila!
Wow, she has a trove of canned knowledge. Whew. She'd probably be in serious trouble if the Matra caught her with all this.
What kind of products do you seek, my dear customers? Don't worry, I'm not interested in your reasons for buying. I can, however, offer some suggestions. Take this one, for example. An analysis of the sociological ideology and dialectics of the Hilichurls. Only 3 people in all of Teyvat have ever studied it, making it extremely rare. It's on sale now for 350,000 Mora.
Yeesh, who would want to be an expert in that topic?
Elon Musk?
Or how about the architectural styles and construction methods of Teyvat in the early Archon War period? With this one, you can become an expert in historic architecture preservation and find an excellent, well-paying job in nearly any nation.
Ooh, now this sounds like it could be useful.
2 million Mora, and it's yours. No discounts.
Whoa, that's a lot of Mora!
Of course, you are free to pick whatever your heart's desire. The contents and price of each knowledge capsule are indicated in small text on the body of each one, down at the bottom.
Alright, let's try the method that Alhaitham mentioned.
I'll take this one? Which one? Wait. And this one? As well as this one?
Ah, You've really got a good head on your shoulders, and quite the eye for quality.
Okay.
We'll take these, please and thank you.
My oh my, you are blessed with a taste for both the exquisite and the extravagant. Customers like you are a rare breed. 1 in 100. No, 1 in 1,000 even. Listen, I have a special offer for you two. If you spend just 100,000 more, you can pick any knowledge capsule of your choice up to a value of 1 million mora.
Say what now? Hey, did you hear that? Spend another 100K and we get a capsule worth a whole million!
Don't let her trick you into spending more.
But all the canned knowledge we just bought is easily worth 500,000 mora. If we spend just a little more, we can get something worth 1 million mora. Isn't that a fantastic deal?
That is called price hiking. And the 1 million ones are probably not worth that 1 million to begin with.
Think about it. We've gone to all this trouble to get this canned knowledge. And so far, everything we bought belongs to Alhaitham. Aren't you even the least bit curious about how this whole canned knowledge thing works? We're talking instant knowledge here. Don't you want to try it yourself?
You just want to see me try it.
Come on. We still have around 100,000 of Alhaitham's mora left. So let's put it to good use by finding something useful for you. Ahem. You've got a deal, Dory. We'd like to spend an extra 100,000 mora.
Oh, God.
Excellent. Then please, select from this fine collection of canned knowledge over here.
Hold on a second. Paimon thought we could choose whatever we wanted. Why can't we choose the ones from over there?
Oh, but my dear customer, the knowledge capsules over here are worth 1 million mora each. I'm sure discerning customers like yourselves will be able to find something to your liking. Please, take your time.
Oh, Paimon has a bad feeling about this. Let's use Elemental Sight again to check these.
Maybe we should just pass this time.
Huh? Why?
Just say for our mental health.
Hey, we're getting a capsule worth 1 million mora here. Don't be such a party pooper.
Come on, the sole fact that she laid out another thing shows that those are just price hiked items.
Well, anyway, the mora's already been spent, so let's at least try to find something useful.
Wait, who put you in charge of the wallet?
Let Paimon take a look here. An introduction to traditional Sumeru brewing techniques, the art of growing spices, an overview of ancient runes. Oh, how about this one? Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Not sure we'd ever find volumes 1 through 7, but at least this knowledge should be useful, right? Let's go with this one.
Whatever makes Paimon happy, I guess.
Dory, we'll take this one.
All right, very good. I'm expecting some new goods in the next couple days, so be sure to check back again soon. Whether it's canned knowledge or anything else you need, bring your mora to Dory and doors will open.
Why didn't I check it with Elemental Sight?
Our dealings with Dory went smoothly enough. Let's head to Wakala Funduk and meet up with Alhaitham. Hopefully now he'll finally tell us about what the Academia lost.
Yeah, say it right in front of her.
Mora, mora, shiny mora. Please, come back anytime you need something.
Yeah, I think I'd pass. How far is it? 104. Wait, why is this? Oh! Who needs lifts when we have gliding techniques learned from the best outrider?
Huh. You two made it. And from the looks on your faces, you were successful.
Whoa, there's so many people from the academia here. Why would you pick this place as our meetup spot?
Well, Wakela Funduk is under the Academia's control, so naturally the Academia has people working here. I came to Port Ormos under the pretense of conducting official business.
You're a pretty daring guy.
Relax. No one here is interested in anything we say, and the Matcha won't come here. Okay now, tell me how your encounter with Dory went.
Okay, we did what you asked. So, can you tell us about the knowledge capsule that the academia lost now?
Before that, I have to ask, why are you two so intent on tracking it down? You don't have to answer, of course.
We want to meet with the Dendro Archon.
Yeah, he just wants to meet the God of Wisdom and ask her about something important. We've been in Sumeru for a while now, but we still haven't found a way. When we heard that the academia had lost something that might be related to the gods, we came here in case it turned out to be our lucky break.
In that case, you're on the right track. A short while ago, the Academia lost a knowledge capsule in the desert. It's supposedly a divine knowledge capsule. Use it, and you'll gain the wisdom of the gods.
Wow, there's really such a thing as that? Hey, if we find it, do you think we could learn how to meet the Dendro Archon? Ooh, or how to find your sister?
I highly doubt it has any mystical properties, but it does indeed exist. And it's right here, in Port Ormos.
So, where exactly?
That's what we need to find out next.
Okay, so you wanted to? Isn't that a conflict of interest?
I won't deny that. I am investigating because I'm curious as to what the divine knowledge capsule truly is. As you know, the Eremites in Port Ormos also have their eyes on it. It is an extremely precious item. The knowledge contained within may bring great power or wealth to whoever has it in their possession. Several brigades have been vying for ownership of it as of late, but there is still no victor. My personal finances and connections cannot compete with those of the Eremites. After attempting various methods, I finally managed to reach a tentative agreement with several brigades. I agreed to forego ownership of the divine knowledge capsule in exchange for the opportunity to study it. After all, there's no harm in understanding what it is. However, there are those who are less amenable to negotiation, such as those from Ain al-Ahmar. They adamantly believe that the divine knowledge capsule contains the Scarlet King's power, and that he will return to this world when they obtain it. They refuse to let anyone from the Academia tarnish their deity's soul.
So you kept hounding them because they refused to cooperate with you?
Yes. Ain al-Ahmar isn't exactly wealthy, but its members are determined to get that capsule by any means necessary. To that end, they've resorted to many methods more foul than fair in order to amass sufficient funds. So, I've been sabotaging their business to force them into negotiating with me. The Divine Knowledge Capsule should be up for a secret auction within the next few days. Each brigade will place their own bid, and the prize will be covertly given to the winner. To ensure the capsule's security and to evade the Matra's notice, the winning brigade will not publicly disclose their victory. Unless I know whose hands the Divine Knowledge Capsule ends up in, my agreements with them will fall through. Dory is the most reliable source of information, but that avenue was previously closed to me. With you on board now, the situation is different.
Why do I have the feeling that he could be the potential backstabber, but at the same time we know he will be a playable character, and a sword character no less, which is my main draw apart from Archons.
In other words, you wanted us to befriend Dory so you could find out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is.
Yes, you can say that. But this arrangement harms none of us. The day after tomorrow, go back to Dory and try to purchase information on the Divine Knowledge Capsule's whereabouts. If she has no information, wait 2 days and approach her again. If I get the opportunity to study the Divine Knowledge Capsule, I will relay my findings to you. Will that suffice as compensation?
Well, that's exactly what I want, I guess. I'm confused. How does this help us?
Okay, then we'll meet up in 2 days.
Alhaitham, before you go, we actually bought a knowledge capsule for ourselves, but we're not sure how to use it.
You two want to try using a knowledge capsule? Sure, I can teach you. Doing so right under the Academia's nose is a bit problematic, though. What do you say we head to the outskirts of town?
Okay, we're doing illegal thingamabobs here. Under the cover of darkness.
Alright, this place works. Show me the capsule you purchased.
Here.
Sword Fighting Techniques 8. Huh. A combat class knowledge capsule. This class is something of a rare find these days, since most have been taken by the Eremites to augment their battle capabilities.
Really? Ah, yeah, what a great buy!
If you want to determine the efficacy of this capsule, I can evaluate your combat ability. However, effects will likely be minimal if you already possess a high amount of strength. We can conduct a controlled experiment where you fight 2 battles, one before using this knowledge capsule and one after. While you fight, we can use an Akasha terminal to monitor your various physical parameters. There may be variances in your physical strength between the 2 tests, as well as a disparity in your opponent's abilities. But don't worry, I'll run statistical analyses afterward to mitigate any confounding effects.
Wow! Alhaitham! You must have been one of those guys at the Academia who got top grades on everything! Paimon's curious about something, though. You definitely weren't one of those students who needed canned knowledge to graduate from the Academia, right? So, why are you risking getting caught by the mantra for this capsule?
Okay, I guess I'm curious about this.
When you are unable to understand a researcher's actions, most cases can be attributed to curiosity. This is but one theory.
Sounds like you're trying to avoid the question.
All right, let's begin the test. Just fight as you normally do.
Alright. Wait. Okay. Huh? Oh, why?
Judgment! One with nature.
Doesn't have to do much with sword fighting, does it now?
All right. I'll link your Akasha terminal to record data. The next step is to use this knowledge capsule. Hold it in your hand. I'll help you establish a connection with it so you can activate its power.
Okay. Oh. Well then. Yes, if I saw countless sword-wielding figures fighting on one moment and then in the next they disappeared into the recesses of my memory. Wait, why can I not... This?
Hey, how are you feeling?
Whatever was inside the knowledge capsule became a part of my memory?
You mean that it worked?
All right. Time for round 2. Fight with the same composure as before.
Okay. Oh yeah.
You can't run! The wind knows me.
I have the feeling it will not do anything.
Now, I'll start recording data again.
Alhaitham, how's it going?
Well, the knowledge capsule you purchased did improve his combat capability. During the second fight, his overall fighting performance increased by 0.073%.
What?
Wait, how much?
That's basically 0.
Dory's such a
Whoa, are you really surprised?
Of course, this could be because he is so powerful that the capsule's contents were unable to produce a substantial increase. At the very least, this test allowed me to gain more insight into you two. Our deal seems increasingly worth my investment. I'm heading back to Akela Funduk. I await your response in 2 days' time. This is Mora for when you ask Dory for information. Pay her as much as she requests.
Well then, 2 days from now. Okay then.
Everything.
Let's see Dory today and ask her about where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is.
True history is sometimes even more
Hello.
exciting than legend.
Here, over here! Welcome back, my loyal patrons. What can I do for you this time? You name it. Canned knowledge, supplies, or anything else you need. I'll find a way to get it. Where there's a waterfall of Mora, there's a way. Can you really get us anything we want? Anything at all? Uh-huh. So it appears that canned knowledge alone is no longer sufficient for your opulent appetite. Then please oblige me. Tell me what you have in mind.
I'd like to buy info on the whereabouts of the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Oh! I knew customers with pockets as deep as yours would undoubtedly crave something more profound than ordinary canned knowledge. But you know, that kind of information isn't going to be cheap. After all, I had to work really hard to weasel my way into the auction site. Not to mention that if anyone found out that I was the leaker, I would be in big, big trouble. But how can we be sure your information is accurate? Paimon's curious how you just happen to have this kind of info the moment we need it. Because to me, anything of value is what I consider to be my supply. Therefore, I must always be aware of what's hot on the market in order to secure more sales.
Uh-huh.
As for the information's authenticity, well, you've no need to worry about that. I used a camera to take a picture of the transaction. That way, no one can dispute it.
Name your price.
It's always a pleasure doing business with such sterling patrons. Now that you've paid in full, here's the scoop. The Divine Knowledge Capsule was purchased yesterday by a certain Misery, the leader of Ain el-Ahmar.
Wait. She didn't even say a price yet.
Ain el-Ahmar? You mean the Aramites who worship the Scarlet King? Ah, so you're already familiar with them. The group has done everything in their power to obtain the Divine Knowledge Capsule. After all, they believe it contains the power of the Scarlet King.
Oh, the music is way too loud compared to the voices, and I already put the music volume to only 7 out of 10, and the audio and the voice acting to 10 out of 10. So it's weird that it is so unbalanced.
That Divine Knowledge Capsule is unlike any other canned knowledge I've seen before. It was glowing bright red. The capsule is clearly visible in the picture I took. You can look for yourself. Thanks for the info, Dory. Please, it's my pleasure. It's all thanks to discerning customers such as yourselves that my efforts yesterday were not in vain. Please, don't hesitate to contact me if you ever need anything else in the future. Mora for Dory opens doors.
Okay.
We figured out where the Divine Knowledge Capsule is. It turns out it ended up in the hands of Ain el-Ahmar.
Ahmar.
Let's head back and talk to Al-Haytham. And remember to bring a token of our friendship the next time we meet, okay? I like to think it's built on a firm foundation of solid, shining Mora.
Okay. Here we are.
Al-Haytham, we got the info you wanted.
Really? All right. Let's hear it.
They are the very group that we're about to face.
Dory even gave us evidence to verify the intel. Have a look.
Huh, look at that. clear as day. It must have taken some guts just to infiltrate the scene of the Eremite's transaction. But then to get close enough to take a picture like this. Bold move, Dory. Very bold move. All right. The person in this picture is indeed Misery, the leader of Ain al-Ahmar. And the glowing red capsule he's holding appears to be the Divine Knowledge Capsule. In which case, if we play our cards right, when we confront them next week, we should be able to force them to show their hand.
At first, Paimon didn't get why you were provoking these Ain el-Ahmar guys. But now, it sort of makes sense. Everything's playing right into your hands. After we defeat them, we can finally have a serious talk with their boss and get them to lend us the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
Thank you for your time and efforts. Take a few days off while I make some preparations. Let's meet up again on the afternoon of the arranged date, 3 o'clock sharp.
Well, we'll be there, I guess.
See you then.
Do we literally have to wait, or... Oh, cool!
Oh, Hatham sure is taking his time. Where could he be? Oh, there he is.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head to the pier in front of Pharos Lighthouse.
Yep, let's go.
And here we go.
Oh, Hatham. I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were crazy enough to actually show up.
Can we actually play as him now?
It was I who demanded that these negotiations take place. I was more worried that you might go back on your promise. But to your credit, it appears that you're sticking to your word. This is turning into quite an occasion. I also brought some backup. I assume you don't mind.
Backup? Aren't you the brat from the restaurant the other day? You've come to support this lunatic because he helped you out? Fine, your funeral. I'm not going to mince my words. Once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than fish food. Get 'em, boys!
Uh-oh, here they come. Good luck, you two.
Oh, I can't even fight the one I thought I could.
I'll be back. Into the wind. Clouds high. The birds come.
Ooh, cutscene.
Academia scum! Boss! Finally! Did you use it? Great! Now we can... Huh? Boss? Boss! What's wrong?
What happened to him?
Oh look, it's the color wet now.
We have to cut his Akasha connection. Now.
Target acquired. Arrest him. Do not impede our work. Is that understood, Al-Haytham?
Of course. I was only trying to help.
Take him away!
Got it!
World, forget me.
It looks like he used the Divine Knowledge Capsule.
You mean the Divine Knowledge Capsule did that to him?
Speaking of which, Hypatia did mention... What did she mention?
Oh, yeah. You mean how some researchers go insane after getting knowledge from Irminsul?
Oh, that's what you mean.
I've heard of numerous incidents of researchers in Satyavada life going insane. The state that man is now in suggests that this is a similar situation. This Divine Knowledge Capsule does appear to be linked to the gods, but beyond that, it doesn't seem anything like the rumors suggest. Possessing it doesn't grant you divine wisdom or power. Did you hear what he said? World, forget me. What could that possibly mean?
Exactly what I heard before at Irminsul.
If the mantra took him away, then that means the Academia got the Divine Knowledge Capsule back too. What a shame. We were so close.
How could he have concealed such a huge item right in front of their eyes? He must be a magician.
Still, Paimon didn't expect the Divine Knowledge Capsule would be so dangerous. Imagine if we tried to open it. Oh, who knows what would have happened to us?
As things stand, there is no reason for me to remain in Port Ormos. I believe our collaboration has also reached its end.
You have the capsule. Don't lie to us now.
Oh, we were so busy trying to find the Divine Knowledge Capsule that Paimon forgot to ask you something. Since you're a member of the Academia, do you have any idea how we can go about meeting Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Truthfully, I don't. Lesser Lord Kusanali appears to exist outside of Sumeru's entire administration. Most of the time, you wouldn't know she exists at all. Moreover, since the Academia possesses the Akasha, a symbol of our deity's wisdom, scholars have no reason to desire to make contact with the deity herself anyway.
Everything about Lesser Lord Kusanali is such a mystery!
I'm heading back to the Academia. How about you two?
It's almost the day of the Sub-Zero's festival. Maybe we should head back too. We've been rushed off our feet over the past few days, so maybe a little rest and relaxation will do us good.
I guess we return even though we clearly saw that he had the capsule.
Then we'll part ways here, Alhaitham, until we meet again.
Damn it, I wish we could have played as him.
Now, do I deal with this thing first? Or should I produce the report that the higher-ups require?
The coming of the Zabzub Zabzub. Ah, alright then.
Let's hurry and find Dunyarzad. Paimon thinks she must be around the Grand Bazaar, since she showed us around there last time.
Okay, I missed to record one line since I didn't expect her to start yapping the moment I teleported even remotely close to the destination we were supposed to go. So inconsiderate. Hello.
There she is! Dunyarzad, we're back!
Just as promised, Traveler and Paimon. I'm so glad that you two came back to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
It's a very important festival after all.
Indeed. The festival's tomorrow. We've been preparing for so long that I can't help but feel a little nervous.
There's no need to be nervous. Paimon's sure that Lesser Lord Kusanali will feel everyone's gratitude.
Thanks, Paimon. I hope that everyone who comes to the festival will also have a good time. Speaking of which, did you manage to make your way to Port Ormos? Discover anything over there?
Yeah.
Of course we went. A lot of things happened there.
Yep, we were only left with more questions. We couldn't find any more information.
I see. Sounds like you two had another exciting adventure. If there is another chance, I would love to join.
You don't look like a character that has a vision.
My lady, if you went to Port Ormos in your current state, we'd both be in for a lifetime of trouble.
Dia! You were eavesdropping!
It's called covert protection. Keeping an ear out for what's going on around my employer is part of the job.
It's alright, Dia. I merely said I would like to go. I know better than to think my body could handle it. The festival's tomorrow. I've been doing nothing but causing trouble for you. So Dia, please take some time to relax. I'll be fine.
Even when you put it that way, it still doesn't feel right.
Don't worry, my guardian knight.
Okay, fine, but only tonight. Tomorrow's a big day, and many no-good scumbags are gonna try to take advantage of that.
Oh, you two must be exhausted from your long journey back to the city. My apologies for not realizing this sooner. I've already prepared a room for you to rest. Please follow me.
Whoa, you're so thoughtful. Paimon's so ready.
To do what?
Every item I sell here comes with
Oh. Wait, how do we... Is it... I mean, imagine this. Sumeru is out now, and whoever starts playing this game now has so much to see and do.
Here we are. It's also fairly close to where I've been staying.
It looks really nice.
Sorry for the trouble.
Not at all. Just tell me more about your adventures when you next get the chance.
That's Paimon's specialty. Paimon can tell you stories next time.
Our plans? Do we have plans for tomorrow?
Oh, if you don't mind, how about we all walk around together tomorrow?
Sure.
All of my friends will be working the festival, and Dia is still insisting on her covert protection.
Yeah. It'll be pretty hard to relax and enjoy the festival if Dia's constantly hovering over you, right?
It'll be easier to get information with your help.
Then let's meet at the nearby bazaar first thing tomorrow morning. Have a great night.
It's a deal. Good night, Dunyarzad.
I may be too excited to fall asleep tonight. See you tomorrow.
Paimon started to really look forward to the Sub-Zero festival too. Will there be lots of yummy food? Oh no. Thinking about food is just gonna keep Paimon up all night. The earlier we sleep, the better. Let's go inside, traveler.
No! Sleeping again? We have a teapot. Oh well.
Did we oversleep? We should go meet Dunyarzad right away.
I mean, our mansion in the teapot would be way more comfortable than this. But but on the other hand, I like to ignore that the teapot even exists, if possible. So it is kind of nice that they actually make things that we live in the world instead of kind of in a meta teapot world outside of it. Hello.
Traveler, Paimon, I've been waiting for you two.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. We must have overslept a little bit.
Not at all. I arrived early. Today is finally here. I must cherish every moment as if it were gold.
You've worked so hard for this day. You gotta enjoy it to the fullest.
You know it. It's just that, as expected, I had some trouble falling asleep last night. I'm hoping my body won't be too much of an issue today. Well, shall we? Let's start with the stalls over there. Many vendors came out of the blue to support the event, and they insisted on covering costs themselves. Let's go give them some business.
They paid for everything out of pocket? Oh, sounds like they're not in this just for the Mora.
They all said that contributing to a lively festival atmosphere is more important than money. Especially since we don't often get to celebrate Lesser Lord Kusanali's birthday.
Ooh, they're selling food over that way! Let's go take a look!
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
Oh, you could tell straight away. I thought most people nowadays wouldn't know.
Mushrooms, flowers, and all kind of fruit? It's all vegetarian stuff. Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed.
Yeah, she's really a carnivore.
So, what's the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's another Sub-Zero's festival tradition. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods. Generally speaking, the most common selections were foods like Rukushifa mushrooms, lunar lotuses, Sumeru roses, sunsetias, capulatas, hara fruits, and zaytun peaches.
Why does Luna and Nilotpala... Why is there this underlying thing there?
So, the Sub-Zero festival is a vegetarian holiday?
Oh, poor Paimon. Poor me.
You don't have to be a vegetarian to enjoy the spread. We just use the 7 foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Wait, but if that's the case, if Sumeru uses vegetarian food to represent the Dendro Archon, then wouldn't the Pyro Archon's festival be full of food like roasted fowl, juicy meatballs, grilled steak?
You're already thinking about the Pyro Nation.
Oh, Traveler, we have to go to Natlan as soon as possible.
I agree, because there's this one character I really want.
I hope your wish comes true one day, Paimon.
Thanks. All right, how about we also check out some of these other stalls?
Dear customers, would you like to try your hand at alchemical divination?
The what now?
What's alchemical divination? Those two things sound like they'd be fun to try together.
Right? I thought the same when I first heard about it. It is said to be a mysterious craft invented by none other than Lesser Lord Kusanali herself.
So, how does it work?
It's quite simple. After you give me any 2 alchemical reagents, I'll use them to perform a random transmutation.
Sure sounds random. So random that it will probably fail.
That is precisely what we need. After the transmutation fails, your one and only diviner here will interpret the remnants.
This entire thing is way too random.
Well, according to Lesser Lord Kusanali, everything is interconnected, and all that occurs can be traced back to fate. You could say this is a pearl of old wisdom.
Why does everything sound so much more credible when Dunyarzad says it? Are you guys working together?
So that's the true wisdom behind it. This young lady sure knows her stuff. So, how about it? Want to give it a try?
I guess. Oh, of course. One of my very precious stock. Does it have to be... Wait. Where is... Oh, I can't use Juyun chili?
Okay, one moment. It's the moon.
Paimon wants to take a look too. Is it? It looks more like a pie that Paimon bit into.
Generally speaking, the moon signifies... It means... Wait a moment.
Does he have to pull out a book?
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, I remember now. It means illusions and lies.
Illusions and lies? That sounds rather ominous.
Yes, but this book says that if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
He's not even trying to hide his book anymore.
Naturally, fate will only ever show you the beginning of a journey. It is up to you to forge your own ending. Oh, thank you so much. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
interesting. Okay, on to the next stall.
They say the Sub-Zero's festival was very lively a long, long time ago. Large flower carriages used to parade through the city. As they headed towards Port Ormos, people would throw flowers, candy, and liquor all along the way.
Dunyarzad's eyes are sparkling right now.
I wish I could have seen that spectacle. But if you ask me, I'm sure Nilu's dance of Sub-Zeros would be just as impressive.
Things can't go on like this.
Varys!
Attention! Soldiers, fall into formation if you want any Yalda candies.
It's a weird guy with a weird hat.
Hey, it's Dunyarzad!
Wow!
Miss Dunyarzad, the children love you even more than the Yalda candies. In the few short days it took to prepare for the Sub-Zero's festival, the children have all grown very fond of you.
The Hallowed Knight of Flowers. It's an honor that you know my name.
Attention! In the name of Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, I commend you on your contributions to the glorious Sub-Zero's festival. All right, little soldiers, take your Yalda candies and don't forget your loyalty to Lesser Lord Kusanali. Dismissed!
Yes, Knight Varys!
Just what is going on here?
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers, is another Sub-Zero's festival icon, and one immensely popular with children. In the past, the actor portraying Ferris would also sit on a flower carriage.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can make such wonderful memories today.
As are we to you, Vihar.
Oh, not at all. Oh, speaking of tradition, do you want some Yalda candies? They're a festival staple, and I happen to have some boxes readied here. Take a look and pick whichever one you want.
Whichever one? Don't these boxes all look the same?
That is the fun part. Each box contains a random flavor. It's up to the luck of the draw. Flavors include lavender melon, hara fruit, sunsetia.
Ooh, those all sound pretty good.
And there's also lizard tail and oni kabuto.
Huh? What's up with those two flavors?
Wait, that sounds like Betty puts every kind of flavor beans.
Oni kabuto is a little spicier than lizard tail.
Dunyarzad, you tried them before? Traveler, help Paimon pick one. Paimon wants the Sunsetia flavor.
Don't blame me if I choose the wrong one.
It's alright. Paimon believes in you.
I also believe in your intuition.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
I want the number 2. No, let me give a little thought. I wanted the blue one. So, is it number 4? So it's number 5? No. Wait, am I dumb? Wait, so is it number 1? Oh, okay, it's definitely number 1.
Attention! That's unfortunately lizard tail.
Haha.
Oh, Paimon thought you survived so many epic battles because you had incredible luck. But looks like Paimon was wrong.
The Sunsetia flavored candy was in box number 4. How about this? The most important thing is that everyone has a good time at the festival. So please, take both boxes.
Really? Thanks a lot, Knight of Candies.
It's Knight of Flowers, not Knight of Candies.
Paimon really wilted the carriageless Knight of Flowers.
They all basically sound the same. We got our candy, so let's keep going.
Oh, actually, I just remembered that I left something behind. Since you're here, can you come with me to get it?
I guess?
Dunyarzad, you probably forgot because you're so excited about the Sub-Zero's festival.
How embarrassing.
Where is she? Alright. What could you have possibly forgotten?
We're too late. Who knew the little lady was such an early riser?
I know, right? Hey, wait a minute. Boss, isn't that her?
Oh, that most certainly is. We're in luck. She's walking right into our clutches.
Those Eremites don't look like they're up to any good.
So, you wanna get a spanking?
Who are you? I don't believe the Homayanis hired you.
That's right. We haven't received any of their mora, but I wonder how much the Homayanis would shell out to get you back.
You should have researched who she's accompanied by.
They're a gang of kidnappers! Traveler, hurry and protect Dunyarzad!
We'll be fine.
Hey, did you scumbags even consider that the Homayanis might have hired a merc that outclasses you?
You're... Dia! Dia the Flame Mane! No wonder we mercs haven't heard anything about you for so long. You sold your unruly mane to the highest bidder.
Don't speak so disrespectfully. My family started working with her as gratitude for her past kindness to us.
Don't worry about it, my lady. Just some friendly banter between mercs. One punch and those rabid dogs will expose themselves for what they really are.
Can I play as you?
Aren't your claws all dull by now? Don't get too cocky!
Traveler, take Miss Dunyarzad to a safe location.
No, we're gonna stay and help. There's too many of them.
Oh, we can't guarantee anyone's safety here.
You're right. All right, fine.
Please be careful, Dia.
Don't waste your time worrying about me. This is my job. Look out for yourself. After I've wiped the floor with them, I'll go find you all.
Can we play as her, please? Let me play with her. Huh? What the? Wait, why is this suddenly a race? Are they even still there? Aww. Why did we need to run?
Dunyarzad, are you okay? You look a little pale. Are you in shock?
I'm fine. My body always reacts like this whenever I exert myself too much.
You sure you're okay?
I'll be fine after some rest. I'm more worried about Dia. After all, none of this would have happened if I hadn't insisted on coming out today.
Don't worry, she's tough, I suppose. She looks like a main character.
Yeah, don't worry.
My lady, Traveler, found ya.
Dia! You took care of them so fast!
Any more of them? Or rather, did anyone follow you?
No, I just checked.
Dia, your arm.
Oh, this? I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Normally, they wouldn't have been able to land a hit on me at all, but I'm still getting used to this new greatsword.
Please, let me take a closer look.
Come on, it's nothing. Us mercs aren't as fragile as you think.
Damn it, why did you have to be a great sword user?
Hold on, you said something about a new greatsword. What happened to the one you were using before?
About that. Well, I sold it, because I was low on mora. Stuff like this happens every now and then.
It can't be. The anonymous donation that was used for the venue's final round of preparations?
Huh?
Hey, Miss Dunyarzad, I wasn't trying to make you cry. I'm not gonna lose my commission because I made my employer cry, am I?
But you didn't even have enough money to contribute and sold your weapon?
Okay, making your employer cry won't affect your commission, but selling your weapon without permission and getting hurt? I'll have to reevaluate your performance.
You're so unreasonable, my lady.
Thank you very much, Dia. Don't be like that. I get embarrassed really easily.
Are you feeling unwell again, Dunyarzad?
My lady, your condition. Traveler, can you take her somewhere to rest? I'll look around the area to make sure we're safe from an ambush.
No problema.
Truly, I'm sorry for the trouble, everyone.
Are you feeling better, Dunyarzad?
Yes, much better. Just give me a few moments and I'll be good to go.
Just how serious is your illness?
I didn't realize you were concerned about it. I guess I shouldn't continue to keep it a secret. I was actually born with Elazar. It's terminal now.
Oh! Wait, when did you unwrap your hands?
Can't believe it's Elazar.
Oh, you've already heard of Elazar. In that case, you probably know about its severity. Sumeru's current medical advancements still haven't been able to find a cure. The disease's progression can only be delayed through environmental therapy.
Dunyarzad.
There's no need to be sad. I've always lived with Elazar and I came to terms with it a long time ago. Compared to the simple fact that I'm afflicted with this, its effects on my life have been much more painful. I know that my family loves me dearly. They've done all they can to provide the best environment for me so that I can live for that much longer. However, I know I will one day succumb to this. Did you know? Before I ran away from home this time, the world outside of my home didn't even know that I existed. Since I was a child, all I could do was sit on my bed and stare at everything outside of my window. I'm sure my family's worried and disappointed in me for running away, but I just didn't want to have any regrets. I wanted to meet other people. To me, there's nothing more beautiful than being able to meet and speak with others. Not to mention the incredible time spent preparing for the festival, the joy on everyone's faces here, and all the support I've received from friends like Dia. This way, when my final day does arrive, it will be less sorrowful. At the very least, many people will remember that I once existed in this world, right?
I would say that you still have happy times yet to come.
As long as you don't forget Paimon, Paimon also won't forget about you. No, even if you forget Paimon, Paimon will still remember you.
Thank you two so much. I apologize for the depressing conversation. This is out of character for me. To be honest, Lesser Lord Kusanali gave me the courage to do all of this. If it weren't for her encouragement, I wouldn't have taken that first step.
What must remain? Already so strong for never giving up.
Thanks. There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
Yep, that's a great mindset.
All right. Isn't it almost time?
Huh? Almost time for what?
Isn't the Dance of Sub-Zeros about to begin? It's the part of the festival that I've been looking forward to the most. Nilu will recreate that legendary scene with her most splendid dancing. And the Sub-Zeros festival will conclude amid everyone's applause and blessings.
Oh wait, wasn't she the character that vanished in the preview of the Sumeru animation? She was there and then she was gone because she will die during this quest line? Or something like that?
And with that, my wish will also...
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the stage!
Yeah, we should still make it in time.
Shouldn't we carry her? Oh, it's suddenly nighttime. Well, that gives me extra speed from Rosaria.
Were you not aware that the law prohibits this type of performance from taking place without prior permission?
Are you really such fuck-ups?
Over there! Someone's yelling at Nilou!
I think I just saw the Academia's Grand Sage. Why is he here in person?
To sabotage this. I already hate him.
But the Dance of Sub-Zerus is one of the key parts of the Sub-Zerus Festival. If we can't perform it...
The Sub-Zerus Festival. The law also prohibits the private hosting of large-scale religious festivals. Only the Academia can host such an event.
Well, are you having a punchable face right about now?
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer.
Wait, where is her vision though?
The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
The Academia was originally responsible for the Sub-Zerus Festival, but they failed this responsibility for many years. I need to speak with them.
If you force the hands too much, the situation may get ugly. Where's my words of encouragement? Where's my third option, Hoyo? It may get ugly, but doesn't matter. I want to punch some face now.
This is a hard pill to swallow, but you're right. Things would only get worse.
Art, dance. Aren't you ashamed of pursuing such frivolous and meaningless activities in this land of knowledge and reason? Our Archon created the utopia that is Sumeru City for all scholars who sought validity, verity, and truth, while people like you wish to defile it.
Do you even listen to yourself? A festival is all about this kind of stuff. Do you rather want to do a lecture?
No. I believe that our Archon never rejected the arts. Even the goddess of flowers dedicated a dance to her.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me. What you should be doing is finding workers to tear down this ridiculous eyesore. When we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbha Day that prohibits public art performances. We will announce it to the public later via the Akasha.
Understood. I will inform him when I return.
The Sub-Zerus Festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content.
Nilou, are you okay?
Are you seriously just letting this go by? Oh, they have so punchable faces.
Oh, Dunyarzad. You all saw that just now? The Grand Sage ordered us to stop the performance.
Yeah.
Let's go somewhere the Academia can't find us and perform there. But how do we let everyone know? And what about the atmosphere and the stage? Or we could get people to block them off so they can't interrupt the performance. No. They just threatened to investigate the organizers. If we were caught...
Nilou, it's alright. Don't worry about it.
But you've been looking forward to the Dance of Sub-Zerus so much. And I know how important this festival is to you. I don't want you to have any regrets.
It's okay. Seeing you care this much about my feelings is more than enough. It would be too risky to continue the Sub-Zerus Festival at this point. I don't want to get everyone in trouble.
If you say so. But you can sneak out for the next Sub-Zerus Festival, right? We'll make sure the next one is a smashing success.
The next one.
What I don't understand is how did they not know this beforehand that they needed to file a permit? Why did they just do it without doing the appropriate paperwork? But at the same time, it's ridiculous that they prohibit this.
Yes. Okay. It's a promise. It will be a smashing success.
I can't believe this is how things turned out. Those heartless geezers.
Should we try to think of another way?
It really is okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
Of course we can. We can bring this monarchy down.
Still, I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Milu's dance.
A lot happened today. It's a shame the festival ended the way it did. Nilu and Dunyarzad promised to make the next Sub-Zero's festival a success, but Dunyarzad is running out of time.
This may be a regret that can never be resolved.
Yeah.
All connections have been secured to construct the most stable framework possible.
Huh?
The project has entered its most critical phase. Power has begun to flow from...
What's happening?
We're gonna be late! It's all because you wouldn't get out of bed! We should go meet Dunyarzad right away!
Wait, what? What's happening? Huh? Wait, what? What just happened? Is it Groundhog Day or something? This seems to be Groundhog Day. Hello.
Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry we're late.
Not at all. I arrived early.
You seem kinda tired. Did you not get enough sleep?
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall we go? Let's start with the stalls over there.
Only the traveler's still aware. Wait, something funky is going on here.
Sure. Traveler? Why are you just standing there? Let's get
going. Can we actually stop the failing from happening?
Ooh, they're selling food over that way. Let's go take a look.
Are we literally doing this all over again? Oh, there has to be a deviation. Or fast forward or something.
This is a stall offering foods from the Haftmewa feast.
You are quite well informed.
Yeah, we know that already.
Plants! Oh, Paimon's a little disappointed. Actually, what is the Haftmewa feast you mentioned just now?
It's one of the Sub-Zero's festival's traditions. People used to set their tables with 7 different foods to symbolize the 7 virtues of the Dendro Archon.
Starting from just now, something feels really familiar.
Appear to be in the form of the moon.
Oh, they fast forward. Great.
Really? Paimon thought it looked like some kind of food.
Oh, she says something different.
The moon signifies... It's escaping me for now.
Is he really looking it up in a book?
Oh, right. It means but if you trust your intuition and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
Is this a déjà vu?
Understood. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just learning as I go.
Guess that was still pretty interesting. Okay.
I don't need to hear all of that again. We already know what's happening.
Where to next?
To the Candyman. The Candyman can. The Candyman can. Sorry. This time I choose the 4th box, so Paimon gets her candy right away. Hello, little children. That's me.
Alright, soldiers. Now that you have your Yalda candies, don't forget...
Yes, Knight Ferris!
What's going on? Is the...
Ferris, the Knight of Flowers.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's spon... Oh, do you want some Yalda candies? I happen to have some boxes.
What's to pick? Don't these
It's not that.
Ooh, how.
And there's also lizard tail.
Ugh. Why do those flavors even. Traveler, help.
Great. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from.
Number 4.
Ah, excellently chosen. Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
I love this determined look. I know that it is this because I lived this already.
Paimon bet you had incredible luck, and Paimon was right.
That just now, I don't think that was luck. I knew they were there. Don't know why, but I knew it must have been number 4.
Huh? How's that possible? It's obviously random.
Why do I keep having these senses of deja vu?
Maybe we didn't sleep very well last night. Or maybe we slept too much.
Sorry, but I need to leave for a moment.
Oh, sure.
Huh? Where are you going? You're just gonna walk off like that?
Something's fishy. The flavor of deja vu. Wait, would I have not? No, I would have probably gotten the... Wait, why are we going into the tavern? Are we getting hammered now?
A feeling of deja vu? Oh, Paimon knows what that is. It's when you feel like you've already experienced whatever is going on.
No! Are you sure?
In that case, Paimon also felt something like that today. But that's just our brains playing tricks on us, isn't it?
Nope.
So why'd you run here in such a hurry?
To see if I can get rid of this deja vu, I want to do something I normally never would.
So that's it. You're intentionally doing things you usually wouldn't and seeing if you still get that same feeling of deja vu.
Welcome, you two. Are you here for lunch? What would you like to eat?
1 coconut chocolate cake, please.
Got it. You don't look like you're from these parts, but I gotta say, you've got good taste. I'll give this order to the kitchen.
No, we just left her there.
Coconut charcoal cake? Isn't it that burned thing that didn't look tasty at all? Oh, Paimon understands what you're trying to do now. You'd never normally order something like this.
But, I mean, what do you mean it doesn't look tasty? It looks interesting. Wait, are we dipping it?
Thing? Are you really gonna eat it? Isn't this going a bit too far?
Here goes, bottoms up.
How was it? The look on your face is telling Paimon that it tasted awful.
No, it actually tasted really good.
Then, you mean...
This flavor. I've definitely eaten this before.
That's impossible. We were just talking about how gross it looked. So, would this be a case of taste bud deja vu?
Couldn't get rid of it after all. Looks like I tried this before. Did I? Wait, are we insinuating that this happened several times already?
Paimon also gets the impression that we've been here many times, even though we are regulars.
Wait, what? So we already went through several iterations of this? Well, thankfully we didn't need to do all of them.
How about we go out again and try something else?
Alright. Okay, what now?
Hey, Dunyarzad is sitting by yourself on that bench over there. What a coincidence, Dunyarzad. We meet again. Why are you sitting here all by yourself?
Oh, I ran into some kidnappers just now, but thankfully Dia came to my rescue. I started to feel unwell after that, so I sat down here.
Kidnappers? Oh my goodness, are you hurt?
I'm okay. Dia's arm got scratched, but it isn't serious.
Whew, that's a big relief. But, Dunyarzad, you seem a little down today. It's the Sub-Zero's festival, and you've been looking forward to it so much.
Not at all. I've always been like this. Excessive physical exertion or strong emotions tend to aggravate my illness. Besides, no matter how amazing today may be, it is but a single day. After however many more days, my time will come to an end.
Paimon doesn't quite follow you, and Paimon feels like something's really got you down right now.
I'm sorry for leaving you behind earlier.
It really is fine. I don't mind.
Just experienced a number of strange events. Have you noticed anything out of the ordinary?
Huh? Did something happen?
Dunyarzad, have you ever felt deja vu? You know, like when you've already experienced something that's happening right now?
I really have to stave the urge to just skip the when Paimon states the obvious.
Deja vu? No. But my days have been the same for years now. Even if I were feeling deja vu, I suppose I would already be used to it.
Oh, Paimon sees. Then, is it only the two of us?
It's almost time.
Huh? Time for what?
Nilou's Dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. Let's go.
Oh god. There will be this scene again. Or not? Oh, why? They just do it like this, so it doesn't take as long.
With your lack of intellectual credentials, I do not believe you are qualified to debate with me.
Oh, I don't need to hear this again, you
When
bastard.
we return, have the scribe draft an ordinance before the next Nyagarbaha day that prohibits public art performance.
Understood. I will inform him.
The Sub-Zero's festival. Go celebrate the birth of that god to your...
Do something really extreme and beat their faces in and see if you still have deja vu.
Nilou, are you okay?
Oh, Dunyarzad. It's okay. There's nothing we can do about it.
But you've been really looking forward to this.
It truly is unfortunate, but I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. Didn't the Grand Sage say that he might investigate the organizers?
True, but...
the
Yeah.
next festival. I probably won't be around by then.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, nothing. I'll be heading back to rest. Thank you for your help, everyone.
Paimon can't believe what those heartless geezers did!
Okay, so this time we didn't get the trust that she tells us about her Elzazaz. Felt like this outcome was inevitable.
Did Dunyarzad already go back? We should also return.
Alright then. Even my patience runs out, especially if we have a groundhog situation.
So, in the end, you still couldn't figure out what that deja vu feeling was all about? Maybe it really was because of exhaustion.
I hadn't thought about it, but my head does feel very heavy.
Same here. That's why Paimon stopped thinking about it halfway through the day.
Are you ever started thinking?
Then, how about we settle in and get a good night's sleep? For now, we can chalk things up to exhaustion. We can do more thinking tomorrow.
What is this?
Observing a modest drop in the output of jnana energy, but values still remain within normal parameters.
Yanan? What the heck is Yanan energy?
Continue to monitor the variances in the data and find the cause as soon as possible.
What is happening?
Why does Paimon feel so tired after so much sleep?
And why is everything going black and white and gray?
Anyway, we should go meet Dunyarzad right away.
You know what? No, we don't. We just go our own way. Oh, God, what is this? The continuation of the festival. What is even happening?
Good morning, Dunyarzad. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all. I arrived early.
Huh? Paimon thinks you sound kinda tired.
I'm doing well. There's no need to worry. Shall...
Great idea! Let's get going! Traveler? Hey.
This feels all too familiar. A strong sense of déjà vu. Okay, what is happening now? They can't let us get through this again.
It's all thanks to Miss Dunyarzad's sponsorship that the children can enjoy the subs. Oh, are you interested in Yalda candies? It's not that simple. Each box contains a random... And there's also lizard tail... No problem. These boxes of candy are numbered 1 to 5 from left to right. Which one do you want?
It is still number 4.
Oh, I like your confidence. No hesitation at all. Oh, congratulations! Number 4 is indeed Sunsetia.
Paimon knew he always had incredible luck.
Number 1 is lizard tail, number 2 is Hara fruit, number 3 is lavender melon, number 5 is only Kabuto.
Paimon's not really interested in the other flavors.
Oh! Wait. How did you know? Don't tell me that you already knew which flavor was in each box.
What? He was right about all of them?
That couldn't have been luck. How is this possible? I packed all those boxes this morning and they've been sealed ever since. You couldn't have known beforehand. Mind reading? X-ray vision? Or some kind of magic trick? This is way too freaky.
Tell us what's going on. Since when did you get superpowers?
And the superpowers... Oh, there she is! Just now, that was... It's her! I know that it must be her!
Hey, where are you going? What's going on? Did you see something? Us leaving Dunyarzad without letting her know is kinda rude, you know.
Okay. A familiar figure? How is she familiar? We haven't seen her before. There she is! There she is! After her! How is she a familiar figure? Oh. She transformed into a bird?
What are you looking for? Why did we come here? Traveler?
Over there!
That's...
What? What is even happening? There! We dot each other. Wait, what?
Look! That's... Isn't that Dunyarzad?
What? She was still with us just a moment ago. Wait, was she? Huh? What happened?
What's happening here? Why are there two Dunyarzads?
You already know that this isn't your first Sub-Zero's festival, don't you?
Alert!
I'm sure you already know how to use this.
A knowledge capsule? Where did you get it? What's inside?
You should use it too, Paimon.
You know Paimon?
Let's use it to... Nah, dot.
Well, this seems kinda sketchy, but Paimon feels like this is what we should do. What the?
So many days worth of memories.
This is our 20th time at the Sub-Zero's festival? Huh? No. The 30th? 40th? Just how many times have we been to the Sub-Zero's festival?
Oh god! Wait, did they extract our memories and repeat and put us on repeat? Can they extract memory?
Have we been trapped in a single day? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even realized.
Ah, looks so cute.
What the heck was inside that knowledge capsule?
Your memories are still scrambled? Try your best to remember. This isn't the first time we've met, and I answered that question a long time ago.
Let Paimon think. Oh, it's coming back. Meeting you was the real catalyst for restoring our memories, and the knowledge capsule was just your means of showing our minds the way. What about everyone else? Why are you only helping the two of us?
Your sense of deja vu is stronger than everyone else's, yes? As for an explanation, you two received the blessing of Dendro, and you also have special, sensitive constitutions. It was as if a single sheet of paper was separating those memories from your consciousness.
What's wrong with Dunyarzad over there?
A familiar question. I think this is the 7th time you asked that. As you can see, she isn't doing well. You probably sensed it too. The Dunyarzad you were just with is different from the first Dunyarzad you met. That first Dunyarzad is in front of you right now, and she doesn't have a lot of time left.
What I need to do right now is break out of the cycle?
Looks like you're almost done sorting out your brain.
She sounds a little bit too childish almost.
Oh yeah, I'm Nahida.
I know you introduced yourself before.
Good, you passed the test.
What's happening? You can awaken our memories, and you seem like you know what's going on. Oh, wait, please don't tell Paimon even you don't know.
You don't really need to make the children characters sound so childish to begin with. I mean, they did a great job with the merchant. How was her name again? Not Diona, but I don't know, the other little character. That voice was not as grating. I mean, it's not terrible, but it feels like it's overdone. We already have Klee and Chi-Chi who have such weird sounding whatever.
Everything in this world runs in a loop. This cycle is called the samsara. You, me, and everyone else are all stuck inside the one-day samsara.
Why do you have to make up words?
As for the truth, that's on you to find out. If you were told the truth instead of discovering it yourselves, it would literally blow your minds. I don't know how you'd be after that.
Yes, blow my mind, please.
I can only give you surface level help, like bits of information and subtle hints. For the rest of the time, I'll be doing all I can to slow down Dunyarzad's illness.
She looks like she isn't doing well at all. Her illness gets worse after each Sub-Zero's festival.
Who's doing that and why?
If we can break out of the samsara, I might be able to save her. But as things are right now, she's just a small bird in the sky that's about to lose its last feathers. All I can do is raise a gale to delay her fall.
You sure love to use weird analogies.
Analogies are wonderful tools. They let you use existing knowledge to understand unfamiliar things. Okay, so, with what you know so far, what do you think the truth is?
Let me collect my thoughts, I guess. What the? You enter a state of contemplation. You can choose any text entry to interpret it. This interpretation process involves analysis of the text entry and may yield new entries. Once interpreted, you may submit the text as a conclusion. What? Like that. Some text entries can be associated with one another once interpreted. Select associate to choose the other text entry, then select trigger association. You can gain new text entries by performing accurate associations. If one of the text entries on the current page can be used as a conclusion, then select the entry before choosing submit conclusion. Wait, what? The Grand Sage's speech. He always says you can have this festival all you want.
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more?
Oh, finally! You get more lines to tell! That's great for you! I wish they would do this more often, but then this thing wouldn't be as impactful, would it?
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more? We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara.
Whatever that word means.
The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? What's happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger. My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going on? I can't seem to cohesively piece everything together.
Come on. What is then? Oh!
That should be it. The flow of time is endlessly cycling within one single day.
My mind feels We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's the Grand Sage.
Is there not
the
more?
Moon. That should be it. The flow of time.
A time loop. You've given similarly wrong answers in the past. A pity.
What? Damn it!
Still the wrong answer? Paimon thought that made a lot of sense. It feels like time's just repeating itself.
A simple time loop can't explain some of the phenomena. You two are still missing a lot of information. Unfortunately, I can't give you any more hints.
Dunyarzad!
The Sub-Zeru's festival is happening every day, but that doesn't mean we can waste an infinite amount of them. Hurry and find the truth before today's festival ends.
Wait, so was it even possible to get the right answer?
Let's think about our current situation. To save Dunyarzad, we have to escape the samsara of the Sub-Zeru's festival. And to do that, we need to figure out what's happening. The truth.
The Grand Sage, of course.
Nahida rejected the idea of a time loop, so we must have missed something, right? Paimon's memories say that we've already done this many times, but let's go talk to people again. It's more productive than sitting here and scratching our heads. Why don't we start with those stall owners?
I want to talk to her again. Oh well. This is something different from the norm, at least. Not a story never told, but, you know.
Hey there!
Hey, it's you guys again. Where's your cultured friend?
She's feeling a little unwell.
I see. Did you come back to buy something? I guarantee the freshness of my products. I harvested them from the forest just yesterday.
You ever feel like you're reliving the same day?
Huh? What brought this about? I hurried back from the forest yesterday, and I'm selling produce here today. I haven't felt anything strange.
To put it another way, if you really think about it, was yesterday truly yesterday? Did you actually come back from the forest yesterday?
What kind of philosophical nonsense is this? Are you two daydreaming? Didn't you know that no one dreams in Sumeru? Go somewhere else if you want to find someone to daydream with.
Oh, we are not in a time loop. We are still asleep. This is a dream within a dream or something along those lines.
He actually has a point. Is this a dream? Is everyone dreaming?
Remember what he said just now. No one dreams in Sumeru. Yeah, but we know that it can be forced by the forest creatures, the Aranara or something.
True. It's so weird that people here don't dream. Why is that? Anyway, if this all really were just a dream, we would have woken up a long time ago. Let's keep asking around.
Oh, it's you two. Was my divination so accurate that you felt compelled to compliment me in person?
We actually did run into a situation, but I'm not sure if it's related to your divination.
Ooh, I knew it! I told you, the god's divination is highly accurate. You just hadn't fully understood its significance yet.
You're really excited about this, huh? That's exactly why we came back. Help us better understand it.
Help you better understand it? Well, that isn't exactly what I excel at.
So, you're admitting that you don't have a clue?
Anyway, what kind of situation did you get into?
We are trapped in the day of the Sub-Zero's festival.
Huh? Hold on a second. I thought you guys just lost your wallet or fell for a scam. What you just said, are you serious? Does that kind of thing actually happen in real life?
I mean, this is a game, but, well...
Paimon knew you weren't going to believe it.
Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I believe you. Recall the interpretation of your divination. The moon, illusions, and lies. It really felt like an omen.
When you say it like that, the divination does sound like it's related to what's going on. Can you read any more into it?
I believe that the Archon's revelations are never more than vague hints. Anything more specific is beyond the reach of mere mortals. The book only says, if you trust your instincts and overcome your fears, the sun will surely rise.
So that's how it is. Looks like fortune-telling is just fortune-telling. It's no good for practical problems. We haven't made any progress. Who else can we talk to?
The Candy Man. Oh, Dia.
Paimon remembers that we tried talking to her a couple of times, but she always thinks we're playing pranks on her. You think she'll brush us off again?
Cares a lot about Donya Zad. Let's try taking her to the real one.
Yeah. If we tap into Dia's strong sense of responsibility as a mercenary, then she'll definitely take us seriously. At this time of day, Dia's probably just finished beating up those kidnappers. Let's go find her.
Oh.
I'm fine, my lady. It's just a scratch.
Perfect timing. Both of you are here.
Paimon, Traveler, you came at just the right time. Listen, there was a dangerous
Gang of kidnappers had just ambushed you.
Huh? You saw? Then why didn't you jump in earlier? If someone was protecting Miss Dunyarzad, I could have went all out. Anyway, can you do something for me?
You want the Traveler to take Dunyarzad somewhere to rest up while you check to see if there's still any kidnappers around. Did Paimon get that right?
How did you know what I was going to say?
We need to say something convincing.
Oh God.
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. Dia sold her greatsword to raise additional funds, and then she was injured because she wasn't used to her new weapon. The moon, illusions, and lies. What do they all mean? My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going?
Huh?
Dia sold her greatsword to raise it. Dia sold her greatsword to raise it.
Tell her, Traveler!
You did it because you aren't used to your current greatsword, you sold your greatsword to support the festival. Yeah, let's go with that.
I didn't tell anyone about that. Including Miss Dunyarzad. You couldn't have known. And just now, you literally took the words right out of my mouth. What's going on?
Alright, so this is the situation.
Oh God, there are two Dunyazads right now.
It's kinda hard to believe what you just told me. First, let me make something clear. Most of us desert dwellers might not be the scholarly type, but we do have basic common sense.
Haven't you noticed something off about Dunyazad?
She's quieter than usual. Uninterested in anything and really gloomy.
Yeah, she isn't the same as before, but her parents said that this is how she was like at first.
Huh? At first?
I don't quite understand what you're all talking about. I'll go rest on the bench over there.
My lady, are you angry?
Come with me, I'll show you some evidence.
Alright, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt since you knew about my greatsword. Let's make this a quick trip. Miss Dunyarzad isn't completely safe here.
Yeah, let's visit what I think is the Archon. You look like you're sleeping. Oh, he snapped back to life. Oh, yeah. Wait, why are we going this way? Oh. Hello.
I told you that it won't help to bring anyone here.
We just wanted her to see the real Dunyarzad's condition.
The real Dunyarzad? Where and who are you talking to?
Wait, she can't see her?
Huh? I told you that you two are special. Other people can't see me or Miss Dunyarzad here.
God dang it.
Hold on. Over there. Is that?
Wait, you can see her? What?
Wow. How perceptive. Does she have invisible antennae?
Miss Dunyarzad, she's lying down here, isn't she? How's she doing?
Her condition's really bad, and she's basically in a coma. How did you know she was here?
I can sense her aura. There are also lingering feelings of something like regret or disappointment. What happened?
What kind of power do you have?
Do you believe us now? The Sub-Zero's festival has been repeating itself. So, you think the sages are behind this?
Yeah, they've always been against us. Wouldn't surprise me if they're using the Akasha to intentionally repeat the Sub-Zero's festival as a sick joke.
Ah, I knew this technology seems to be a little bit too convenient to not be used for mass manipulation. That's why everyone gets an earpiece. They want to brain fuck you.
You have a point. Aside from the Dendro Archon, the Academia's sages are the only ones in Sumeru who could pull off something like this.
Shouldn't we take out the earpieces then, so it can't affect our brain anymore?
Maybe there's more to the Akasha than we know.
Can you tell us anything about the Akasha?
Right! Didn't you awaken our memories using something that looked like a knowledge capsule? That means you must know something about the Akasha!
The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people.
Okay, so it is Gnosis power. Great. Well, we just have to wait for the Fatui to come and steal it then.
A Gnosis could do that? No wonder the Akasha is so magical. It's being powered by the Gnosis of Sumeru's Archon.
Why is she not seizing it back to herself, if it's used for such evil intent?
So, this Nahida you mentioned, what did she say?
She said, and Paimon quotes, "The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace and grants knowledge to the people. Wait.
What's up?
I get the grants knowledge part. That's what people have always used the Akasha for. But compiling the entire populace's wisdom? How does that work?
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akasha?
Doubt it. Most information in the Akasha comes from Irmin's soul. Does it?
Oh, yeah. That sounds about right. What do you think?
Ah, yeah, we go into big thinking mode again.
People in Sumeru don't dream. Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people. My mind feels exhausted. Even what's happening right now seems to have happened before. This feeling has been getting stronger and stronger.
How is this helping? What happens if I press this? Oh! I can just interrupt my big think moment.
I get the grant's knowledge part.
Did she mean that the sages enter new knowledge into the Akash? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
That
no,
sounds about
stop!
right.
Why can I not skip this? I can't even combine anything.
That doesn't sound right. I need to carefully think things through. That doesn't sound right. My mind feels... Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis. People in Sumeru...
Okay, I can just...
You mean the Akasha is causing our mental fatigue? Huh. Now that I think about it, my head's been feeling unusually heavy. When the desert dwellers set off on their quest for knowledge, a sage once said, knowledge always comes at a price. Compiling the entire country's knowledge. You think the Akasha pulled a 180 and is extracting information from us?
But how would it do that?
Who knows? The Akasha can put knowledge into our heads, so who's to say that it can't also poke around in there? We don't know any specifics.
Yeah, we should stop using it for now.
What's the point of doing something like that?
Well, you know, espionage, controlling, manipulation, the power trip.
Just think about it. If you could combine the knowledge of every single person in Sumeru, then you can basically turn Sumeru City into a single massive brain. This hive mind could make breakthroughs in problems that even the smartest geniuses can't crack.
An excellent deduction. And the analogy comparing Sumeru City to a massive brain? I love it.
In that case, we should take off our Akasha terminals right away. Maybe that'll solve this problem.
Somehow I don't think it'll be that simple.
Yeah, I was only wearing this for show in the first place. Didn't expect the sages to cook up such a conspiracy. Mark my words, when this is over, I'm getting evidence and exposing this whole thing to the public.
How does everyone feel?
Actually, I also noticed something else. Did I?
Huh? What is it?
I feel like at the end of every day, there's always the sound of a beep. Yep.
Oh, that! Paimon knows what you're talking about. It's a single soft beep that sounds like it's coming from the Akasha terminal.
The sound of a beep. Could it be a prompt tone for when the Akasha is operating?
Same sound in Port Almost? Did we? When?
That's probably an important clue. We weren't using our terminals, but we heard a beep anyway.
Wait, did we? When? What? Oh.
Traveler, did you hear that?
I heard it too. Our ears aren't messing with us. There was definitely a beep, but it sounded like it was coming from inside my head.
Oh no, it's already in our heads.
We took off our Akasha terminals.
Oh.
Phase runtime has exceeded its expected length. At this rate, there may be casualties.
Wait, what phase?
But we cannot lose all of our progress.
Oh God, this is still not over, is it? Oh yeah, they finally go through all of that in fast forward.
Paimon remembers everything!
Oh, why?
Good. You adapted quickly this time.
The end of last night.
We definitely took off our Akasha terminals last night, but we still heard that beep. Why is that?
We failed at severing our connection with them?
But now we can at least confirm one thing. The Akasha definitely has something to do with whatever's trapping us in this cycle. Oh, Paimon doesn't get it. Why would the Akasha go this far if all it wants is everybody's wisdom?
It's extremely difficult for lab rats in an experiment to understand why they're being treated the way they are.
If we're lab rats, then what are you? Nahida, you've never told us anything about yourself.
I guess I'm the moon.
What?
The moon? Wasn't that the result of our divination?
Anyway, knowing who I am won't help you get closer to the truth, so you should focus on other things. Don't get distracted and miss any clues.
Okay then. Dia helped us a lot yesterday, so let's go find her. If Paimon's reading the time correctly, those kidnappers should be showing up soon.
God, I can't take it anymore. Oh, why?
Ah, there you are. I've already taken care of those kidnappers. My lady, did you get hurt?
Hold on, something's not right.
Dia?
What's wrong? Why are you both gawking at me like that?
You didn't get hurt this time.
Huh? What do you mean this time? Why are you so surprised that I managed to get out unscathed? Those kids were amateurs.
Aren't you still getting used to your new greatsword?
Shh! How did you know about my greatsword? I haven't told anyone about it. Please, don't tell Miss Dunyarzad.
So Dia's lost her memories after all.
During your battle.
Anything strange? You already know that I got a new greatsword. If I had to say something, it's weird how such a new weapon could feel so familiar. It's as if I've already used it to fight a countless number of battles.
You're saying that although you don't remember using it, your body feels like it does?
That's right. Both mercenaries and warriors heavily rely on muscle memory. Only knowing the theory of battle won't get you anywhere.
Traveler, what do you think?
Time is actually passing by, but it just feels like it's the same day. This has never happened before. Could it be because we moved our Akasha terminal?
Yeah! Paimon's feeling really hopeful.
We have already broken free?
Oh, you're right! Earlier in the Samsara, something like this would have never happened.
No, for sure at the end of the day.
I have no clue what you two are talking about, but it's still dangerous here, so...
So you want us to take Dunyarzad somewhere else to rest while you check if there are still more kidnappers around, right?
How did you know what I was gonna say? Can you read minds?
Forget it. Go and do your thing.
This is the point where we have to intervene. The Grand Sage. We should tell them that we know what they're up to.
Whew. It's finally nighttime. Aside from Dia not getting injured, everything seems to have stayed the same. Listen, Nahida, we found out that Dia got out just fine today, even though she got injured every other time she fought the kidnappers. Do you think the Samsara has been broken? Have we saved Dunyarzad?
No.
Really? Good job on all that progress. Get some good sleep tonight.
Hey, what kind of an answer is that?
Tomorrow will come. Everyone assumes this is common knowledge, But the only way you can know that for sure is if you experience tomorrow. How many todays has it been? Is it possible that today will be followed by yesterday? Does tomorrow truly exist as anything beyond a made-up concept? It's even possible that this entire world is a lie, and the history of the whole world has just been one endless Sub-Zero's festival.
Okay, no more! Paimon's brain is already shut down.
That's why it makes no sense to waste your energy thinking about things you will learn tomorrow.
Yeah, but we need to make progress. Just blow our minds already.
Get some good rest. You know, use the bathroom and flush your anxiety dookie away.
What the fuck?
Huh? Hold on, what did you just say? Did Paimon hear you correctly?
Huh? People always say they feel a sense of relief after they take a duk-duk. That's why I suggested you could try that. Is that so strange?
I don't even know why. No one has ever called it that. God damn. What, have you taken your duk-duk today?
It's so strange and so against common sense that Paimon's at a loss for words. You were sounding kind of smart just a minute ago.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get some rest, I guess.
Yeah. Even though it's happy and lively at the Sub-Zero's festival every day, it feels like it's been a long time since we've really gotten to relax. Let's go back to our room.
Continue the harvest. Compared to what we stand to achieve, these sacrifices are trivial.
Oh god. Who's gonna die?
We're still in the same day.
As expected, it's not as simple as we thought.
Ada, you already knew last night that we didn't break out of the samsara? Why did you tell us?
Would there have been a point? You would have spent the night with new worries, with tomorrow still out of reach. In that case, you might as well rest within that brief moment of hope. An opportunity like that doesn't come by often, and I thought it might help you clear your minds.
Paimon thought that Duke did that! Whatever. Guess you were looking out for us after all.
Of course. In the time we've been together, you two have been everything to me.
Paimon's flattered and everything, but maybe you're taking things a little fast.
What I mean is, even though I had asked you to solve this puzzle, you two are still the only ones who can see me and sense my presence.
Wait, so the Akasha concealed the presence of Nahida for everyone else?
In other words, if you weren't here, I may as well not exist. That's why you two have been everything to me. Get it?
So it's not like she doesn't want to make a public appearance, someone's keeping her from being seen altogether.
Nahida's talking about confusing stuff again.
Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. So, Traveler, did the new clues yesterday help you gain a new understanding of the situation?
The time loop theory is indeed incorrect.
Huh? Why are you scrapping your previous theory?
Leah's fighting skills have been improving, Dunyat's illness has also gotten worse. Yep.
Oh yeah, you're right! Gosh, how did we not notice that? In a simple time loop, people's physical condition should also reset.
So, what's your new hypothesis?
Oh boy.
Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis.
Okay, I don't need to hear that again.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zero's festival many times, and the beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. We still hear it every night. Mercenaries rely heavily on muscle memory, and Dia was able to use her experiences to avoid injury in later samsara cycles. The moon, illusions, and lies.
Associate. Maybe this? Maybe the Akasha sound. There we go. Memories are deleted every day.
If all our memories of a day are erased at the end of that day, then we would unwittingly relive the same day again and again.
The only interesting, the mostly interesting thing about... No, wait. The memories of the day, but how does Nahida get the capsules of our memory back? How is she able to retrieve our memories for us? Enter the time loop. Instead, our memories are being erased at the end of each day.
Oh, then the beep we hear every night could just be indicating the deletion of our memories. That's why when we wake up, everyone thinks the Sub-Zero's festival hasn't happened yet. It's already the next day, but everyone still thinks it's the day before. But muscle memory can't be erased. That's why Dia has been getting better at using her greatsword. Now everything makes sense.
A brilliant deduction.
Nahida, tell us if we're right or wrong.
To put it simply, it's as if you've mistaken a pyro crystal fly for a firefly in the night. You lost sight of its true nature because you focused too much on your perception that it glows.
That isn't simple at all!
Still the one conclusion, huh?
Why don't you go talk to Miss Dia again? You might learn something new.
Right! She did help us find our latest clue after all. Let's go!
I'm kinda getting tired of this and hungry. Hello.
We don't have many more festivals to waste. Hurry and find the truth.
This is really exhausting to do. Hello. Sorry that I'm standing here. Yeah, I'm taking a break. Wiggled my way close to the destination of destiny.
There you are. Really took me a while to find you.
As expected, Dia also didn't get hurt today.
Get hurt? Why would I? Don't underestimate me.
Well, you're still getting used to your new greatsword.
Huh. Truth be told, I also think it's pretty strange. It just suddenly felt so familiar in my hands and... wait a second! How did you know I got a new greatsword to begin with? I didn't tell anyone about it.
Traveler, could you explain the situation to her today? Paimon's gotten a little sick of doing it.
No. We don't actually need to explain everything. Let's just get straight to the point.
Oh, that works.
You suddenly became proficient with your greatsword because we've lived through the same day many times already, and our memories of the day are erased every night.
What happened to you guys while I was gone? Did you get brainwashed by some cult?
Nope, but we all got brainwashed by some cult, kind of. Not in the way you think, but yeah.
Don't think too hard about it. Just take what we're saying at face value.
Alright then, let me get this straight. You're telling me that my body's already gotten used to this greatsword, but my brain just doesn't remember it?
Yes, your memory's being erased every day.
Then I'd have to disagree. That's impossible.
Oh? Why do you think that?
If we've actually been reliving the Sub-Zeru's festival day after day, then what happened to the things we used, the money we spent, the food we ate? Common sense says my wallet should have emptied itself a long time ago. There's no way I wouldn't have noticed that.
I've thought about that too. But if the sages were behind this, if they utilized the entire city's resources as well as information supplied by the Akasha...
Right! They could use the Akasha to record what everyone did that day, and then use the city's resources to replenish everything! It's not very likely, but it's also not impossible.
No, it is impossible. I've got proof.
Okay.
You have proof? Where?
You two are surprisingly serious about this nonsensical discussion. Fine, I'll play along for a little longer.
And she's not even saying anything.
Come with me, Miss Dunyarzad. Please come along as well. I still can't guarantee that this area is safe.
I mean, it's so weird. Who is this fake Dunyazad? Who is she even? If the real one is in this bed. That is so weird. Why are there two of her? Is one of them an android? Is it Catherine? Alright.
Paimon can't believe it's Dia who wants to show us something this time. 2 days ago, we were the ones taking her to see Dunyarzad.
Oh, we will find out soonish. Let's see.
This is it.
Huh? This is a wooden training dummy. What about it?
See those marks on the dummy? Those are the result of several days' worth of practice. Let's say the sages didn't replace it every day. Shouldn't it be hacked to pieces by now?
That's true, but what if they did?
Then the sages would have had to reproduce every mark I left during previous training sessions. I'm a professional fighter. My martial school has always emphasized the importance of refined control. The force, angle, and entry point of each strike is calculated and deliberate. That's why I remember every mark on the dummy, as well as my state of mind as I made each strike. It's just as they say, each swordsman has their own unique style, and even the same swordsman can't make the same cut twice. It would be impossible to copy these marks.
Is it really impossible? What if they used some fancy machine to carve every single mark?
People often say that a camera's photo can never replace an artist's painting because the former has no spirit to it. The same thing applies here. At a mere glance, I can differentiate carved marks from the results of combat training.
Oh no, it seems we have to abandon this theory. But what is happening then?
Phew, I hope that cleared things up for you. Hey, is this that new brain exercise game that's been super popular with the scholars lately? It's surprisingly fun. Anyway, it's getting late. I should escort Miss Dunyarzad to Nilu's stage. See you later.
Damn it!
Well, back to square one. Is our memory deletion theory also wrong? But at least we've reached some other conclusions in the meantime.
We are not in the real world.
Yep, that's true. So, can we think of any new ideas right now?
Let me think. I suddenly realized that something is strange. No, I didn't. Wait, what?
Strange? Paimon feels like everything's been strange lately.
Yeah, it is. How come we've never thought about leaving the city?
Huh? Leaving the city? You're right! It's really strange how we never thought of such a simple solution! Many things should become clear if we can confirm the flow of time outside of the city. Paimon can't believe it! Did we miss this because we're tunnel visioning too hard on our other theories? Or because we're just too tired?
We should have thought of this a long time ago. Oh, so they changed... how did they not think of this before? That's...
How about we go back and ask Nahida? Maybe we've forgotten something about leaving the city.
Wait a moment. I mean, I didn't leave the city because I wanted to see how this progresses and stuff like that. But, I mean, if we, as the player, would actually leave this quest behind and then go outside, it should have been possible all this time, right? What? Let me test that theory. That note that leaving this area will interrupt your story experience. This may affect your current quest progress. Alright then. Well, you got me there. Okay, let's see. Hello, Nahida. Little Archon, which I think you are. I mean, it's only theorized that you are the Dendro Archon, but... I mean, I'm pretty sure you are. Since nobody else can see you and everything points towards this.
You're back early today. Did you find something new?
Sort of. We're mostly sure now that we're not in a time loop. And we also aren't in the real world. But at the same time, we have a new question.
Have we ever tried leaving the city?
Leaving the city. As far as I remember, you've mentioned your plans to do that twice before.
Oh.
We did? But we don't remember anything. What happened after we talked about those plans? What did we say when we got back?
Let me think. I don't think you ever actually told me what the outcome was. Oh, it's probably more accurate to say that both times you never came back the whole night. But you two sometimes stay out the entire night anyway, so at the time, I didn't think too much about it.
Oh, okay.
It is true that sometimes we lose track of time during our investigations. Before we know it, it'll already be the next day. But still, neither of us remember anything about leaving town.
Really? That's kinda strange. In theory, I should have already awakened all your memories.
In theory, you should have awakened all our memories? Oh, right. Maybe this is the key? What is the key? Let's try again tomorrow? Maybe this is the... Let's go with this is the key to sound smart.
Yep. Something here's definitely fishy. Let's get to the bottom of this tomorrow.
Will we even remember?
Our memories are back!
Oh. Let's go and try to leave the city today.
About that. Well, where should Paimon begin?
What do you mean?
Traveler, aside from your memories that were just restored, I have another message for you.
From who?
Listen to it and you'll understand.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them.
Wait, what? Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival... Wait, what? Are we going multiverse theory right now? Our own voice?
Traveler, you should be missing 2 days worth of memories. Paimon will fill you in.
Why can't you fill me in?
It's time to carry out our plan from yesterday.
Go and try to leave the city today. Oh.
Okay, let's go.
Wait, what? Now we are... Oh, cool. Okay, well, off we go. Give me that foul. Oh.
Why can't we leave the city? What is the Academia up to now?
Don't ask me. It's not like I can tell you anything. This is a direct order from the Grand Sage. Just wait until tomorrow.
I have a real emergency. My goods have already arrived at Port Ormos. If I don't hurry, they'll be stolen.
That's your problem. Make sure you make a request in advance next time.
But it's not like you can just predict business matters in advance.
It looks like the Academia already announced a lockdown for Sumeru City today. How completely unsurprising. Let's go and question them. Hello, sir. Why can't we leave the city today?
Here we go again. Don't ask me. I don't know either. We just received an order that no one is allowed to enter or exit Sumeru today. They didn't tell us anything else.
Of course the Academia wouldn't share their plans with the pawn.
Angering me won't get you anywhere. If I had that kind of insider info, I would have left this stupid post long ago.
It looks like he really doesn't know. If we can't get anything out of him, let's take matters into our own hands. Why don't we climb over the walls? Those guards can't be everywhere at once.
I mean, yeah, that would be my first instinct.
This is a good spot, and the guard hasn't noticed us at all. Let's hurry!
Paimon, stay here. Oh!
Huh? Why? Are you going to leave Paimon behind?
Need someone to stay witness events from this inside. Oh!
But what if things get really weird out there and you get into some trouble? Then Paimon won't be able to help you. Oh, Paimon knows that Paimon can't do much, but we've always been together, haven't we?
If we leave together, it'll just be the same as before.
Okay. Paimon will wait for you.
Just watch me.
Promise Paimon that you'll come back as soon as possible. Just a quick look.
Okay.
And please, be careful.
Wait, what?
Memories!
Okay. Oh! What's wrong, Paimon?
Paimon thought Paimon would never see you again. You just disappeared.
Okay.
Paimon waited for you for hours and hours at the city wall and you never came back. You promised Paimon that you were only taking a quick look.
What did I promise?
Paimon, calm down. He's here now. I don't think he understood what you were saying.
Paimon doesn't care. Paimon wanted to go look for you, but you also said that Paimon should stay. Paimon was so worried and so scared the entire day.
Oh, it is so sad. Although I don't remember doing any of this. I won't leave you behind.
Okay. Paimon will forgive you. The most important thing is that you didn't actually disappear. Oh, Paimon was so scared that you had gone into another world.
Okay, Paimon, can you tell us your perspective of what really happened yesterday? I see. Using two people's different perspectives.
After that, you left the city. Paimon kept her eyes on you the whole time, but then you disappeared in an instant.
You sure that's what you saw? You weren't zoning out or anything? Wow.
No way! Paimon was watching you with the fullest attention.
What's your perspective, Traveler? You sure you don't have any memory of this?
Yes, I don't even know that yesterday existed.
I guess that explains everything. You also lost your memories the last 2 times you tried to leave the city. Those days' memories can't be awoken.
Oh.
So, if we leave the city, our memories will be completely erased?
Wait, but how did I get the message from the past self that said don't go out or whatever? Man, this time the voice actor of the MC got a lot to do actually, which is surprising. Usually in Mondstadt, and Leo in Inazuma, he had one line. No, wait. He had one line in Mondstadt. He had, I think, 2 lines in Liyue. I think 2 lines in Inazuma. And he has quite a few lines here now. So the city didn't just restrict access to Sumeru City. They're also raising the memories of those who leave.
It really sounds like something big outside of the city is being hidden on purpose.
What was the recording I just heard?
But this way, we'll also never discover what's outside.
Wait, is it still supposed to be this monochromic thing? Isn't this the here and now? Why is this still grisly? Did we leave behind something other than memories? Oh, that's where the recording is coming from.
Something like a message? But how can we send it back?
Don't look at me like that. I'm not used to being stared at. Well... Okay. You want something that can pass on messages, right? Give me some time and take care of Dunyarzad for me.
Yep, now we're talking.
What does she mean by take care of Dunyazad even?
I'm done. Here you go.
Could it be that Lesser Lord Kusanali is the weakest Archon? But I thought Venti was the weakest one.
What? Isn't this just an Akasha terminal?
You made some little changes. Akasha terminals are already capable of sending messages. I just tweaked it so that it could connect to any node.
To make something like this? Nahida, you really know the Akasha like the back of your hand. Anyway, we can use this now to record a message, right?
Yep. I'll help you save the messages. It should be pretty easy to use. I just can't guarantee the user's status and signal coverage when they're outside the city.
We'll never know until we try. At least we're taking the initiative now.
It's worth a try.
Let's go then. Let's expose those sages.
I still think you should stay.
All right. Paimon isn't as worried about being separated since it happened once yesterday. But Paimon still isn't happy about it.
See you tomorrow, Paimon.
Okay. See you tomorrow, Traveler. That covers everything that's happened so far.
So that message was what I left for myself when I left the city?
Yes. Although the signal was choppy and had some interference, we still managed to receive 2 messages from you when you were outside.
Okay, now that you understand what's going on, let's hear the messages together.
Can't go back. There are countless spaces here. Our Sub-Zeru's festival in Sumeru City is just one of them. I've entered another space. Before me are flowing sandstone and howling fish. Impossible and surreal sights.
Huh?
All these spaces are empty except for the occasional ones that contain mute puppets rather than people. I can't sense any human presence.
Look about how much voice acting he got this time around. You go, MC. Finally, some voice action with you. Sumeru is, Sumeru is the best country yet, since we finally get to hear the MC talk more than one sentence.
That's one heck of an info dump. It sounds like you left the Sumeru city space when you set foot outside of the walls. But everything looked completely normal when Paimon was looking out from the inside. That's unbelievable. And if we take your word for it, the other spaces all had very weird contents.
There's another part here. We only received it last night.
Huh?
These spaces have been disappearing one after the other, absorbed by something like a sun in the sky. And now, even the final space has also disappeared. Behind me, a lot of spaces just appeared again from thin air. I get it now. Those spaces are actually...
Actually what? God dang it.
Why did the message end right there? What did the Traveler want to say? What are those spaces?
Probably because yesterday just happened to end at that moment.
Oh, right. Paimon did hear a beep from the Akasha. Did it come from here or from the message?
The message. It should have come from the Traveler's Akasha terminal.
After the beep, Traveler said even the final spaces also disappeared.
Traveler, what do you think that final space could have been?
Oh, we are getting into big brain time.
All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common: a lack of human presence. Was that space actually the real world? But wouldn't a real space just randomly disappearing like that be catastrophic? My impression is that each day in this samsara only ends at the sound of that beep from the Akasha. That doesn't sound right.
Oh, okay. Base where we were yesterday. I don't even.
Oh, so that's what it is! After the sound of the beep, the final space, the Sub-Zero's festival, also disappears, and we're taken to the next day. Later on, Traveler also mentioned a bunch of new spaces materializing behind them. Do lots of new spaces appear every day? Paimon's head is spinning. Just what are these spaces anyhow?
Well, consider this. For all the horrors of the Archon War, at its heart, it was just a game where a bunch of gods fought over 7 seats. So no matter how strange or spooky things may look on the surface, maybe all they point to in the end is a small and simple secret.
And that is?
Wow, the Archon War, huh? That's an analogy and a half.
Secret. Huh? Give me some time, I need to organize my thoughts.
Hey! Where are you going?
Oh, it's big brain time, I guess. Organize your thoughts on the familiar bench in the city? Okay.
Alright then, Paimon won't disturb you.
The dance of Sub-Zeros is about to begin. I'm going to go watch it.
Is that time already?
Okay. Why don't you go ahead, Dunyarzad? We still have some other stuff to do first.
Okay then. See you later.
Who is this Dunyarzad?
Have you figured it out yet, Traveler? Time is ticking away.
Think I know the answer now.
Awesome! What is it? Paimon wants to know. Oh, wait, no. Let's meet up with Nahida first. You can tell us both together. This time, we're gonna get to the truth.
Oh, I have to go all the bloody way back? So we went all this way back and forth. Just to go back again here. That felt kind of
You're back! I've been waiting forever for you two. Judging by the looks on your faces, are you ready to take your Sub-Zero's exam and graduate from the festival?
Ask away, Miss Nahida.
Okay, first off, have you discovered the hidden truth?
No clue. Oh god. We are in a dream world. We are in the dream world, I think. That is why everything feels not... Yeah, that's what the spaces are. Everyone has a collective dream of some kind.
People in Sumeru don't dream. What a strange phenomenon. All the bizarre spaces I saw outside the city had one thing in common: a lack of human presence. And those spaces remind me of dreams, like the one I had in the EVGA forest, except these have no sign of human presence.
Haha! I figured it out before he said it!
We are all in a dream. It isn't that the people of Sumeru don't dream. Rather, the Akasha is taking their dreams from them.
Wait, is that how it is? Because everyone who has an Akasha can't dream anymore? So it's not like they can't dream anymore, it's because they are forced not to dream anymore. I guess that's the conclusion.
People in Sumeru think they don't dream. But the truth is, the Akasha steals their dreams without them knowing it. And those spaces with no human presence are stolen dreams without their host. That would explain why they sounded so weird when he was trying to describe them. Huh. So people in Sumeru do dream after all. In fact, we're all in one big dream together right now.
Correct answer. Now, how did you conclude that the Akasha is capable of this?
I have no idea.
It is the manifestation of the God of Wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace. And it grants knowledge to the people. The Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate.
Compiles the wisdom of the entire populace.
That doesn't sound
nope.
right.
Okay, then it is this one.
Oh, okay. Those dream-controlling creatures in the forest also get their power from the Dendro Archon, right? That would explain why the Akasha has the ability to control people's dreams, too. But is stealing everyone's dreams really how the Akasha compiles their wisdom? Isn't there anything more to it than that?
Dreams are fantastical, complex, and full of imagination. People's brains are the most active when they're dreaming.
Oh god.
In other words, dreams are rich bundles of human wisdom.
So in other words, the complete opposite of how Hypatia understood it.
Wait, who was Hypatia again? Oh, why?
Paimon remembers her saying that the sages think dreams are foolish delusions, and the fact that no one dreams is a blessing from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. So it was all a dirty trick?
Of course, and the big people behind this plot are probably the Fatui!
The real story is that the sages from the Academia are using the Akasha to steal people's dreams for their own use, huh?
They don't tend to stop there.
Oh? By the sounds of it, you understand the current situation pretty well. So then, what about the samsara?
Oh god.
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean?
Oh, whoops. Wait, I want to hear it again.
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more? Those spaces kept disappearing before my eyes. But as soon as that beep sounded, many more spaces materialized. Those dreamscapes kept vanishing, but as soon as that beep sounded, more new spaces appeared. My mind feels exhausted, even though I haven't done too much thinking. What is going on?
Oh, okay.
We've already experienced the Sub-Zeru's festival many times, and the day of the festival seems to be in a perpetual samsara.
I forgot what the samsara is again. I absolutely forgot. They made up a new word that actually had existed before and just made a new word, and I forgot what it meant.
The beep is a prompt tone for Akasha operations. We still hear it every night, even though we removed our Akasha terminals.
No? This one. Okay. Mass production of dreams.
Correct. The Akasha is keeping each person's brain in a constant dream state, but also separating their consciousness from their own dream.
Their disembodied consciousness is placed inside the collective dream of the Sub-Zero's festival along with everyone else's, while their now vacant dreams are harvested by the Akasha. No one is any the wiser as another day passes in the dream, and so begins another samsara cycle. People wake up to yet another dream about the Sub-Zero's festival. The dreams that belong to them are once again harvested by the Akasha, and so it continues.
So, this is like a dream factory, and the Akasha is a dream harvesting machine. Did Paimon get that analogy right?
Very good, Paimon. Using analogies well is an excellent habit to get into.
Okay, so that beep we keep hearing is actually from our real-life Akasha terminals. Taking off our terminals in this dream doesn't do anything.
Oh, right. So we are in a constant sleeping state. That is not good.
Alright, last question. Who am I?
Oh, that one's easy. Illusions?
Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions a hint that we're all dreaming?
The moon.
Now that I think about it, wasn't illusions hinting at the sage's deception of Sumeru's people? They say that alchemical divination is the Dendro Archon's divine revelation. So then, if Nahida has referred to herself as the moon...
Yep.
So you noticed?
Yep, you are. You are Lesser Lord Kusanali.
I thought that one would be the hardest question. That's why I put it last.
No, that was actually the easiest question. Because Genshin really likes to promote shit before it actually releases. I try to look at it as little as possible, but I still see a lot of it, unfortunately. So, nah.
That wasn't hard at all. Even Paimon guessed that. Everything about you is different. We just didn't want to expose you is all.
Okay. Yes, Paimon, of course.
Now that you mention it, Nahida, you've been hinting to us since the very beginning. It's funny, thinking back to when we were asking all over the place for info about Lesser Lord Kusanali. Paimon didn't expect to meet you like this.
I have a lot of questions for you, but this doesn't seem like a good time. But I have a lot of questions for you.
Yes, those can wait until we're back in real life.
Is this the real life? Or is it just fantasy?
On the other hand, I'd be happy to answer any more questions you have about here and now.
Okay, why couldn't you simply tell us the truth? The true.
You asked me this question before. My answer was, it would literally blow your minds. Now that you know this is all a dream, this answer should hopefully make more sense. Have you heard the saying, don't wake a sleepwalker? Likewise, if someone suddenly had told you all this instead of you learning it on your own, your notion of reality and dream would be thrown into irreversible confusion. I couldn't expose you to that kind of risk.
Oh.
That's why I could only give you very subtle hints and some suggestions. Long story short, I'm really sorry I had to keep you guessing.
Okay. So I guess it would really just thrown us into a trauma-like state.
Firstly, this dream we're in is completely based on reality. People have already experienced this Sub-Zero's festival, so it would be very difficult for them to find anything that strikes them as surreal. Secondly, you're probably wondering why people don't have any memories from earlier samsara, right? That's because people don't remember their dreams most of the time anyway. And in any case, their actual dreams are being taken away from them by the Akasha. So whenever they wake up in this dream of the Sub-Zero's festival, they don't remember anything from their previous identical dream.
That reminds Paimon. Traveler had a dream when we were in the EVGA forest, but couldn't see what it was about after waking up. Is that an example of what you mean?
Yes. Only after receiving the blessing of Dendro can a person gain the Dendro element's dream-enhancing power. That explains the feelings of deja vu. Meanwhile, everyone now else has no idea that they are in the Sub-Zero's Festival Samsara, while their dreams are stolen from them over and over again.
About the side effects of mass-produced dream.
Can humans really keep dreaming forever like this? Will it ever end? And if so, when? You might say your mental fatigue has already answered this question. Eventually, there's only so much that people can tolerate. Especially those whose health is compromised to begin with, like Dunyarzad. This relentless exploitation takes an even harder toll on them. People's lives are at stake here, and nobody knows a thing! We've got to put a stop to this!
Wait, but what I don't understand, how do two Dunyazads exist in the same reality, and why can only we see them? Oh yeah, because we are infused by the Dendro-Archon's. But that would mean that Paimon is also somehow connected to us, since only we can actually absorb the elements. Are you telling us that the reason we can actually resonate with the different elemental gods is because Paimon is with us? Is that why we can resonate with different elements? We are resonating through them, not because of the statue alone, but also because of Paimon? I used to dream about the Sub-Zero's festival.
I know, right? Why did they have to base this dream on my birthday? Could it really just be a coincidence? Even you don't know the reason? Wow, now that's strange. The Academia sages are determined to harvest lots of dreams in a short time, no matter the cost. They have to be up to no good. Unfortunately, I don't know anything about it. Traveler, do you have any information?
How?
The Grand Sage said, "Go celebrate the birth of that god to your heart's content." Did he mean something more? Okay, Nahida said the Akasha relies on the power of a gnosis to operate, as it is the manifestation of the god of wisdom's power. It compiles the wisdom of the entire populace, and it grants knowledge to the people. Those spaces remind me of dreams, like the one I had in the EVGA.
Okay, so it's probably this.
Celebrate the birth of that god? Could it mean...
Could it mean what?
I know, right? Why did they... Even you don't know the reason? The Academia's traveler. Do you have...
But I already... Huh?
That doesn't sound... That doesn't...
Celebrate the birth of that... Could it mean...
I have no idea, but I don't have any more questions, I guess.
Deceiving the people of Sumeru with no regard for their safety. No matter what they're trying to do, this is unforgivable.
So we need to try to wreak havoc! Punch him in the faces! And do something that is so out of the ordinary that they have to realize this is a dream.
After we end the Sub-Zero's Festival Samsara, we have to look into them. How can the sages of the Academia do this behind their Archon's back? This is ridiculous!
I mean, they did say they don't see the Lesser Lord Kusanali as important at all, and they withdraw any information people could get from the Akasha on purpose, so they hopefully forget the god. And now they are the main plot point of this dream.
In the end, I'm just the moon. The real sun is long gone.
Aw, don't put yourself down now.
A sun and a moon? Nahida's talking in riddles again.
I have the feeling the sun was the former Dendro-Archon, and she just sees herself as the moon.
Oh, we're out of time today. I'll tell you how to break free of the samsara tomorrow. See you then.
I know how. We have to wreak havoc upon the city. We have the power of gods, after all. Oh, hello.
Good morning, Nahida. Wait. Now that Paimon remembers everything, should we instead say good morning, Lesser Lord Kusanali? Hey! What's wrong, Nahida? You don't look too good.
Miss Dunyazad. She couldn't have. Did she die?
I'm afraid that what you're thinking right now is correct.
She died?
Did Dunyarzad already disappear? No way. Are we too late?
The real Dunyarzad's consciousness has indeed disappeared. It can no longer endure the constant dream harvesting.
Oh god. We were so close.
Paimon can't believe it. Wait, so what about that other Dunyarzad? Just what is she? Is she also going to disappear?
She's actually something like a puppet, but not completely. The real Dunyarzad's consciousness could no longer keep playing her role in this dream. So another Dunyarzad appeared to replace her in the dream. Just like the grass and the trees, that Dunyarzad is just a building block of the dream that helps to keep it going.
But personality-wise, she's nothing like the real Dunyarzad.
Puppets are stiff, and can't copy a living person's vitality. After all, they're just there as filler.
Ha!
You know, speaking of which, the old Dunyarzad might not have been too different from a puppet.
Oh. Sorry, I said ha because I thought about anime filler episodes.
Dunyarzad truly believed that she met you within her consciousness, and it was you who inspired her. So you do remember her after all.
Yes. Back then, her family was overly protective of her. No one cared about her personality or thoughts. It was as if she only lived to stall her Elazar. I just gave her a little wisdom so she could look at life in a new way. So that she could be her own person. But even so, she still
meant a lot to her.
Far from it. I'm still a long way off from being a real Archon. I couldn't even save her. If I were a competent Archon, I wouldn't have let my most faithful follower die at the Sumeru's festival with so many regrets.
Oh, come on. There must be some... We can't end this on this note.
Please don't beat yourself up over it, Nahida. It's the sage's fault, and theirs alone.
I'm not beating myself up. All I did was to rationally observe the distance between myself and a real Archon.
Don't be like that, Nahida. Even real Archons are still allowed to be sad.
To prevent more tragedies like this, we must end the samsara as soon as possible.
Great, but how do we do that?
Wait a minute, what about... We can't be the only Dendro... We can't be the only people with Dendro visions. Or with the power of Dendro in us. What about that buff dude? Did he never come back here? I mean, he was not let in, I suppose. But, you know, we can't be the only one with Dendro kind of visions and powers.
Although the Sumeru's festival dream is under the Akasha's control, only humans can dream. Even the Akasha is unable to create them. That means this dream belongs to a host who created it.
We have to find the host and disrupt him?
Huh? So, how should we find that person?
We have to beat him awake!
Well, if this is someone's dream, then everything here must come from deep within their consciousness. Which means, with the power of imagination, they can change anything in this dream.
Imagination? What do you mean by that?
Imagination means breaking through what you perceive as normal. Like when the server at a tavern brings a plate to you, you'd naturally assume that food is on it. However, if you're the dream's host and you become aware that you're dreaming, when you imagine gold and more on the plate, the dream will respond in kind, and the server really will bring you gold and mora. But right now, our host is unaware that this is a dream. No matter how many times they're served, it will always be food.
So we find the host, and then what? Is Nahida the host?
Find some way to make that person realize that they're dreaming. Usually, once that happens, the person will wake up and the dream samsara will be broken.
How are we going to find them, though? If it could be anyone, it'd be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
We have to look for anyone who is... what was it? We have to look for anyone who looks like a protagonist.
And even if we did find them, how are we supposed to make them realize they're dreaming?
Oh, no, it wasn't Nahida. God damn it. Wait, maybe she is the one dreaming and doesn't realize it.
After all, like you said, don't wake a sleepwalker.
It's extremely difficult, yes. But the only ones who can do it are you two. Remember, everything you've achieved up to this point has all been for the sake of finding the host and ending the samsara.
So it is either Nailu or the wet main girl. I forgot her name. Dia? Dahia? Dia? I don't know.
As for me, during this time, I'll be out of town.
Out of town? Are you going to that place full of dreams where the traveler went?
Yes. I want to try something. There must still be a small wisp of possibility. Hurry and go. Dreams are supposed to be fantastical, romantic, and full of pleasant surprises. Unnecessary things like this samsara need to end.
How did they get their hands on the noses of the Dendro Archon to begin with? If she is the new Dendro Archon, she should be the one having the noses. How did they get the noses in their hands to begin with? Or was it always part of the Akasha, even when the former Dendro Archon was there?
Paimon's still a little upset that we've come this far, only for Dunyarzad to... She was such a good person, with such a simple wish. But fate was against her.
I don't feel demoralized. I mean, if anything, if Final Fantasy VII taught me anything, the death of a person that was important is the thing that kept me going harder than before.
Yeah. Saving Dunyarzad is what kept us going this whole time.
And me kicking the earth and killing them, whoever might have was it who did this to begin with, is what keeps me going. The sweet, sweet rage of vengeance. Well, I guess. No, that sounds terrible, but you know.
But we mustn't lose hope, Traveler. Dunyarzad would definitely want to see us save everyone else. So let's break the samsara for her sake.
I wonder what they will do with the Final Fantasy VII remake if we get to that point.
Paimon's wondering, do you think the sages would get one of their own to be the host of this stream? Feels like it would be easier to control it that way, no?
Unlikely? Why is it unlikely? I would have thought so. Knowing the plan, they probably become aware that they were dreaming. An unsuspecting host would be less likely to realize this is a dream.
Huh. That's true. Plus, the sages probably weren't counting on there being other factors beyond their control, like Nahida and us. So, who do you think the host of the dream is?
The one with the strange getup?
Oh, that would make sense. Ferris, the
Oh.
Knight of Flowers, is a symbol of the whole Sub-Zero's festival, right? Pretty core character.
No, it's Nailu! It has to be Nailu!
Let's go ask him some questions, shall we?
It's Nailu! He's a side character because he, because he is, Since you already would have blown his mind by knowing where everything is, and he would have perceived this as weird to begin with, so it can't be him. It's Nailu. Is she even currently here? And that's why they all look so tired here. Where is she? She's not even here. Now I'm 100% convinced that Nailu is the one.
You're back. You left in a hurry last time. Is everything okay?
Everything's fine. Just, it's a little hard to explain. Would you mind taking part in a little experiment with us?
An experiment? That came out of nowhere. I'm listening, though. What do you need me to do?
Could you make a wish?
Imagine your wish coming true before your very eyes.
You want me to make a wish? Is that a new Sub-Zero's festival tradition or something?
Less questions, more wishing!
Okay. My wish. Okay. I'm a little nervous saying this out loud, but I want Miss Dunyarzad to be happy.
Oh.
I noticed earlier that she looked a bit down, and she wasn't really talking to anyone. She just doesn't seem like herself. She's always so gentle and kind, and all the kids love her. I've also wondered if the reason she asked me to be fairest Knight of Flowers is because I'm special to her, or something.
So, you have a crush on Dunyarzad?
Oh, is it that obvious? After what I just said, I guess it is.
Oh, wow. Well, good for you, I suppose, but bad for you because we think she's dead, but I have the feeling she's not really dead. Her mind is just too exhausted to appear.
When she placed the hat of the Knight of Flowers onto my head, she said to me, I want everyone to have a happy Sub-Zero's festival. What she didn't realize was that I'm not that interested in how everyone else feels. In that moment, I just wanted to be her Knight of Flowers for the rest of my life. 50 years, 100 years, I'll serve her till the end of time.
Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah, that was a bit much. Felt like the right moment to get it off my chest, but that was pretty embarrassing. Okay, I'm ready to make my wish. I would like Miss Dunyarzad to appear in front of me right now with a smile on her face. Here goes.
Please come true.
Please come true.
I'm gonna open my eyes. Oh, you're...
What?
Fucky? Sorry, but only one portion of Yelda candies per person. Back home you go.
Aww. What a fake out.
Nice try, you two. Anyway, never mind. I don't need to see her appear right in front of me. As long as she's happy.
Guess he isn't the host of this stream after all. Should have expected it wouldn't be this easy.
It's Nailu, one of the real main characters.
It seems like everyone who knows Dunyarzad loves her, but none of them has any idea that she...
My lady, step back.
Or it's the higher, one of the two.
That sounds like Dia! Oh, right. This is when Dunyarzad bumps into the kidnappers.
Teach them a lesson they won't forget.
Huh? But Dia can handle them. Hey, Traveler!
We have to let off some steam. Let me have this.
Oh, it's you. Great timing. Please take...
Leave these guys to me.
Hey, this is my job. The Homiyanis pay me, not you.
You're wasting your breath.
You... fine, alright. Knock yourself out. Why are you so worked up anyway? It's not like I don't trust your fighting skills. Anyway, watch yourself.
So you got yourself some backup. Suit yourself. You're going down.
Wouldn't be so sure of that.
Where do you think
One with
you're
nature.
Come on out!
Into the wind.
Wait, even more? Well then. Damn it.
Where do you think you're going?
You can't run!
Traveler, were you just taking your anger out on those guys?
I'm just angry at myself.
You and Nahida both. Dunyarzad wouldn't want to see you two like this. Oh, and speaking of her, Paimon just remembered something. Remember how during the first Sub-Zero's festival, before the Samsara started, we came here with Dunyarzad because she wanted to pick something up? She said it was because she had forgotten something.
I've forgotten all about that.
Okay, so Paimon's memory is working so far. Anyway, Paimon also remembers that she is staying somewhere around here. She pointed it out to us the night before the Sub-Zero's festival.
You check out what the item is?
Yeah, even if it's only a tiny clue, it'll probably still help us more than this needle in a haystack search. This is the place. It's rude to enter other people's spaces without permission, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Hey, the windows are unlocked. Okay, Paimon's gonna take a peek inside.
Mm-hmm.
This was only a temporary residence, so there was pretty much nothing inside except this book on the table. Should we open it?
Oh god! An elegantly written note. After almost 16 days, I was finally able to get these notes written before the Sub-Zero's festival. Once the festival ends, you and Paimon will probably continue your journey immediately. So I was hoping that I'd be able to give this to you before that. This is a compilation of folk legends concerning Lesser Lord Kusanali, created from a series of interviews that I conducted in succession and wrote down. I interviewed so many people, but I'm afraid that there are very few who know much about her. Still, I hope that this will be of use to you in your search for her. Gandharville's water supply was once contaminated, forcing everyone to go very far out to get water, but one day people suddenly found that the water was drinkable again, and some said that a green light was seen near the water source the previous night. Everyone believes that this was the divine power of Lesser Lord Kusanali at work. This sounds quite possible. The decontamination of water sources via natural means probably takes ages. Did Lesser Lord Kusanali appear in Gandharva village then? After Mama passed away, I was super afraid of the dark and couldn't sleep. But from one day on, I would hear a voice that would chat with me till I fell asleep. A nice lady told me that Lesser Lord Kusanali must have been watching over me. Poor child. Hope that the Sub-Zero festival makes him a little happier. This is quite similar to something I experienced back then as well. He's indeed a gentle god. There was this one time when I had a wee bit too much to drink and couldn't find my way home to save my life. Then when I turned a corner, I could have sworn I saw Lesser Lord Kusanali. She was very tall and had the most muscular arms, and she caught me when I slipped and fell. The next morning I found myself sleeping under a tree. I reckon that must have been her looking out for me. Wait, are they talking about that other dude? I forgot his name already. Not sure this one has that much value as a reference. That was probably just a tree, right? These folks record appended with Dunyarzad's references and opinions. Leave every page densely packed.
Wow. Dunyarzad wrote all of this. Sounds like she was always thinking of us even while we were away. Even though she was also busy preparing for the Sub-Zero's festival and had all her health problems to worry about. She must have wanted to give this to us as a gift on the day of the Sub-Zero's festival, right? If we hadn't found this book, we never would have known. But now that we know, we can't even thank her.
Dunyarzad. She can't be the host, right? I mean, how would she be the host if her memories are all already confuddled? Oh, whoops, wrong character.
It's Dunyarzad's puppet.
I guess I feel better if I say this out loud. Thank you.
Traveler? You must be exhausted. Come to think of it, we've been stuck in this place for a really, really long time. Heck, even the last time we were chatting happily with Dunyarzad feels like an eternity ago.
They really put too much emphasis on a character that looks like almost any other NPC in the game.
Paimon still remembers when we were sitting here, and the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about Nilu's dance of Sub-Zerus.
I can barely recall it now.
There will always be frustrations in life, but I know that the point of living is not to leave behind any regrets.
That was what the real Dunyarzad said, wasn't it? Does that mean...
Dunyarzad?
Yes, Traveler. What is it?
Oh, so she's still just a puppet. But just now, how come...
Not leave behind any regrets.
What? Where are we going this time?
To watch the dance of Sub-Zerus. I always want to say Sub-Zero for some reason. Well, look at the time. Oh. It's Nilo, it has to be Nilo.
If you continue to resist, we will have to order an investigation into every single event organizer. The Grand Sage has already granted you much leniency. I advise that you exercise tact.
How did things turn out like this?
Yep, it's her. She was totally my first guess.
Traveler? You don't have to get involved. He's a sage from the academia. I don't want to drag you into this.
Traveler?
Traveler? What the heck are you doing? If you get arrested by the academia, that's another day gone to waste.
Huh?
Wait, they're not reacting. Have they been scared stiff?
Just like I thought, they are puppets?
Oh, of course! If this is the sage's plan, they wouldn't put themselves through this. So they're just substitutes.
So they don't know how to react?
What is this? What happened to the Grand Sage and his entourage?
Hold on a moment, what's up with those flowers, huh?
Like I said, they symbolize the goddess of flowers. It's It's just a shame that all the real Padisars went extinct after her death.
Yes. The Greater Lord brought forth new Padisaras in memory of the Goddess of Flowers. But she ultimately could never truly replicate that beautiful shade of purple.
That beautiful shade of purple. Aren't these flowers real Padisaras? Just like the ones from the legend? I didn't even notice. Dunyarzad, did you find these?
But didn't you just say all the real flowers went extinct after the Goddess of Flowers passed away? So, how?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Oh god, Nilo, close your eyes.
Huh?
Imagine that the Grand Sage and his entourage are not here in front of you.
You guys are acting weird. But okay, I'll try. Hey!
They disappeared! So Nilu's the host! What a surprise! Purple Padisaras don't exist in the real world anymore. But in Nilu's subconscious, they can appear as decorations on the stage.
How did she not notice this? Until now.
It's just like the example Nahida told us. People assume there will be food on a plate, and Nilu assumed there would be real Padisaras in the flower pots. So when you saw the flowers, you instantly knew it was Nilu?
I mean, I didn't realize before that there were different flowers, but I guess yes?
But if we want to end the samsara, we need the host to become aware that they're dreaming.
This is not enough. She just made people disappear right in front of her.
How should we make Nilu realize that?
Am I dreaming?
Huh?
How did you come to that conclusion?
So I'm right. Is this Lesser Lord Kusanali responding to our celebration of the Sabzeruz festival?
Wrong guess, but you aren't completely wrong either. The point is, what made you think this is a dream? As far as you know, people in Sumeru don't dream, right?
Yeah, but have you heard the tale of the first sage? To prevent a calamity, he went on a journey to find the Dendro Archon.
Ooh, sounds familiar. Dunyarzad told us a story like that when we first arrived in Sumeru City. So it was about the first sage, huh?
Yeah, but how does it, huh?
Yep, but in the part you heard, he hadn't become the first sage yet. There's more to the story. His piety and wisdom were acknowledged by the Dendro Archon, and she finally gave her blessing to him. All kinds of spectacular scenes appeared in front of the first sage, as if all the knowledge in the world was being painted onto a canvas right before him. He was captivated. After who knows how long, he mastered all the knowledge he could comprehend. Afterward, he said to the Dendro Archon, "I miss my parents, my wife, and my children. I've been away from home for far too long. They must be worried." The Dendro Archon smiled. The next second, the sage found himself lying in his bed, as if he had just woken up from a dream. His wife, lying next to him, said, "You're off to search for the Dendro Archon today, aren't you? Have a safe journey, my love."
He slept month of his life in just one night. That is so cool.
In the end, the first sage took care of many disasters in Sumeru City and founded the Academia. What a happy ending.
Is that the same sage who became an asshole, or...
So, the first sage was dreaming ever since the beginning of the story? He never went on his journey?
Yes, but his faith and determination were conveyed to the Dendro Archon, so she blessed him in the form of a dream.
Paimon understands where you're coming from now. That's a really interesting connection. But we really gotta wake up soon, like the sage in the story.
Now that Nilo is aware of it, the stream should be over soon.
I see. Well, It just so happens that today's Sub-Zero's festival is almost over too.
Let me guess, she dances now.
Since we're in a dream, let's make this final dance of Sub-Zero's as beautiful as we can.
We don't have time for that. I've been waiting a long time for this. I guess cutscene time. Yep.
The wait is over, everyone. I dedicate this to our god, the Dance of Sub-Zeros.
Oh wow. She's letting the wolf disappear.
I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets. I would have loved to see Nilou's dance.
Huh? I mean, I'm not surprised.
Oh, good morning, traveler. Oh, Paimon feels like she's been asleep for the longest time.
My head hurts.
Paimon's head feels super heavy. Did we oversleep? Do you even remember going to sleep last night? Paimon thinks it was after the Sub-Zero's festival.
Don't tell me you forgot everything.
The Sub-Zero's festival!
Oh,
Have we finally escaped from the Sub-Zero Samsara?
I remember now.
Quick! Take off your Akasha terminal!
Well, I mean, interestingly enough, this was all a dream, so Ether never actually spoke. It was all in his mind. Quick, let's go to see Dunyaza. You know, my biggest problem with trying to make an emotional impact like that is that you don't really feel all that connected to a character you get introduced in just 1 hour.
What happened?
This is something that is kind of annoying. Why are they not using a character people actually have real connections with and not in stock NPC number 35 that got a few new accessories on the top and wherever else? Why are they not actually using a well-designed character? Oh, I mean, Dunyazad is such a... Dunyazad is a literal plot device in this game. Or in this story. And they meant for us to feel something for that character. But the only way you actually have a real impact on something is either that the music has to touch you very softly or something, which sounds weird if I phrase it like that, or you have to have actually spent in a meaningful amount of time, even if the character is fictional. It's basically like you introduce a new character and just kill him a few hours later without even establishing a deep enough connection to begin with. I don't know. This is just a gripe for me that they just made a character where we think it could potentially die because they look like an NPC, but they failed to make the character outstanding enough to actually, I don't know. It's hard to explain for me.
Huh? What usual spot?
The bench? Oh, hello. Catherine?
Well done, Traveler and Paimon.
Wait, what? Why are you inside Catherine?
And thank you, Dunyarzad, for organizing the Sumeru's festival for me.
I'm sorry, who are...
Dunyarzad! You're okay! Oh, don't scare us like that!
Oh man, this is what I mean. I don't feel anything for this character. I was more interested in the story than the fate of that character.
Oh, Traveler Paimon, I have something amazing to tell you.
Do you know?
I just had a dream, and I saw Nilou performing the dance of Sumeru's.
Oh god, there's more. Okay then. Here we go with the next one. Talk to Catherine.
You're actually Nahida, aren't you? Paimon felt like Catherine was acting weird when we met at the Sumeru's festival. And Dunyarzad, did you save her?
It's a really long story. We shouldn't disturb her. Her consciousness is still weakened. Let's chat somewhere else. How about by the Traveler's favorite bench?
This is such a weird voice. Hello.
What's going on? Why are you two so excited to see me? Hasn't it only been a night?
It's actually been much longer than that.
Oh? Strange. Was I really asleep that long? No wonder I have such a headache.
Well then. Yeah, my favorite bench that is 200 meters away on the other end of this fucking thing for no goddamn reason. What is there to load that we couldn't do it more close by? Why do we have to run this much? Oh look, he's still tired.
Let's talk about Dunyarzad first. It's such a relief that she's all right.
After we parted on the last day of the Sumeru's festival, I left the city and saw what the Traveler had described. Among the countless dreams, I found one that was growing fainter and fainter. This proved my suspicion. Once Dunyarzad could no longer bear the Akasha harvesting her dreams, her consciousness began to dissipate. But this also meant it escaped the Akasha's control. Such a small fragment of consciousness can't last for very long, though. It will return to its original dream, where both will gradually fade until they completely disappear. I used all the power I had to keep her dying dream alive as long as possible, but it still wouldn't have lasted for much longer if it hadn't been for you two breaking the samsara.
So it looks like we did manage to save Dunyarzad in the end, and not a moment too soon.
This, the very cookie cutter happy ending indeed. I would have preferred her to be dead. Just for the, you know, I mean, we had one major character unexpectedly die, but it felt too sudden and too rushed. I feel, kind of. I don't know. But then again, I don't know. I feel like the character will come back because she is literally the witch of flame, and you know, Phoenix rising from the ashes and all that.
Huh? Why are you two smiling so happily? I thought you'd be so moved that you'd start crying. I need to spend more time observing human emotions.
Both are fine. Everyone reacts differently.
All right. You two must have a lot of other questions for me, right? After all, you saved my faithful believer. As your reward, I will answer any and all questions.
About what I saw in that dream at the EVGA forest.
At the EVGA forest, there was this incense that made the traveler fall unconscious and dream of a huge tree and a red sky.
You also heard someone's voice, right? It said world and forget me.
Yeah, so you do know! We've been wanting to ask you what that was about, and if the red sky was related to Conria.
It seems like the traveler established a connection to Irminsul. That was a message left by Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul. Perhaps her last memory before she died. As you two probably know, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared after the disaster in Conria. The timings of these events do line up, so your suspicions are reasonable.
A message from Greater Lord Rukkhadevata? We thought it was from the Scarlet King.
The Scarlet King? That god who died even longer ago? Some present-day desert dwellers still worship him. You probably just heard some of their conspiracies.
Okay, so what does the message mean?
I still haven't managed to decipher it. Even the Akasha isn't currently capable of doing that. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata's residual consciousness in Irminsul seems to be contaminated with something that has a very dangerous aura to it. Many devoted scholars go mad as soon as they connect their consciousness. I've warned the academia about this many times, but people still keep falling victim to it.
Oh.
But I believe this is the key to saving Irminsul. That's why I've kept trying to decipher it.
So the tree in the vision was Irminsul? Oh, Tainari also said that Irminsul is sick. Is it because of the contaminated consciousness? But even if you can't figure out what that vision was all about, it seems like our search for you was all in vain.
The traveler wasn't affected after coming in contact with that consciousness. I've never seen anyone like that. With you here, we may have a chance at deciphering it.
Ah yes, the protagonist plot armor.
No, we must decipher its secrets. I've already eliminated all other factors that might affect Irminsul. This is the only one left.
You know what would be a cool plot twist if our chosen traveler dies and we have to play as the other one afterwards? That would be a great twist.
This puzzle has life and death at stake. It could determine Irminsul's fate, as well as Tevat's.
Why do you look like Catherine?
To be accurate, I'm using the Akasha as a medium to occupy Catherine's consciousness.
Oh, how cruel! What happens to the consciousness of Catherine?
How did you do that? Poor Catherine. Does this mean you can also occupy other people's consciousnesses?
Theoretically, I can enter anyone's mind as long as they're wearing their Akasha terminal. The Akasha is the legacy of Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. As Lesser Lord Kusanali and the first Akasha terminal, my consciousness has always been linked to the Akasha. I've always respected my people's free will, so I've never actually occupied their consciousness. When necessary, I just borrow this bionic Snezhnayan puppet.
They finally said it! That Catherine is just a robot! Or an android.
Hold on. Did we just learn some deep, dark secret? So Catherine is no wonder Paimon felt something was off about her. What about your own body? Why do you need to borrow other people's? Don't you live in the sanctuary of Surasthana?
Good point.
That story begins a long time ago. After Greater Lord Rukkhadevata disappeared, the sages found my newly born self and took me back to Sumeru. At that time, I was young and weak. The sages kept me in the sanctuary of Surasthana, ostensibly for the sake of protecting me. But I've hardly heard from them since.
How many years ago was that?
However, I do understand that they had hoped to find Greater Lord Rukkhadevata instead of me, a symbol of her passing.
So, the sages basically put their new Archon under house arrest? How dare they! Why don't you teach them a lesson, Nahida?
Exactly.
In some ways, they aren't wrong. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was omniscient and omnipotent. Even after her death, the Akasha is still empowering this nation.
Yeah, but, you know, isn't the Gnosis just giving passed down? Someone has given the notion before, and if you have the Gnosis, you could be omnipotent as well. And if Rukkhadevata was omnipotent, how omniscient and omnipotent, how was it even possible for her with all that power to die to begin with?
And I'm still really far away from being able to call myself the God of Wisdom. Moreover, the Academia is also more proficient at governing this country. My existence has little meaning.
You should never think like that. You're already an excellent Archon.
Yeah, you got a lot of believers. Just look at the Sub-Zero's festival. Everyone who showed up truly loves you.
And it helps to see the Archon walking around.
Thank you for the kind words. But I honestly don't need physical freedom as long as I can connect my consciousness to the Akasha.
That is such a weird thing to say.
Trying to find a way to save Irminsul is my life's mission and top priority. I will work on that, and try to live up to being a deity in the meantime.
Okay, so in version 3.1 or 3.2 we will save Irminsul with her. And then she comes back into the real world. And everyone in the Academia will bow to her!
Every once in a while, I will also take up the duties of the God of Wisdom and enlighten a lost soul here and there. Doing all that should be enough.
About the Sage's plan.
There's never been any big problems with the Academia's governance of Sumeru. This is the first time I've seen them step out of line. I wonder what caused them to go down this path, and what they hope to achieve.
We still have to stop them so they don't do this again.
Even though the city's residents haven't noticed anything strange, if the Traveler hadn't broken the Sub-Zero's samsara, the situation could have become dire. I tried to do some investigating in the Akasha, but I couldn't find anything suspicious. And all the people of interest seem to purposely avoid wearing their Akasha terminals. I think they're deliberately trying to hide something.
No shit.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. In Gandharvaville, there was a sage who had invited Kainari to join some kind of project. Could it be related?
I haven't paid attention if they had an Akasha.
Regardless, I need to first investigate the sage's motives, make things right, and punish them if needed. But I'll have to be discreet, or they'll see me coming.
I have the feeling this is the plot of 3.1 then. Since this is resolved and in 3.1 we continue this. No one has realized the issue with the Akasha?
You mean how the Akasha stops you from having dreams?
Yeah, it's been such a long time. No one's noticed something's up?
Oh yeah, we don't have the Akasha on our ears anymore.
It's not that no one noticed. It's more like no one cared. Ultimately, it's all rooted in the sage's misdirection.
Misdirection?
The sages convinced everyone to believe that being unable to dream is a sign of rationality and wisdom.
Not dreaming is a badge of honor in Sumeru.
Which is dumb and stupid, and you should have done something ages ago when you heard about it.
Even if the truth is that their dreams are being reaped by the Akasha. With their propaganda in place, the sages can maximize their use of the Akasha to facilitate their research. Besides, Greater Lord Rukkhadevata must have created the Akasha in the hopes that it could be used to its full potential. That's why I've never come out strongly against this.
Okay.
Anyway, the perspective advocated by the sages drowned out any voices of doubt. By now, even those who never use Akasha terminals find it too shameful and embarrassing to talk about their dreams.
That is just sad. Okay, I think we have everything.
Got it. I hope my answers were satisfactory, seekers of knowledge.
Nah, not really, but I guess at the end of this patch cycle in a way.
To be honest, maintaining Dunyarzad's fading dream took a lot of mental energy. I think I may need to rest for a while. Oh, and you don't need to worry too much about the sage's activities for now. The Akasha won't be able to conduct another project on the scale of the Sub-Zero Samsara in the immediate future.
Oh, of course. How convenient.
Go and get some sleep. Leave everything to us. What a relief. This is truly the most exhausting birthday I've ever had.
Traveler? Paimon? Why am I here? Do either of you know?
Yes.
Maybe you were sleepwalking. You know you can't wake up a sleepwalker. We happened to walk by, so we thought we'd wait for you to wake up.
I see. Huh. I should visit my maintenance personnel sometime. Oh, I'm fine. I better go. Thank you.
Now we have to talk to Effendi? Oh well. Okay, I think this is only that I can finally do the Sumeru commissions and stuff like that. I don't have the feeling that we will get voice acting. Yep, that's what I thought. So this is unimportant. So I guess that was the whole of the Archon quest for now. See you in 3.1.